Chapter 9:27. On the ground, countless dark green shrubs were exposed to the blood moon. As if they had been splashed with boiling oil or acid, they emitted shrill screams as they rapidly turned black and rotted away, emitting billowing black smoke. They quickly shrank their bodies back into the ground with a whoosh. However, the black smoke soared into the sky and gathered in the sky. In the end, it formed a huge rolling sphere that continued to rise upwards at an unstoppable speed. This was because the goal of this black sphere was the blood moon hanging high in the pitch-black skies. It grew faster and faster, flying higher and higher until all that was left was a black dot. At this moment, in the entire mysterious world, all living beings, without exception, could clearly hear no sound of collision. But a heaven-shaking roar rang out in their minds, setting off endless vibrations that left their ears ringing and their vision dizzy. Thus, on that nearly round blood moon, a small black spot appeared. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. But it did exist. It was like a giant crater formed after a meteor struck it. Qin Yu had a solemn expression. His eyebrows furrowed together as he looked up at the descending blood moon. Faint traces of dark golden light surged in the depths of his eyes. In this state, he could faintly see the surface of the blood moon being rapidly annihilated and swallowed up by the black smoke. But during this process, the light released by the blood moon clearly dimmed a great deal. It was clear that there was some sort of balance between it and the shrubs on the ground. By breaking this balance and arriving in this world ahead of time, the shrubs would suffer tremendous damage and the blood moon would also pay the price. Ban Biyu's eyes widened. He looked outside the tree hole and saw the earth covered in blood red. Then, he looked at Qin Yu's back. The hesitation and puzzlement in his heart melted away like snow beneath the blazing sun. It was that person, it had to be that senior. Otherwise, who could sense the arrival of the blood moon ahead of time and avoid its attack? With this judgment in mind, the more he looked at Qin Yu's back, the more he felt it was similar. Although this senior had worn black robes, he could still roughly distinguish their figures. With a deep breath, Ban Biyu struggled to his feet and kneeled. Ban Biyu, thanks senior for saving my life. When we parted that day. Qin Yu lifted a hand, interrupting his words. He lightly said, cultivate first. Once your injuries stabilize, I have some instructions for you. Ban Biyu respectfully nodded. He retreated to a corner of the tree hole and sat down cross-legged. Lei Xiaoyu looked at him, then at Qin Yu. Big brother Qin, do you know him? Qin Yu nodded. I helped him out a little in the past. I didn't think he would remember me. This was obviously a lie, but the clever Lei Xiaoyu blinked her eyes and said, oh. She didn't pursue the matter further. Qin Yu smiled. Don't think about it too much. It's true that I have a use for this person. You rest first, I will continue meditating. He put down Lei Xiaoyu and walked to the entrance of the tree hole. He sat down cross-legged and looked at Zhong Hen, finding it hard to calm his heart. Looking up at the blood moon, Qin Yu subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Indeed, his senses had been correct. The blood moon had descended 2 hours in advance. It was foreseeable that many people would be caught unprepared and encounter danger. Some might even lose their lives. If he hadn't sensed it ahead of time, he would have become one of the people who might have died. Qin Yu's eyes were deep and profound like a nebula, able to contain all things. He was silent, but there was a thought in his heart. As time passed, it became increasingly clear. The blood moon that suddenly descended had broken the balance of the world and willingly withstood the backlash of the shrubs. Could its goal be him? It wasn't that Qin Yu thought too highly of himself or that he was delusional. Rather, it was that he was well aware of the secrets on his body, and they were tempting enough. Disregarding the little blue lamp, just the jade embryo egg and the sun and moon force field, any one of them could stir up a storm of blood. And he had used these two strengths in this mysterious world when the blood moon had descended. Of course, the most important thing was that Qin Yu felt an intense restlessness in his mind. He had already sensed this several hours ago. If this had nothing to do with him, then how could he explain this intense feeling? Although he didn't know what this blood moon that descended every 24 hours was, his intuition told him that he had to leave this world as soon as possible. Was this the covetousness of the blood moon? Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He shook his head and suppressed these thoughts. He closed his eyes and opened them again a moment later. His eyes were calm as he looked at the Jean hen at the entrance of the tree hole. There were still 4 days left. No matter how anxious he was to leave, he had to survive the night of the full moon first. Perhaps it was because the wounds he had received in his battle with the bone beast were too heavy, but after the withered tree revived today, it didn't leave the place it had taken root in. The tentacles tried to break into the tree hole once more. They stopped 20 feet away, hesitating for a long time before finally retreating. However, even if it didn't rush to the mountain valley to split the blood energy, the withered tree still had harvests. It stretched out its blood-red tentacles, bathing itself in more of the blood moon's light. Beneath the illumination of the blood moon, its recovery speed was noticeably faster. Qin Yu could feel that the withered tree's strength was rapidly increasing. But all of this was only passively reflected in Qin Yu's perception. It was like a shadow flashing by. All of his attention was focused on the small Jean hen mark in front of him. He woke up midway. Besides his tyrannical sword arts, he also cultivated other arcane skills. His recovery speed was far faster than an ordinary cultivator's. As he looked at the cave entrance and saw Qin Yu sitting cross-legged, a look of admiration and reverence gradually appeared in his eyes. It seemed that the reason Senior appeared here was to unravel the secrets within the Jean hen mark. Not long after he left Riverwater City, he had been searching for soul treasures. Because of an accident, he had appeared in this world. Several months ago, Ban Bu had attempted to unravel the secrets of the Jean hen mark. As a sword cultivator, he could faintly feel the sword intent contained within the Jean hen mark. But unfortunately, Ban Bu had failed. It was only afterwards that Ban Bu learned that nearly all the cultivators who first entered this world had attempted something similar. But not a single one of them had succeeded. Instead, the Jean hen mark in this world had suffered massive damage because of their attempts. Nowadays, besides newly arrived cultivators, no one dared to touch the Jean hen mark in this world. Otherwise, as the number of Jean hen marks decreased, more and more lives would die in the terrifying descent of the blood moon. If it were another cultivator standing in front of him today, Ban Bu would have stopped him without hesitation. In his opinion, this was only destroying the Jean hen mark. There was no meaning in doing so. But the one doing so was Qin Yu. Deep in Ban Bu's eyes, he couldn't suppress his excitement and joy. If Senior succeeded, then this world would no longer be dangerous. He might even be able to smoothly escape. Of course, there were also some doubts in Ban Bu's heart. From what he could sense, with Senior's strength, even if this world was dangerous, it shouldn't pose a threat to him. But now, it seemed that Senior was acting cautiously. Could there be some other reason? 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye. After the blood moon vanished and the eternal night that covered the world arrived, it was illuminated once more by the impatient bushes. After being attacked by the blood moon, the bushes were dispirited and listless. But the light they released was even brighter than before. It was like a silent warning to the blood moon not to attempt to change the rules. Qin Yu stood up. Behind him, Ban Bu and Lei Xiaoyu opened their eyes at the same time. Xiaoyu, come here. Lei Xiaoyu walked over and climbed onto Qin Yu's back. He turned and looked at Ban Bu. How are you? Ban Bu respectfully bowed. My movements are no longer hindered. If Senior has any instructions, please feel free to speak. Qin Yu said, I need to find more Jean hen marks. You should understand what I mean. Ban Bu's heart shook. He thought that Senior must have already made some harvests. Indeed, a Senior was a Senior. Even if his aura was strange, the abilities he possessed weren't something he could guess at. Without hesitation, he continued to say, Senior, I know the location of a Jean hen mark. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. With yesterday's speed, how long would it take to get there? Ban Bu thought for a moment. It would take 8 hours. Lead the way. Ban Bu leaped into the air. While he was in midair, his sword suddenly rang out and whistled towards the horizon. Qin Yu glanced at his back. With a flick of his sleeves, he laid down a spatial imprisonment, covering the cave entrance. Then, he shot into the skies. Ban Bu, this is only an avatar of mine. The strength it can control is limited. Slow down a bit. Qin Yu's voice echoed in his ears. Ban Biyu's heart stirred. He respectfully bowed and the sword shadow slowed down, continuing to lead the way. 2 hours later, Qin Yu suddenly said, "Change direction. Move 15 degrees to the left." Ban Biyu nodded. A moment later, Qin Yu said, "Stop and restrain your aura." Shua, shua, the two landed on the ground. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred and the sun-moon force field spread out, wrapping him and Lei Xiaoyu within. Behind them, Ban Biyu's complexion changed. He quickly condensed his sword intent into a single point, not allowing it to leak out in the slightest. Several breaths of time later, a flock of black bats blotted out the skies. Each bat was several feet large and their eyes were blood red, their fangs bared. Faint traces of black energy emitted from their bodies, weaving together into a massive black fog that followed them. A foul stench filled the air. Soon, the bats flew over. There were heaven-shaking roars of monster beasts. The two sides had already begun fighting. Even though they were separated by a great distance, one could still feel the powerful fluctuations of auras released by these monster beasts. Ban Biyu's forehead dripped with beads of sweat. If it weren't for the fact that he had turned around and stopped just in time, he feared they would have entered the monster beast territory and then been attacked by the bat swarm. Even with his cultivation, just thinking about the consequences left him cold. His Ban Biyu sucked in a breath of cold air. All the hairs on his back stood up. At some unknown time, his exposed flesh had been covered in a layer of black poison. It was the bat swarm from just now. As he thought about the foul stench, Ban Biyu's complexion turned ugly. He had already carefully sealed himself away, but he never thought he would still be poisoned. For there to be a reaction so quickly, it was clear just how terrifying the poison was. Ban Biyu didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly said, "Senior, I've been poisoned. I must force it out immediately." Qin Yu glanced at him, his eyes light. "Don't move." Holding onto his hand, the black color that appeared on Ban Biyu's flesh began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye. After several breaths of time, it completely vanished. Qin Yu drew back his hand. "Let's hurry." Chapter 928. Lei Xiaoyu leaned close to Qin Yu's ear and whispered, "Big brother Qin, do you not trust this person?" Qin Yu didn't turn around. "I just don't want to waste any unnecessary time." Lei Xiaoyu nodded. "I understand Big Brother Qin's meaning. In the past, my father also used similar methods to quietly scare people. The effect was very good." She smiled, but in the next moment it turned dark. Qin Yu said, "Did you forget what you said? As long as you have the confidence, you can return to Rock City. City Lord Lei will definitely be happy to see you." 6 hours later, they arrived at the mark Ban Biyu mentioned. It was embedded into a boulder at the summit and had existed there for countless years. The surrounding stone had been corroded, causing the mark to become much fainter. "Senior, it's here." Ban Biyu drew back to the side. Qin Yu nodded. "Do you remember where the withered tree is?" Ban Biyu immediately understood. "I do. Before the blood moon descends, I will return." He bowed and drew back several steps. With a humming sword, his figure howled far away. When Qin Yu had sensed something was wrong, he had still chosen to delay to save him in order to save time. With just him alone, finding the mark would be far too slow. With Ban Biyu's help, his efficiency would be much higher. As a divine Dao sword cultivator, Ban Biyu erupted with all his strength and his speed was far faster than Qin Yu's. Lei Xiaoyu jumped down. She had recovered quickly and was able to move freely. "Big brother Qin, I will wait for you on the side." Qin Yu nodded. He stood in front of the boulder, lifted a hand, and touched the mark. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. 4 hours later, there was the sound of breaking air in the distance. Several cultivators came howling over. They had clearly discovered 2 people near the boulder at the summit. "Stop!" With a loud shout, the leading cultivator's face darkened. "Your bodies have been stained with the aura of the blood moon. You are not new cultivators. Don't you know that this mark concerns our life and death? Even if it is just a strand, we cannot allow it to be damaged." The several people behind him also had ugly complexions. A female cultivator swept her eyes over Lei Xiaoyu, jealousy flashing in her eyes. Big brother, don't waste words with them. The mark he touched can no longer be preserved. We need to teach them a lesson. Lei Xiaoyu retreated to Qin Yu's side. What are you trying to do? The female cultivator sneered. Little girl, you're born with such a seductive appearance. When I cut your face a few times, you'll know what you shouldn't do. Qin Yu opened his eyes. He didn't stop. He stood where he was and turned to look at the several people not too far away. The sneer on the female cultivator's face and the jealousy in her eyes instantly froze. She felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, and her mind was drowned in fear. She felt that she was standing on the edge of death and would be consigned to eternal damnation at any moment. The cultivators beside her didn't look any better. Their eyes were wide open and their faces were pale. Scram! The formless terror that filled the air dissipated. Several cultivators gasped for breath, not daring to hesitate. They turned around and ran for their lives, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lei Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose. Tempage, a bunch of trash. How dare you act all high and mighty in front of my big brother Qin? I'll teach you a lesson anytime. Big brother Qin, are these people bothering you? Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. I'm fine. If it were yesterday, there might have been some trouble, but it's fine now. Xiaoyu, I'll continue. Yesterday, today, to be more accurate, it had only been around 20 hours. If someone else had said this, Lei Xiaoyu wouldn't have believed them no matter how naive she was. To progress so much in a single day, that was absolutely a lie. But since Qin Yu had said it, she had directly believed him. She felt more and more pleased with herself. As expected, the big brother Qin that she liked was fiercer than everyone else. If such a fierce big brother Qin says that I still have a chance to live, then I really do have a chance. Lei Xiaoyu, you have to work hard. Don't give up. She glanced at Qin Yu and then closed her eyes to cultivate. Every bit of effort she put in would increase her chances of survival in the future. Another 4 hours later, Qin Yu opened his eyes. There seemed to be some enlightenment in his eyes, but he couldn't help but frown. He had grasped the key to the secret of the cleave scar, but he felt as if he were looking at flowers through a fog, as if he were separated by a layer. It was like the final piece of paper on a window. It could break at the touch, but it was hard to find a path. There was no hurry. There were still 3 more days. Qin Yu took a deep breath and drew back his hand. With a loud crack, the cleave scar shattered and dissipated. But this time, his fingertips wouldn't be cut by the aftermath of the cleave scar's collapse. This was Qin Yu's progress, but it was far from enough. When Qin Yu could casually touch the cleave scar and it was safe and sound, only then would he be truly enlightened. Xiaoyu, let's go. Whoosh, Qin Yu carried her on his back and soared into the skies. 6 hours later, he smoothly returned to the place where the withered tree was. After another moment, a slightly distressed Ban Bu howled back amidst the heaven-shaking cries of swords. Qin Yu frowned. With Ban Bu's cultivation, he was able to restrain his sword intent and didn't reveal such a great commotion. The greater the commotion, the worse his condition was. It seemed that the process of finding a new cleave scar wasn't going smoothly. Ban Bu rushed into the tree hole. He stumbled and cupped his hands across his chest. Senior, there was an accident, but I discovered something. His face lit up with joy. Following Qin Yu's will, 4 hours after Ban Bu left, in order to avoid a group of monster beasts, he drilled into a hidden cave. This was originally an unintentional action, but he never imagined that he would make a great discovery in the cave. Deep within the cave, there was a giant cleave scar. It was thousands of feet long and sunk deep into the earth. But according to what Ban Bu said, this was a sealed cave. The top, bottom, left, and right were all sealed off, so he didn't know why a cleave scar would appear there. Qin Yu hesitated for a long time. He slowly said, "How far is it?" Ban Bu said, "It's a bit far. Senior will have to hurry if we want to return in 24 hours. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. Lei Xiaoyu said, "Big brother Qin, I will wait for you here. It will be fine." Qin Yu thought for a moment. Ban Bu, did you leave behind a mark in the cave? Seeing him nod, he continued, give me a sensing technique. Tomorrow, you will stay here and protect Xiaoyu's safety. Lei Xiaoyu opened her mouth. But before she could say anything, Qin Yu waved his hand. It's settled. When the blood moon descended, the withered tree still didn't rush to the mountain valley. But its tentacles could already reach within 10 feet of the cave entrance. There were still 2 days until the full moon. As the shrubbery illuminated the world, Qin Yu leapt out from the tree hole. His feet landed on the ground and he howled far away. In his hand was the delicate wooden sword that Ban Biyu had given him. There was a trace of sword intent left within it, so he could feel the mark in the cave. It was indeed a bit far. After a full 5 hours, Qin Yu finally arrived at the entrance of the cave. Just by standing there, he could feel a strange fluctuation in the air. This was the aura of a cleave scar. Indeed, Ban Biyu was right. There was a great surprise here. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time left. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu drilled into the cave entrance. Then, he rapidly shuttled through the darkness according to the response of the wooden sword. A moment later, there was a light cracking sound as the wooden sword in his hand disintegrated. Qin Yu looked up and saw a giant several thousand-foot-long cleave scar reflected in his eyes. With just a glance, a loud ringing sound rang out in the depths of Qin Yu's mind. It was like a long sword had broken through the skies, cutting down mountains and splitting apart seas. The fuzzy feeling that Qin Yu was experiencing from perceiving this cleave scar instantly dissipated. He couldn't help but smile and laugh heartily. With this cleave scar as the object to perceive, he had absolute confidence he could unravel the secrets within. Without further ado, he would immediately begin. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. His divine sense broke out from his body and fused into the cleave scar. Then, he felt as if he had been placed within a boundless sea of swords. Vast and boundless, there was no beginning and no end. The turbulence could submerge and destroy all. At this moment, Qin Yu was enlightened. In this mysterious world, all of the cleave scars that were preserved were created by a super powerhouse of an inconceivably powerful boundary in the ancient past. When that powerhouse raised his sword and slashed down, the sword intent fragments would shatter. As this thought appeared, a horrifying picture appeared in Qin Yu's mind. A boundless sword came from the east, piercing through the boundless sea of clouds, tearing apart the heavens and earth. Everything in its path was cut in half, tumbling and collapsing as it disintegrated. With a stuffy cough, Qin Yu revealed a pained expression. Dark red blood flowed out from every orifice of his head. Although it was only a picture, a sword intent was revealed. Even though it was extremely weak, it still caused Qin Yu to suffer heavy losses. Numerous wounds appeared on the surface of his body, as if he had been cut open by an invisible sword. Massive amounts of blood gushed out. But even these beads of blood hummed as they fell onto the ground. They were split in half and then shaken into a fog of blood. Time passed. More and more blood fog appeared, becoming increasingly thick. It covered Qin Yu's body, making it impossible to see his figure. There was a great secret hidden within the cleave scar. After unraveling it, one could obtain the good fortune that this secret represented. But at the same time, one would have to withstand a corresponding test. And now, Qin Yu was experiencing all of this. If he could pass this test, he would become the first and only cultivator to perceive the cleave scar in this world for countless years. Otherwise, this cave would be Qin Yu's burial ground. Catcher, with a faint sound, the blood fog that filled Qin Yu's body began to freeze. The surrounding temperature began to fall at a terrifying speed. This was because at this moment, in the pitch-black skies, the blood moon had arrived. The slumbering departed spirits had their shackles of death unlocked. They had been resurrected as the dead. Terror arrived once more. Beneath the illumination of the more perfect blood moon, it endowed them with an even greater strength. The living beings cried out in despair. In order to survive, they began to desperately fight to the death. Nothing was different from before. But, if someone stood high in the skies and looked down at the mountain Qin Yu was on, they would discover that with the mountain as the center, the blood-red light for 10,000 miles was far brighter than the surrounding areas. It was like a terrifying eye had opened in the blood moon, its gaze condensing into essence as it stared at the mountain. An invisible will descended within 10,000 miles, entering the bodies of all the resurrected beings. They no longer chased after each other, but turned and gathered around the mountain. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. There were so many of them that it was hard to calculate. They rumbled across the earth, stirring up a great cloud of dust. They were like a raging tide of destruction. Among them were black-armored soldiers, withered corpses, and all sorts of strange departed spirits. But the one that attracted the most attention was an incomparably massive black vine with countless branches. It pulled out its own root system. All of its branches wove together, transforming into a 10,000-foot-tall giant. Every step it took caused the earth to tremble. Chapter 9:29. Qin Yu hadn't returned. The blood moon had arrived. The withered tree came back to life. It flew into a rage and wildly whipped the earth with its tentacles. It seemed to sense that Qin Yu's aura had disappeared and was enraged by this. Lei Xiaoyu and Ban Biyu became the targets of its anger. The blood-red tentacles were just a little bit away from breaking into the tree hole. The light from the slash marks became increasingly bright. If the tentacles were just a little stronger, they could break through the seal. Lei Xiaoyu stood at the entrance of the tree hole. As she looked at the world beneath the blood moon, she subconsciously bit her lips. Ban Biyu glanced at her. "Miss Lei, don't worry. Senior Qin's strength is unparalleled. Nothing will happen to him." Lei Xiaoyu nodded. Big Brother Qin will definitely return." Heaven and earth trembled. Large boulders tumbled down with a rumble. The towering mountains that stood tall were being pushed flat by the rampaging resurrected creatures. They destroyed all that stood in their way, constantly pressing forward. Suddenly, a deep rumbling sound came from deep within the earth. Then, countless cracks appeared on the rock walls. Blinding silver light shot out from the cracks, like countless sword lights. It was like this mountain was instantly covered with millions of slash marks. Puff air puff, the sound of flesh and blood being torn apart rang out. Thousands of resurrected creatures were instantly cut apart by the silver light. Instinctively, fear appeared in their eyes. However, this fear soon turned into endless ruthlessness. At this time, the blood moon that covered the surrounding 100 miles became even brighter. The 10,000-foot-tall withered vine giant roared and smashed its hand towards the rock wall. The silver light was like a saber that directly cut apart the giant's attack. The disintegrating fragments rapidly melted in the silver light as if they were being burned and evaporated. Finally, a thick black liquid was left behind. Roar! The withered vine giant roared in pain. But, not only did it not retreat, but it became even crazier. Its other hand continued to smash out. At the same time, more resurrected creatures rushed towards the silver slash marks. They no longer retreated or feared. Even if they knew that advancing meant death, they still didn't turn back. This was because what was driving them was the blood moon above their heads. Because of the existence of the blood moon, they were able to complete their resurrection. Their instinctive obedience suppressed all else. The withered vine giant's body grew smaller and smaller, and the number of resurrected creatures decreased at a visible rate. However, their destruction was not without value. After the resurrected creature's body was destroyed by the silver light, the remaining black viscous goo was increasing. It gathered together like the raindrops in the sky converging into a stream, and then the stream turned into a river, rolling and roaring continuously, setting off waves of black tides. At this moment, the blood moon shone brightly in the sky, and the mountains on the ground shone with silver light. Among them, a black river continuously roared, forming a strange picture. When one looked down and took in this scene, one would instinctively feel endless fear in one's heart. Time continued to pass. 12 hours after the blood moon descended, the light it emitted suddenly increased explosively. The piece that had originally been incomplete was now slowly being repaired. The change appeared once again. Today, the blood moon had become complete. Today was the night of the full moon. Roar, roar, all the resurrected creatures in the mysterious world raised their heads and roared at the sky. Fanaticism and excitement were mixed with bloodthirst and destruction. When the full moon arrived, their strength would rise to an unprecedented peak. Tonight was the time to harvest. All the flesh creatures in front of them would become delicious food. Slaughter, descend. In the valley, within the circle of slash marks, the cultivators and monster beasts that were desperately resisting the black-armored warriors felt their hearts race with fear. They fiercely looked up and saw the perfect blood moon in the skies. Despair struck their hearts and their faces filled with despair. The night of the full moon, how could it be the night of the full moon? This is a change that hasn't been seen in 1,000 years. In such a short period of time, it has occurred twice in a row. The heavens want to destroy us. No one can escape, no one can escape. Today we will all die here. Roar, roar, the black-armored warriors reared their heads back and roared. Their bones crackled and popped. Beneath the illumination of the full moon, their bodies rose in size. The sabers in their hands were stained with a faint blood-red color. As they waved them, they actually began to burn. The flames that wrapped around the sabers were blood-red, as if they had been soaked in blood. They were ice-cold without any warmth. Bang! The black-armored warriors crazily rushed out. Their speed and strength increased by more than a level. The cultivators and monster beasts that were defending the gap were instantly killed or wounded. The withered tree crazily roared. At this time, more and more tentacles drilled out from its body and began to burn beneath the full moon. A terrifying aura was released from its body. As time passed, this aura grew stronger and stronger at an astonishing speed. Whoosh, whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, the burning tentacles rushed towards the entrance of the tree hole. Hum! The silent slash scar suddenly erupted with a thunderous cry. The silver light it released rose up once more, resisting the invasion of the tentacles. But Ban Biyu's face had turned incomparably pale. As a formidable sword cultivator, he could feel the vibrating vibrations of the slash scar. The slash scar was using its own destruction as the price to erupt with an even greater strength. This method couldn't be maintained for long. Once the strength contained within the slash scar was burned away, it would lose all of its might. Catcher, a light sound fell into Ban Biyu's ears like a thunderclap. He froze where he was. He stared at the crack that had appeared on the slash scar. It really came. It was just that this speed was faster than he had imagined. Was he going to die? Ban Biyu gulped. He felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He clenched his teeth and said, "Miss Lei, stand behind me." Lei Xiaoyu shook her head. "You can't stop me." Ban Biyu was stunned for a moment. He immediately sighed. Although her words were direct, they were the truth. On the night of a full moon, Deadwood's strength had risen by more than double. Now that he had injuries that hadn't healed yet, he wasn't his match. Most of the courage he had in his heart was extinguished by these words. Ban Biyu wailed in his heart. Senior Qin, where are you? If you don't come back soon, we will all die here." In his opinion, even if this was only an avatar, as long as Qin Yu returned, there was a chance he could survive. Lei Xiaoyu had a calm expression. Although she was a bit afraid, she was in a much better state than she had imagined. Perhaps it was because she already knew that she didn't have long to live. It was just a matter of dying sooner or later. In fact, she even rejoiced in her heart that Big Brother Qin wasn't here. With his strength, without her dragging him down, even if he encountered a night of a full moon, he would still have a chance to survive. If he died like this, he wouldn't need to suffer anymore and he wouldn't need to silently tell himself that he had to be strong. Big Brother Qin, it's not that I don't keep my word, it's that the heavens aren't giving me a path to live. Then, let's end things like this. When the blood moon was full, the Black River suddenly rose. It was like a giant mouth had opened wide, swallowing up the entire mountain. Even the silver light that shot out from the cracks in the mountain was shrouded in darkness and thoroughly extinguished. The black mucus wildly spun, like a giant digestive organ that wanted to grind apart the mountain and absorb everything within it. Gradually, the black mucus rapidly shrank. This was because the entire mountain was rapidly melting away. 10,000 feet, 1,000 feet, 100 feet. As it shrank, the mucus became increasingly black and viscous. In the end, it was reduced to a circle of 10 feet in size. Catcher. Sounds of breaking came from within. It was like sharp teeth were tearing at the last layer of armor of prey. At this time, Qin Yu was sitting cross-legged within the 10-feet sphere of mucus. His complexion was incomparably pale and his aura was weak to the point of almost non-existence. The thick blood-red ice that surrounded him was formed after he had exhausted nearly all of his blood vitality. This was his final line of defense. At this time, the blood ice rapidly broke apart and fell off, becoming increasingly thin. Tiny cracks spread out like a spider web. Perhaps in 10 breaths of time, perhaps in 5 breaths of time, it would break apart. At that time, what awaited Qin Yu was the fate of being melted away by the black mucus. 1 breath of time. 2 breaths of time. 3 breaths of time. At this moment, the flow of time within the mucus seemed to slow down. One could even hear the faint sigh of time passing by. But in the end, this was only an illusion. It followed the flow of the great Tao of the heavens and earth, the eternal flow of time. Like the rain in the heavens, it would eventually fall to the ground. This was their destiny from the moment they were born. Thus, when the blood ice was finally exhausted and the first gap appeared, the black mucus screamed out in excitement. It crazily drilled in and threw itself at Qin Yu's face. It seemed as if it wanted to use his mouth and nose as an entrance to drill into his body and wantonly enjoy the prey it had captured. Qin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. The black mucus was only an inch away from his eyeballs, perhaps even a bit closer. Then, time stood still. This was true stillness. Besides him, everything else seemed to be sealed in invisible ice. Qin Yu looked up. His gaze seemed to pierce through the black mucus and fall on the endless distance, on the perfect blood moon. As I thought, your goal is me, but I'm sorry, I don't want to die yet. Since I don't want to die, you won't have a chance. After speaking a few words of nonsense, he decisively stopped speaking. He lifted his hand and formed a sword with his fingers, gently slashing upwards. The stillness of time vanished. The mucus screamed, wanting to cross the final inch of distance. But, it had already lost its chance. Puff, with a dull sound, the silver light instantly cut through the mucus. Although it was only a small wound, not even the size of a palm, it still carried away all of its strength. In an instant, the mucus disintegrated and splashed in all directions, not a single drop falling onto Qin Yu's body. Then, the mucus rapidly withered and disintegrated into powder. With a gust of wind, it vanished without a trace. As for the silver sword light that came from Qin Yu's hand, the one that sent it into destruction, it continued to shoot into the skies without hesitation, howling towards the high and lofty full moon. It seemed to feel that its body was too small and that it would lose face if it fought the full moon. Thus, the sword light began to hum. As if it were being summoned, the countless marks that had existed in this world for countless years and were still intact began to respond at the same time. Humma 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 one after another, they gathered together until they became a dreadful sound wave that pierced through the eardrums and caused all living beings in the world to feel fear. Pa, the tens of millions of sword marks shattered, turning into silver light that shot into the skies and fused into the sword light. Thus, its body was like an inflated balloon, inflating crazily. In the blink of an eye, it had grown 100,000 feet. Rumble rumble, the sword light pierced through the skies, shooting towards the blood moon above, advancing with indomitable will. Chapter 930. Mountain Valley. All of the slash marks instantly shattered and dissipated, turning into silver light that shot into the heavens. There was no longer any obstruction between the living beings that were desperately trying to survive and the black-armored warriors outside. There was a deathly silence. All the black-armored warriors let out excited roars. They flapped their wings and rushed forwards, blotting out the skies. Several human cultivators that were sitting cross-legged and recovering from their injuries were dismembered on the spot without any preparation. Tree hole. Blood-burning tentacles howled as they broke in. Ban Biyu's pupils shrank. He roared and stepped forwards. Although he was terrified, as a formidable sword cultivator in this hopeless situation, he didn't lack the courage to risk his life. He lifted a hand and a heaven-shaking sword cry erupted from his body. All of the sword intent condensed between his fingers, forming a sword phantom in the air. Bang! There was a heaven-shaking explosion. Ban Biyu spat out a mouthful of blood. With the sound of bones breaking, his body caved in and he was sent flying backwards. A massive number of blood tentacles were cut off. But in the blink of an eye, more rushed in. Ban Bu, who was in midair, was instantly submerged by the tentacles. Sword light flashed and was extinguished. Lei Xiaoyu's gaze passed through the blood tentacles and fell on the world outside the tree hole. Big brother Qin, I hope you can survive. You must survive. The tentacles wrapped around his body. As expected, the burning blood-red flames were as cold as ice without the least bit of warmth. Instead, they emitted an endless chill, like thousands of needles as thin as a cow's hair that pierced into his flesh and blood. He seemed to hear a scream coming from within his body, one filled with fear, despair, and unwillingness. Lei Xiaoyu smiled. She knew that this sound came from the Jiyu bug in her body. After torturing her for all these years, although I haven't been able to defeat you, I can still take you with me to death. Bang! A heaven-shaking explosion rang out from the distant skies. It was like two moving stars had collided together. The dazzling silver sword light suddenly vanished from sight, as if it had never appeared in this world. But it still existed. It had already pierced through the skies, leaving behind its final and strongest strike in this world. In the middle of the sky, the blood-colored full moon that illuminated the entire mysterious world and covered it in blood suddenly split into two. It didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it was like a bubble that had been dyed blood red. The instant it was broken, it dissipated. Endless darkness descended, extinguishing all the color of blood in this world. Therefore, fear appeared in the eyes of all the terrifying creatures that had been resurrected under the blood moon. In the next moment, they maintained their final movements. Their bodies froze on the spot, and the seal of death that had been opened closed once again. Not only that, but because the blood moon had reversed the rules and granted them rebirth, this itself had already violated the great Tao of heaven and earth. When the blood moon existed, they were protected and safe. Now that the blood moon had shattered, the backlash of the great Tao had arrived. What awaited all the resurrected creatures was the fate of being completely erased from the world, without leaving a single trace. This was the coldness and balance of the great Tao. It allowed a small number of powerful individuals to possess the qualifications to interfere with the rules, but once this interference was weakened or dissipated, they would suffer the most extreme and ruthless punishment. Whoosh, whoosh, the shrubs that were hiding underground seemed to have sensed the destruction of the blood moon. They crawled out of the ground at the same time and spread their branches and leaves wantonly, sprinkling dim light on the ground. Even though there was no wind, the shrubs still swayed back and forth, as if they were cheering in joy. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows, a bit of surprise in his eyes. He swept his eyes around and saw countless dim lights gathering around him like ripples in water. A dark golden light surged in his eyes. Then, the dim lights stopped and the phantom of an incomparably massive shrub appeared. It bowed like a person and respectfully bowed. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. He lifted a hand and the phantom of the shrub dissipated. Then, the endless dim lights around him howled and gathered, condensing into a seed-shaped black crystal in his palm. Holding this object in his hand, Qin Yu could feel a mysterious connection between him and this world. It was like a coordinate. No matter how far away he was, he could lock onto this world and directly descend upon it. A fluctuation suddenly spread out in his heart. Then, a thought fused into his memories: world key. Condensed from the source of the world, a life form that obtained the approval of the world could borrow the strength of the world to open up a temporary space channel and descend upon this world. This thought came from the jade embryo egg. Qin Yu had already adapted to it. He looked down at the black crystal in his hand, a look of joy in his eyes. With this object, it was the same as having a life-saving card in his hand. Once he encountered a calamity he couldn't resist, he could open up a space channel and escape to this world. Qin Yu flipped his hand and put away the world key. He cupped his hands together and said, "Thank you." The invisible will that lingered around him immediately retreated. Qin Yu stood up. Without hesitation, he turned and stepped away, howling into the distance. His speed was over 10 times faster than before. Faintly, there was a sharp and tyrannical aura that emitted from his body. It was like 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers could be pierced through in an instant. But at this time, Qin Yu suddenly discovered that after obtaining the world key, his speed could be even faster. With a thought, the space in front of him began to ripple and he stepped into it. Lei Xiaoyu's eyes widened. The flames on the blood-red tentacles that wrapped around her body were extinguished, turning back into withered and cracked branches. She hesitated for a moment. Then, she reached out a hand and gently touched it. With a light cracking sound, the branches disintegrated into endless powder. It was like a chain reaction had started. The countless withered branches in the tree hole collapsed and dissipated. Even the tree hole beneath them began to disintegrate. Ah! Lei Xiaoyu cried out. A weak sword light flashed, supporting her body. The powder in the air parted to reveal Ban Biyu's pale face. But now, his face was filled with joy. We survived. It was Senior Qin. He could already feel that terrifying sword light that shot into the heavens and cut apart the blood moon. That sword light was marked with Qin Yu's aura. Lei Xiaoyu was about to say something when her eyes widened. Then, a smile bloomed on her face, like a blooming flower. Big brother Qin. Ban Biyu hurriedly turned around. He just happened to see Qin Yu step out from the spatial fluctuations. Before this, he hadn't been able to feel even the tiniest bit of Qin Yu's aura. Then, his eyes ached and tears tumbled down his cheeks. He quickly lowered his head, but great waves were already stirring in his heart. At this time, in front of him, Qin Yu was a transcendent divine sword that stood between the heavens and earth. Just the aura he emitted was enough to destroy all. If he had stared at Qin Yu for just a moment longer, he feared his eyes would have been ruined. As he thought, the one who cut apart the blood moon was Senior Qin. At this moment, Ban Biyu's respect and reverence towards Qin Yu surged like a raging river. No, it should be called an endless ocean. Qin Yu stretched out his arms and embraced Lei Xiaoyu. He could feel her shivering body and the excitement in her heart. He smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm still alive. We will both be fine." Lei Xiaoyu didn't speak. She only hugged him tighter. After experiencing life and death, only then could she understand just how beautiful it was to reunite and live together in this world. Qin Yu patted her back. He looked at Ban Biyu and said, "You did well." Looking at his current injuries, one could roughly guess what he had done to him earlier. Ban Biyu didn't dare to look up. He bowed and said, "It's good that my lord has returned." Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. The sun-moon force field spread out and the terrifying sword intent around him was immediately isolated from the outside world. Ban Biyu let out a long breath. But, there was even more respect in his eyes. He was truly worthy of being called a senior. He had just perceived such a dreadful sword intent and was able to freely control it. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have been hard to believe. Qin Yu suddenly turned and looked up into the skies. Someone has actually found a way to leave this world already. Ban Biyu's eyes widened. Ignoring his sore and swollen eyes, he asked, "Senior, can we leave now?" Qin Yu nodded. The blood moon has vanished and the world seal has vanished. As long as the blood sacrifice is satisfied, we can leave this place. He lowered his head and patted the unwilling Lei Xiaoyu. "That's enough. Although the blood moon has been destroyed, we shouldn't stay here for too long. Let's leave as soon as possible." Hearing this, the sobbing Lei Xiaoyu reluctantly took a step back. Even so, her hand still held onto Qin Yu. Qin Yu smiled and flicked his sleeves. "Let's go." Bringing Ban Biyu and Lei Xiaoyu with him, he shot into the skies. The endless darkness in front of them was like a pitch-black curtain. But now, in front of this curtain, the phantom of a stone gate was faintly discernible. Its surface shimmered with a faint blood-red color. Throughout the mysterious world, all living beings that had survived were rushing here at the fastest speed possible. As the first person successfully escaped, they could already sense the existence of the exit. But in truth, the exit did exist. But, in order to leave this place, they still needed to pass a final test. Die. With a loud roar, a cultivator's body rose up. Black scales covered his body and his aura rose with it. Across from him, a monster beast screamed out in despair. Its chest was torn apart and the light in its eyes rapidly dimmed. Whoosh, its corpse fell to the ground. Hum-ray fluctuation erupted from the stone gate phantom, wrapping around the black-scaled cultivator. The space around him trembled and he vanished from sight. And this was only an ordinary scene in front of the stone gate amidst the countless slaughters. This was because the final test to leave this world was to kill an opponent with a similar cultivation. One would live, one would die. The living would leave this place and obtain a new life. The dead would be buried here forever, their flesh and bones fusing into the earth. When a mysterious cultivator ambushed and killed his companions, he was sent away by the stone gate. Then, the slaughter between the survivors became inevitable. When Qin Yu arrived, this was what he saw. It was like an Azura battlefield, and it was even more bloody than the slaughter in the mountain valley. This was because everyone knew that the road of life had been opened and it was right in front of them. As long as they killed a life of the same level, they could step into it. No one would give up. Die. Roars rose up. Wild auras locked onto him and 3 figures howled forwards. These 3 people formed a group and had been lingering outside the stone gate for a long time. As soon as Qin Yu arrived, he was chosen by these 3 people. How hateful, we were one step ahead of us. I also saw them but I didn't immediately attack. What a pity. Many surrounding cultivators revealed looks of regret. Qin Yu looked up, his eyes calm. There wasn't the slightest sharp light or any fluctuations of strength erupting from him. But this glance caused the hearts of these 3 people to tremble. Bang, bang ere bang without warning, these 3 people with tyrannical auras widened their eyes. Before they could make a sound, their bodies rapidly expanded and they exploded into pieces. Sure, the battlefield outside the stone gate fell deathly silent. Countless people stared with wide eyes, horror on their faces. Hum hum hum. Chapter 931. On the back of the distant mountain, the war between the human clan and the opium race was in full swing. After many years of silence, the 2 races started a full-scale war again. Every day, countless human clan cultivators were killed on the battlefield. But none of this could affect the prosperity of the imperial city. It stood tall on the plains, allowing the setting sun to cast an endless shadow on the ground. The sky was not dark yet, but the bustling streets in the city were already lit up with dazzling lights of various colors. On this ordinary evening in the imperial city, a group of carriages was driving on the wide, clean, and majestic street. The leading carriage was the most popular style among the nobles in the imperial city. It had a hollowed-out crystal roof, and the golden badge above the window represented the noble identity of the carriage owner. The guards at the city gate did not dare to stop them at all. They even skipped the inspection and retreated to the side with a flattering smile. However, the guards' eyes were soon filled with astonishment. Because at the end of the convoy was a grey carriage, pulled by a lame horse, and driven by a dirty old man. His face was full of wrinkles and dust from the long journey. Is this the carriage of the Ding family? The guards were a little hesitant. They glanced at the guards around the convoy. Although they did not approach the carriage, they did not show any intention of driving it away. Forget it. It was better to avoid trouble. Let it pass. After entering the city gate, it was the most famous Chaotian Avenue in the imperial city. The convoy stopped on the side. After a burst of noisy footsteps, a large crowd came from the front of the convoy and stopped outside the last carriage. The famous red plume guards of the Ding family were scattered around. Although they seemed loose, they blocked all possible directions for a surprise attack. Miss Xiaoyu, we have entered the imperial city. I would like to invite you again to stay with me in my mansion. Of course, your elder brother and servants can also stay with you. Ding Hao was a famous playboy in the imperial city. His love affairs were spread in all the major brothels and embroidery shops. Not only did he have a good family background, but he was also a genius in cultivation. His EQ and IQ were both high, and he was willing to spend a lot of money for a beauty. In the imperial city, countless young ladies of noble families and courtesans of brothels fell in love with him. He had done many romantic things, but he had always been alone. He had never heard of any woman who could capture him. But today, he was standing next to an ordinary carriage with a face full of deep love, on the side of the bustling Chaotian Avenue. Could it be that Lady Xiao Yu in the carriage was a fairy-like beauty who could tame this unruly white jade dragon horse? Many of the young men passing by revealed expressions of joy. They thought to themselves, "You bastard who seduced me and then abandoned me, you've finally met your match." There were also a few young ladies who were strolling the streets at night. Their faces changed, and their eyes were filled with sorrow. They felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. The bustling Chaotian Avenue became much quieter at this moment. After pausing for several breaths of time, the woman's slightly apologetic voice sounded out from the carriage. "Thank you for your kindness, young Master Ding. My elder brother and I have other plans, so we won't disturb you any longer. In the future, we will thank young Master for your help." The disheveled old man glanced at Ding Hao, who was extremely handsome and upright. He swung the half-broken horsewhip in his hand. The lame horse snorted and looked back at him discontentedly. Then, it galloped away. Ding Hao watched the carriage leave until it made a turn, left Chaotian Avenue, and disappeared from his sight. He sighed softly. A young man next to him rolled his eyes and said, "Brother Hao, it's the girl's good fortune to have you take a fancy to her. I'll order people to follow her. Within 3 days at the latest, she'll be willing to marry into the mansion. She'll be with you every day." Ding Hao looked calm. He glanced at him and then at the people around him. "All of you are not allowed to disturb Lady Xiao Yu. Otherwise, we can't be friends." "Ding Hao, are you serious?" 100% serious. The corners of Ding Hao's mouth curled up. "I feel that all these years, she is the one I've been waiting for. No matter who Lady Xiao Yu is, as long as she is willing, I can marry her immediately." The carriage turned out of Chaotian Avenue and calmly drove through the alleys of the capital city. The hooves of the lame horse constantly echoed into the carriage. Lei Xiaoyu bit her lip. She glared at Qin Yu, who was suppressing a smile. She said with dissatisfaction, "Big brother Qin, I'm going to get angry if you keep this up." Qin Yu laughed out loud. No. I just think that this boy called Ding Hao has good eyesight. He can actually see that our Xiaoyu is a natural beauty. Not bad. This boy has a bright future. Are you sure you don't want to consider him?" Lei Xiaoyu stamped her feet. "Big brother Qin, I'm really angry." Fine. We won't talk about this anymore. It's been a long journey, so let's rest for 2 days. Qin Yu knocked on the carriage door. "Let's find a place to stay." "Yes," the driver respectfully said. 2 hours later, Lei Xiaoyu finished washing up and lay down on the bed, peacefully falling asleep. Qin Yu stood in front of the bed, calmly looking at her for a moment. Then, he reached out to cover the corners of the quilt, turned, and left. The transmission array had been destroyed and he had fallen into a strange world. Although it was a daunting experience, he had still managed to obtain a great harvest. But to Lei Xiaoyu, the result was incomparably bad. Perhaps it was because the GU insects within her had been stimulated by that life or death experience, but they had become increasingly restless recently. If they weren't imprisoned, she feared that she wouldn't even last half a year before her vitality was exhausted. Towards Lei Xiaoyu, Qin Yu didn't have any romantic feelings. But, the more time he spent with her, the more he could feel the pure goodwill she had towards him. Such a good girl shouldn't die like this. Qin Yu took a deep breath and let out a breath. He turned to look at the shadows and smiled. "You've come." There was a slight fluctuation in the shadows and Xiong Shui stepped out. She looked him up and down. "I knew that there must be a reason why scourges can live for 1,000 years. You won't die so easily." Qin Yu shook his head. If she wasn't worried about him, then according to their agreement, she shouldn't have appeared here. But, she was so stubborn. This woman, whatever, he wouldn't lower himself to her level. Qin Yu changed the topic. "My current status is that of a disciple of Beyond Objects Mountain. You appearing here can be barely explained. Since you've come, you might as well stay." Xiong Shui arched an eyebrow. "I'm still a maid." Qin Yu shrugged. "There's nothing you can do about it. Your status has already been decided." Xiong Shui clenched her teeth. "Then you can keep changing." She turned and walked away. "There are several more eyes outside the inn. I'm guessing they're here for you. Qin Yu, I really admire you. No matter where you go, you can always stir up trouble. Qin Yu smiled. You're wrong this time. They really aren't here for me. You will know tomorrow. The night passed without any words. Before Ding Hao arrived, the trusted aides that Rock City had placed in the Imperial City had already come to find him. Although Qin Yu and Lei Xiaoyu hadn't concealed themselves when they checked into the inn yesterday, they had only shown themselves for a brief moment. For them to be found so quickly proved that Rock City had placed an extremely formidable force here. There were only two people. A man and a woman disguised as a middle-aged couple. It was unknown what methods they used, but they had managed to stay in a nearby courtyard. Greetings, Mr. Qin. The two respectfully bowed. Although they didn't understand why the city lord had ordered them to maintain respect towards this junior that hadn't even reached the divine realm, they wouldn't question the city lord's orders. Qin Yu glanced at them. Prove your identities. The middle-aged man and woman's hearts chilled. Although they appeared calm, they had long since cultivated an extremely sharp mind after wandering in the darkness for so many years. They instantly knew that this person in front of them wasn't an ordinary person. Even if he hadn't reached the divine realm, he could kill them with a flip of his hand. They hurriedly nodded and each took out a token. Before Qin Yu left Rock City, he had communicated with Lei Qianjun. He glanced at the token and nodded. Wait a moment. Xiaoyu hasn't woken up yet. The man hesitated. Mr. Qin, the city lord misses the miss greatly. I wonder if she is. Qin Yu said, she's fine. The man nodded and moved to the side. After another hour, there was a sound from outside. It was said that there was a young master surnamed Ding outside who wished to pay a visit. After Qin Yu declined, he turned and looked at the door. Xiaoyu has woken up. You can go in. The two bowed and quickly walked into the room. During this time, there was another sound from outside. It was said that young Master Ding was in the building and that a banquet had been prepared. He hoped to see Mr. Qin. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. This boy's eyesight was quite good. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu gave some instructions to the servants and then pushed open the door. The inn they stayed in was called Outside Inn. It was quite famous in the Imperial City and had quite a few backers behind it. Thinking about it, it made sense. In the massive Imperial City, there were countless influences that intertwined with each other. It was unknown how many high-ranking officials and nobles gathered here. How could someone who could establish such a large business be an ordinary character? Even so, after Ding Hao arrived, he still had the manager personally greet him. He also ordered the chefs to do their best to serve this young master. The Ding family of the Imperial City. Although it wasn't as prosperous as it used to be, it was still one of the great trees in the Imperial City. It was one of the four great clans along with the Xiao family, Mo family, and Li family. It had to be known that these were the four great clans of the Imperial City. In the entire Great Chu dynasty, even if one counted the various tyrants that ruled over a region, they were still the peak powers. Ding Hao was a direct descendant and was also a publicly recognized cultivation genius. He was deeply favored by the old ancestor of the Ding family and his future achievements were limitless. Who dared to rashly offend such a character? One only needed to look at the manager whose face was covered in wrinkles to know his identity. When Qin Yu arrived, the Ding family's red plume guard had already seen him and allowed him to enter the room. This place looked imposing from the outside, but only after entering did one realize how luxurious it was. Disregarding everything else, just the value of the materials used to decorate this room was enough to leave ordinary cultivators dumbfounded. Ding Hao smiled as he stood up. Mr. Qin, you've arrived. Please sit. His smile was warm, without the slightest anger from being refused. The manager swept his gaze over Qin Yu, surprise flashing in his eyes, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. He said with a face full of smiles, young Master Ding's friend is my outside inn's honored guest. Mr. Qin's expenses are waived for this trip. Just take it as my apology for not recognizing a true person before. His words showed his level of skill, giving Qin Yu enough face and flattering Ding Hao. After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands and left the room with a smile, giving the two of them some space to be alone. Qin Yu's first words left Ding Hao surprised. I know your intentions, and to be honest, I don't oppose it. In fact, I am even looking forward to it. But, Xiaoyu's identity is not ordinary. You will naturally know in 2 days, and then you can decide whether or not to approach her. Ding Hao smiled. Mr. Qin, rest assured that I am sincere. No matter what Miss Xiaoyu's identity is, I will not change it. Qin Yu looked at him. He lightly said, since you are so determined, then I will remind you. If Xiaoyu doesn't dislike it, you can pursue her. But if she clearly refuses, then you must disappear from her world. Ding Hao's smile faded. At the entrance of the room, the 2 red plume guards had dark expressions, their eyes ice cold. It seemed that as long as he looked at them, they would attack without hesitation and make Qin Yu pay the price for his words. Ding Hao looked at Qin Yu in silence for a long time. Then, he slowly let out a breath. Very well, I agree to Mr. Qin's request. Qin Yu nodded and turned to leave. A guard clenched his teeth. Young master, this person is so rude. Are you going to let him leave? Ding Hao sat back down. He picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. He shook his head. You don't understand. He, Ding Hao, was a direct descendant of the Ding family. Just how proud was he? How could he easily take a fancy to a woman? Chapter 932. Some people said that because of the cruel murder of the Heavenly Punishment Bureau, countless subjects of the Empire were haunted by resentful ghosts and evil energies. As a result, they couldn't be bathed in sunlight all year round. They could only stay in the darkness day after day, never to be freed. Of course, the rumor was false. The reason why it could circulate in the Imperial City for countless years was because it was spread by the Heaven Punishment Bureau. The reason was that this would help increase the mysterious and terrifying aura of the Heaven Punishment Department in the eyes of ordinary people, and increase their deterrence. However, small tricks were small tricks after all. What had truly established the illustrious reputation of the Heaven Punishment Department was its terrifying strength. In the vast Great Chu Empire, no one knew just how many secret agents of the Heaven Punishment Department there were. However, there was one thing that was publicly acknowledged. As long as the Heaven Punishment Bureau wanted to investigate something, the truth would definitely come to light. It was only a matter of time. This kind of investigative ability was naturally even more terrifying in the imperial capital where the Heaven Punishment Department's base of operations was located. Therefore, when the people from Pengcheng City met up with Lei Xiaoyu while concealing their tracks, the Heavenly Punishment Bureau had already recorded it. It has been confirmed that Lei Xiaoyu is still alive. She has an expert following her. Our men have yet to find a chance to approach her. The black-robed executioner's voice was cold and indifferent. The entire process of his narration was like a machine, without the slightest bit of his own emotions. After he finished speaking, he bowed to the lords in the hall. After waiting for several breaths of time for no one to ask any questions, he simply turned and left. Xiao Yunhai closed the file and said indifferently, since we were unable to successfully kill Lei Qianjun, this girl will be of greater use if she's alive. I believe that the situation in Peng City will not worsen for a period of time. Another person said, the teleportation formation has been destroyed and swept into the spatial turbulence. You and I both know how dangerous it is. With Lei Xiaoyu's cultivation, it's almost impossible for him to survive. Perhaps, we should focus our attention on the expert beside her. He took out a jade slip and lifted his hand to touch it. It split into 7 halos of light that each turned into a scroll. These are the information I ordered people to gather about this person. There is no harm in taking a look. It is indeed quite interesting. Xiao Yunhai flipped through it several times and frowned. The database doesn't have any information on Qin Yu's background. The person who retrieved the scroll shook his head. That's the strange part. Our Heavenly Punishment Bureau patrols the world on behalf of the heavens. We have recorded every expert in a small city, and we update the records once every 3 months. We constantly check for loopholes, but we can't find a single trace. This Qin Yu clearly has a great background and is quite strong. Although he hasn't entered the immortal realm, he should have been famous for a long time. But now, the earliest traces of his appearance were in an ordinary nunnery in the Pengcheng district. It's as if he suddenly popped out from a crack in a rock. Indeed, There is something strange about this Qin Yu. For Lei Qianjun to have him bring Lei Xiaoyu to the imperial city, it is clear that he trusts him greatly. This might be a blind spot that we have yet to touch. We should follow up on it to avoid any slip-ups, another person said slowly. Xiao Yunhai nodded. If that's the case, instruct the department to pay close attention to Qin Yu's movements and also investigate this person's identity. One more thing. Ding Hao, a direct descendant of the Ding family, approached Lei Xiaoyu and seemed to be in love with her. Even though it is only a small matter, the Ding clan is different, after all. Should we give them a warning? Xiao Yunhai stood up. There is no need to discuss this matter. You can decide for yourself. After the Ding family received the warning from the Heavenly Punishment Division, they didn't take this matter too seriously. They were well aware of their young master's dissolute ways. Even if they were interested in Peng Cheng's Lei Qianjuan's daughter for a time, after a few days, the novelty would wear off and they would naturally drift apart. But this matter had alarmed the Heavenly Punishment Division. If they didn't respond, it would seem that the Ding family was too arrogant. Even though the Ding family didn't fear the Heavenly Punishment Division at all. After Ding Shi finished busying himself with his daily affairs, he thought for a moment and summoned Ding Hao back. The Divine Seal Saint Stone was about to descend and the Imperial City had been a chaotic mess recently. It was best to remind him lest he stir up trouble. After father and son greeted each other, they exchanged some simple words. Ding Shi dived straight into the main topic, mentioning the Heavenly Punishment Division's warning and Lei Xiaoyu's identity. Moments later, with a loud bang, the teacup shattered on the ground. Ding Shi's complexion paled. You little beast, your wings haven't even hardened yet and you already want to overturn the heavens? Ding Hao smiled bitterly. Father, don't be angry. I have my reasons for choosing the daughter of the Lei family. Ding Shi flicked his sleeves and left. You dared to disobey me because of the old ancestors' protection. I will report this matter. Prepare yourself. His cultivation and talent were mediocre. He had his current status largely because of this outstanding son of the first wife. Naturally, he valued Ding Hao greatly. The Lei family of Pengcheng City was a topic of discussion in the manners of the imperial city. Even though they were safe and sound for the time being, since the Heavenly Punishment Division had taken action, it represented the will of the imperial family. Ding Hao couldn't show the slightest sign of a mistake on this matter. Few people in the world knew how old the old ancestor of the Ding family was. He reclined on a soft couch all day long as if he would take his last breath at any moment. But many years had passed and generations of people had died, but he still lived listlessly. In the early years, a fortune teller in the imperial city had looked at the old ancestor of the Ding family from afar and declared on the spot that even if the imperial city was empty, this old ancestor would live to the end. Afterwards, the fortune teller's whereabouts were unknown. Someone had investigated in secret, but after receiving some sort of warning, they finally gave up. As the true old ancestor of the Ding family, his bloodline had flourished and he had produced tens of thousands of descendants. Even now, only a few dozen people were qualified to receive an audience with him. Ding Hao was definitely one of the top-ranked juniors. Many years ago, the old ancestor of the Ding family had expressed his fondness for this grandson. Greetings, old ancestor. Ding Hao bowed respectfully. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times before standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The old ancestor of the Ding family raised his eyelids and smiled weakly. Speak. You have wandered the world of mortals until now. Why have you chosen the daughter of the Lei family? Faced with the old ancestor's question, Ding Hao naturally didn't dare to use the perfunctory response he had given Ding Shi before. He thought for a few breaths of time and said, Old ancestor, I feel that this woman has great destiny. If I can marry her, I will obtain great benefits in the future. A bright light flashed in his half-closed eyes. The old ancestor of the Ding family lightly tapped the arm of the soft couch. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Ding Hao said solemnly, I am sure. Lei Xiaoyu, the youngest daughter of Lei Qianjun of Pengcheng City, was pushed by the Heaven Punishment Bureau when she was young. Through confusion ghost of Wu Ling City, a poisonous insect was placed in her body. This woman has lived to this day because Lei Qianjun has sought help from many sources. But heaven's will cannot be defied, and she does not have much time left in her. Even so, you still believe that she has destiny and can help you accomplish great things in the future. Ding Hao's eyes flickered. After a while, he took a deep breath. Yes, I still believe that she is the one I should choose the most. A hint of praise flashed in the eyes of the old ancestor of the Ding family. Disregarding his judgment, his grandson's will was very firm. Anyone who achieved great things had a firm heart. If one could not even persevere in their own hearts, how could they overcome all obstacles and reach the other shore of success? Waving his hand, he said, I already know your intentions. Until the holy stone of the divine seal descends, do not see her again. If you still do not change your mind after this matter is over, I will allow this matter. Old ancestor. Ding Shi's expression changed. The old ancestor of the Ding family waved his hand and said no more. The father and son bowed and excused themselves. When the surroundings quieted down, a person walked out from behind the curtain. He wore a long Taoist robe, and his black hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin. He obviously did not try to hide himself and only stood behind the curtain. However, Ding Shi and Ding Hao did not notice his existence from beginning to end. The Taoist bowed and said faintly, since Elder Ding wants to stop him, why give Ding Hao hope? The old ancestor of the Ding family glanced at him. The daughter of the Lei family must have come to the imperial city for the heaven-eradicating abyss. Lei Qianjun must have received some news and wanted to use the original god's corpse to hatch his Gu worm. Unfortunately, His Majesty's plan is fated to fail. Once the daughter of the Lei family dies, Ding Hao will understand that everything in this world can only be obtained with enough power. The Taoist sighed emotionally. Elder Ding indeed thinks highly of Ding Hao. The old ancestor of the Ding family smiled. Back then, you said that I could outlive everyone in the imperial city. You were right, and I have this confidence. However, there are millions of variables in the world. I can live without changing, but I can't guarantee that I will always be able to avoid the invasion of variables. The family is big. We should always prepare for a rainy day and choose a qualified successor. At least, the Ding family can continue its bloodline. The Taoist shook his head. Elder Ding, you are too serious. The old ancestor of the Ding family closed his eyes. If I am alive, one word is too much. However, if I die, even thousands of words cannot explain the calamity that the Ding family will have to endure. While the old ancestor of the Ding family was talking about his life and death, a carriage that was completely gold and seemed to be wrapped in flames came from outside the majestic Great Chu imperial city. It was like a giant sun that released heat and light everywhere, tearing apart all darkness and evil. The Li family has bestowed a golden crow carriage to the emperor. The guards at the city gate paled. They knelt on the ground, their foreheads touching the ground. Greetings, sir. The passers-by all retreated and lowered their heads, revealing reverence and shock. Of the four great families of the imperial city, the Ding, the Xiao, the Mo, and the Li were the most respected. The first three families had the most clansmen and mostly lived in the surrounding areas of the imperial city. Only the Li family, as long as they were talented, would go to the back of the mountain and be stationed at the front lines of the human race. To protect the Great Chu dynasty, they would fight with the Oppum family in blood. Every year, many of their sons and nephews would die on the battlefield. Because of this, to show the Li family's contributions and their unparalleled loyalty to the imperial family, His Majesty bestowed the Golden Crow carriage from the imperial carriage. It was an unparalleled honor in the Great Chu dynasty. So, even though the Li family only had a group of mediocre juniors and an empty mansion in the imperial city, they still occupied one of the four great families. After so many years, few people dared to offend them. Although they didn't know who was driving the Golden Crow carriage to the imperial city today, it was definitely an important person of the Li family. Who dared to be disrespectful? The Golden Crow carriage silently opened by itself, and a single-armed old man with a sword on his back walked out with large strides. His gaze swept the imperial city before him, and amidst his complicated gaze was a trace of pride. A white-clothed young woman followed behind him. Her blade master clothes were ramrod straight, her hair was bound with a silver belt, and her expression was indifferent while her entire body emitted an icy cold aura. After she raised her hand and put away the golden crow carriage, the young woman followed behind the single-armed old man and walked towards the main entrance of the imperial city with large strides, and she acted as if she didn't notice the shocked gazes in the surroundings. After a short moment, the news of the Li family's direct descendant daughter, Li Hongye, riding the golden crow carriage to the imperial city spread throughout the imperial city like a gale. Although she was only one person, she represented the entire Li family, and it was like an enormous rock sinking into the world, and it was sufficient to cause the undercurrents of rage in the imperial city to surge even more violently. Chapter 933. As the Li family's sword fanatic swept through the imperial city with his sword, causing countless sword masters to hate and revere him, Qin Yu and Lei Xiaoyu were enjoying the peace and tranquility after the storm. Outside Tower was indeed well informed. It was unknown how they learned of Lei Xiaoyu's identity. Although no one in the imperial city was optimistic about Rock City's future, she was still Lei Chenjuan's most beloved daughter, someone that even the royal family couldn't do anything to. Her treatment was raised to the highest level, and even the Heavenly Punishment Division no longer bothered Lei Xiaoyu. They certainly didn't want to stir up any trouble. The manager ordered the kitchen to prepare many specialties of Rock City. But what was puzzling was that Courtyard 73 had never made any requests to the kitchen. Instead, in terms of logistics, a massive amount of cooking utensils and food was sent to Courtyard 73. As long as Lei Xiaoyu behaved herself, then let alone these requests, she could even set fire to the house. The manager would give her whatever she wanted with a wave of his hand. Thus, Qin Yu thoroughly enjoyed the so-called good food flowing down like water and all sorts of fine wines flowing into his arms. It was also at this time that Qin Yu discovered that Lei Xiaoyu really did enjoy cooking to begin with. Besides that, she also enjoyed the sense of accomplishment she felt when Qin Yu cleanly ate the dishes she had carefully prepared. Qin Yu asked her about this. Lei Xiaoyu blushed red and said in a small voice that she had a dream ever since she was a child. That was to peacefully find someone to marry, have children, and make delicious food for them every day. She didn't want to be glamorous, she just wanted to be safe. After a moment of silence, Qin Yu rubbed her head and told her that he also hoped to live such a life one day. But unfortunately, this sort of peaceful time would eventually come to an end. As Great Chu's Tianshu announced that the Divine Seal Saint Stone would arrive in 5 days, the entire imperial city was stirred. Countless young cultivators gathered from all over, their eyes burning with anticipation. But unfortunately, not everyone had the qualifications to bathe in the radiance of the Divine Seal Saint Stone. Thus, a massive examination began under the management of Great Chu's Tianshu. All cultivators within the borders of Great Chu that hadn't entered the divinity realm had the qualifications to participate. Survival of the fittest. This world was unfair to begin with. The resources obtained by the elites became stronger and the lowly became even more insignificant. But in reality, the injustice of the world was far from what could be seen on the surface. Any activity that was controlled by anyone with the goal of screening would definitely have loopholes and dark curtains that light couldn't shine through. It was the same for the assessment of the Divine Seal Saint Stone. Even though it had yet to begin, many people had already gotten their tickets. This was special treatment. Of course, because Qin Yu was with Lei Xiaoyu today, he was also one of the members who enjoyed special treatment. Therefore, for 3 consecutive days, during the busiest and most tense period of the exam, they still stayed in the inn, waiting to go through the motions. On the last day of the examination, he couldn't delay any longer. Qin Yu finished eating the last dish and smiled. "We should also go." Lei Xiaoyu was a bit reluctant. She looked around and said, "Big brother Qin, stay a little longer. Once we leave, we won't be able to return." After participating in the test, her identity as the beloved daughter of the Peng City Lord would be made public. Naturally, she couldn't continue staying in Lu Wailu. In order to show their kindness to the experts who were in theft and represented Tian Shou and Mu, even if they weren't here, the imperial city still built luxurious mansions for them. Peng City also had a massive thunder mansion in the imperial city. Qin Yu shook his head. "Let's go. Everything that needs to be taken away is already in my mind. There is no need to miss a courtyard. On the surface, the Peng City cultivators had already prepared a magnificent carriage. In the driver's seat sat Xiong Shui and Ban Bu pulling the carriage. One was the old horse with a strong personality from Riverwater City, and the other was lame and had an ugly appearance. But at this time, the old horse with a strong personality was constantly trying to get closer, snorting and snorting. But as soon as it revealed the slightest sign, the lame horse would become enraged and open its mouth to bite it. The old horse would hurriedly dodge to the side. Then, after a while, it would snort again and try to get closer, repeating this process over and over again. Qin Yu boarded the carriage. He looked at it with a bit of helplessness and amusement. He patted the window and said, "All right, let's go." The two horses immediately became well-behaved. They obediently pulled the carriage towards Heaven's Pivot. The Peng City cultivators were secretly surprised. They thought that this Mr. Qin was someone that the city lord thought highly of and even entrusted the young miss to him. He was indeed a bit different. Just now, they had tried many times to make the two horses behave themselves. But before they could get closer, they were glared back. That's right, glared back. These two horses didn't look like much, but their eyes were so sharp that it made one's hair stand on end. An hour later, they smoothly arrived at Heaven's Pivot. Looking at the sea of people outside the window, Qin Yu couldn't help but frown. On the last day, there were actually so many people. In truth, those that should have come had already come several days ago. But after failing, there would always be people that weren't willing and would try again. There were many people that thought this way, so it wasn't strange for these people to come on the last day of the examination. Qin Yu frowned. He turned his head to look behind him. A sword light howled towards him, stopping in midair to reveal the figure of a female cultivator. She wore a snow-white Blademaster robe and had her hair tied up with a silver band. Even though Qin Yu hadn't taken a single step out of outside tower these past days, he still recognized her at a glance. The Li family's sword maniac, Li Hongye. Ever since she stepped into the imperial city, she had challenged nearly every day and had yet to suffer a defeat. In fact, no one had been able to force her to erupt with her strongest strength. She could be called the person with the greatest limelight amongst the younger generation in the imperial city. Moreover, the most important point was that Li Hongye had yet to step into the divine realm. There were already rumors that she would borrow the divine seal Saint Stone as a final test. She would reflect upon the flaws in her swordsmanship and make up for them. That would be the day she would break through her shackles and step into the divine realm. Such a Li Hongye's future achievements could be imagined. She would naturally be the focus of all. The Li family's sword maniac. She really came. To be able to witness the glory of the sword maniac, this trip to the imperial city wasn't in vain. As they discussed, countless gazes gathered, filled with envy and jealousy. Soon, two cultivators flew out from Heaven's Pivot. They wore starry robes and cupped their hands together in greeting. "Miss Li, please follow us." Li Hongye coldly nodded. She followed the two people into Heaven's Pivot. From start to finish, there was silence. No one expressed any objections. With the reputation of the sword maniac, this was the treatment she deserved. Before everyone could turn their envious eyes away, there was the sound of breaking air. With a whoosh, the light scattered and Mo Yuan's figure appeared. She cupped her hands together. Heaven's Punishment Dome, Mo Yuan requests to participate in the assessment. Whoosh, the crowd was thrown into an uproar once more. No one thought that the two most dazzling women in the imperial city would appear one after another. The brilliance of the sword maniac came from her descent like a star and the sword in her hand. Mo Yuan's brilliance came from her status, talent, and merits. Disregarding everything else, it was rumored that Mo Yuan had participated in the death of the great dragon overlord, a super powerhouse of the open race. Just this point alone was enough to make her an outstanding talent of the younger generation. The two Heaven's Pivot cultivators that sent Li Hongye away flew back once more. After greeting each other, they welcomed her in. Qin Yu looked away and revealed a faint smile. So she was actually so famous in the imperial city. Moreover, he could sense that Mo Yuan's aura was more than twice as strong as it was before. It could be said that she had been reborn. As he thought, while he was improving, the other geniuses of this world didn't stop growing either. If he wanted to maintain his superiority in strength and lead the way, he couldn't be careless in the slightest, otherwise he would eventually be eliminated by the times. Lei Xiaoyu blinked her eyes. Big brother Qin, you know Mo Yuan? Qin Yu nodded. I used another identity to interact with her, but she doesn't recognize me now. Don't reveal any flaws. Oh. Lei Xiaoyu nodded obediently. She thought, I won't let her know that Big Brother Qin is Big Brother Qin. You used to be very eye-catching, and now you've become even more eye-catching. You have to hide well. Mo Yuan followed the two into the heavens pivot. After a moment, a new decision was issued. In order to ensure that the assessment was successfully completed, anyone who had participated more than twice and failed would not be allowed to continue. There was a wave of restlessness. Countless cultivators loudly complained, their eyes filled with unwillingness. But in the end, they all fell silent. Heaven's Pivot's decision must have been approved by the Imperial Palace and could no longer be changed. Of course, the most important reason was that most cultivators were well aware that they had already failed twice. Even if they were given another chance, their chances of success would be nearly zero. The crowd in front of them began to scatter. Perhaps because they didn't want to leave this stage too early, they retreated to the side and didn't leave. An hour later, Qin Yu pulled Lei Xiaoyu out of the carriage. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a cold and gloomy gaze on him. He looked up and saw who it was. Their eyes met and Qin Yu's complexion changed. Kui Yongji. Now, he was wearing a wide starry robe and standing at the entrance to the Heaven's Pivot. He had actually become a Heaven's Pivot cultivator of Great Chu. He furrowed his eyebrows. When he first arrived at the exit of the mysterious world, he had relied on the world key to kill with a single glance and could even lock onto someone's aura. But he hadn't been able to find Kui Yongji's aura. It was clear he had left ahead of time. Qin Yu even suspected that the first person to sneak attack someone and complete the blood sacrifice was this person. Otherwise, with his severely wounded state at the time, it wouldn't have been easy for him to survive the chaotic battle. Lei Xiaoyu followed Qin Yu's gaze and also saw Kui Yongji. Her complexion changed and she subconsciously grabbed onto Qin Yu. I'm fine. Qin Yu whispered. Then, he stepped forwards. Today, their statuses were different. Even if they met again, it was impossible for them to directly attack each other. Seeing Qin Yu and Lei Xiaoyu approach, Kui Yongji sneered. He said a few words to the people beside him and then turned to leave. Looking in the direction he left, Qin Yu remained expressionless. When the two of them had been on the verge of death, if it weren't for Lei Xiaoyu awakening her control over thunder and forcefully intervening, he feared he would have died. And in order to escape, Kui Yongji must have paid an extremely heavy price. There was already a life or death enmity between the two of them that could not be resolved. If this person left now, it wasn't because he was afraid of escaping. Rather, it likely wasn't simple at all. A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He didn't feel any fear in his heart. Let alone the fact that Kui Yongji wouldn't give up, even if he wanted to escape, he wouldn't allow it. It was just that he couldn't kill him for the time being. After we enter, you must follow by my side. Lei Xiaoyu nodded. After verifying their cultivation and obtaining the token, the two of them smoothly stepped into the Heaven's Pivot. Without special treatment, they could only follow the crowd and wait in line for the examination. In truth, the process was quick and simple. The Great Chu had used the Divine Seal Saint Stone as the original and had replicated many smaller versions of the examination stones. It was said that only those who had opened up at least 3 paths to the divinity realm could pass the test. Of course, this wasn't absolute. But in the end, it all depended on one's own strength. Qin Yu smoothly passed the test. Even if he didn't enjoy any special privileges, his strength was more than enough. Next was Lei Xiaoyu. At this time, the examination was temporarily halted. To the outside, it was announced that Heaven's Pivot had temporarily made personnel changes to prevent cheating. A moment later, an indifferent Kui Yongji appeared beside the examination stone. He coldly said, "Continue." Lei Xiaoyu paled. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. His gaze fell on Lei Xiaoyu. At this time, the air seemed to fluctuate. Kui Yongji glanced at him. Qin Yu, since you have passed the examination, leave. Qin Yu had no expression. I was entrusted by the city lord to come here with Miss Lei today. I will naturally leave with her. By mentioning Lei Qianjun, he was putting pressure on him so that he wouldn't act rashly. Kui Yongji's lips curled up. Good. If you want to wait, then wait. He looked at Lei Xiaoyu. Don't delay. Begin immediately. Qin Yu nodded. Lei Xiaoyu clenched her teeth. She walked to the examination stone and placed her hand on it. This was a quota that had already been decided beforehand. She had tampered with the token in her hand so that as long as she approached the examination stone, it would be triggered. Hum. 3 lights appeared one after another, indicating that 3 paths to the divinity realm had been opened. But at this time, Lei Xiaoyu's body shook and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her complexion paled and the 3 lights on the examination stone rapidly extinguished. Chapter 934. Stop. Qin Yu stepped forwards, his aura instantly erupting. Miss Lei is the beloved daughter of the Rock City Master, so who dares to be insolent? The Heavens Pivot cultivator hesitated. Kui Yongji sneered, so what if you're the Peng City Lord? No matter how strong he is still a subject of my Imperial Chu and must abide by the Empire's laws. The descent of the Divine Seal Saint Stone concerns the future fate of billions of cultivators. No one is allowed to cheat. Violators will be severely punished. This is the Imperial Edict of His Majesty of Great Chu, the one who wields the peerless national weapon and authority. What are you standing there for? Take Lei Xiaoyu down. There was a loud cheer. Countless cultivators in the long line revealed looks of resentment. The city lord of Peng City is so impressive, but this is the Imperial City. How dare you behave so atrociously here? You cheated in the examination. There must be a conclusion to this matter, or we will not let this matter rest. Vent my hatred. Over the years, there have always been some vermin who would snatch the spots that we should have. This lord's actions are the true bearing of a subject of my Chu dynasty. I'll surely capture this woman and make her pay the price she deserves. Lei Xiaoyu's body trembled, and her face grew paler. Qin Yu walked in front of her and turned around, shielding her behind him. Sparks exploded in Kui Yongji's eyes and his voice became even colder. Qin Yu, you dare to obstruct Heaven's Pivot from enforcing the law. Your crimes are even worse. This was the result he wanted. Lei Xiaoyu's status was high, and she had already obtained the quota by default. Even if she was taken away today, the matter would be left unsettled. What Kui Yongji truly wanted was to use this opportunity to enrage Qin Yu. As long as he dared to show the slightest bit of resistance, he could borrow the strength of Heaven's Pivot to kill him. Qin Yu's lips curled up. His icy cold eyes revealed a mocking light. He lightly said, Sir, you keep saying that Miss Lei cheated, but what evidence do you have? What if it's a slander, a frame-up, or even a conspiracy? What should we do? Heaven's Pivot has its own means of inspection. If Miss Lei is truly innocent, I will definitely give her justice. A calm voice rang out, and the sound of footsteps could be heard as several cultivators approached. Dub and the others bowed. Greetings, Grand Star Observatory. The restless and excited cultivators all shut their mouths, revealing looks of awe. The air quieted down. The corner of Kui Yongji's mouth twitched. That damnable junior seemed to have sensed something. Things were starting to deviate from their original course. But even so, he was not afraid. At most, he would give up this opportunity. There would be plenty of time in the future. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. May I ask who you are? Gao Xian's simple face was expressionless. Dub Grand Observatory, Gao Xian. Qin Yu said, you can make decisions. Gao Xian glanced at him. Yes. There seemed to be stars circulating in his eyes, giving off a mysterious feeling, as if he could see through all the secrets of the world. Unfortunately, the Qin Yu in front of him seemed to be wrapped in endless fog. No matter how profound his eyesight was, all he could see was a blur. He subconsciously furrowed his brows. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. If that's the case, Then I ask the Grand Star Observatory to step forward and restore Miss Lei's innocence. He turned and drew back to the side, giving her a reassuring look. Gao Xian retracted his gaze, raised his hand, and pressed forward. Resplendent starlight erupted from his hand, enveloping Lei Xiaoyu within. After a few breaths, he raised his eyebrows and slowly said, "I haven't found a way to cheat." Kui Yongji didn't panic. He bowed respectfully. There are countless ways to observe the stars in the world. The best way to test it is for Miss Lei to try again. If she can once again form a connection with the assessment stone without revealing any abnormalities, I will willingly accept the punishment. Gao Xian nodded. Of course. Lei Xiaoyu bit her lips. But at this time, Qin Yu's voice sounded out in her ears. Don't be afraid. Just step forward. Her heart calmed down. Lei Xiaoyu took a deep breath. I ask the Grand Star Observatory to clear my name. She walked to the side of the assessment stone and pressed her hand down. The moment her palm touched the stone, there was a buzzing sound as 3 lights lit up. Then, after a breath of time, a 4th light appeared. Kui Yongji's eyes widened, disbelief on his face. His first thought was that this was impossible. He had already obtained information about Lei Xiaoyu. She hadn't even opened up a single road to the divine realm, so how could she possibly trigger a reaction? Could it be that she had another token on her body? Gao Xian's eyes blazed like torches as he looked at Lei Xiaoyu. He could faintly feel that something was wrong, but he couldn't sense anything. This was because this was indeed a strength that came from Lei Xiaoyu's body. There was no mistake about it. Lei Xiaoyu drew back. Grand Star Observatory? Gao Xian's eyes drooped. Kui Yongji, your judgment was wrong. Apologize to Miss Lei. Hold on. There was a loud shout. A Rock City cultivator ran over, his face full of shame as he bowed. Miss, I came late and caused you to be alarmed. Once this matter is over, I will ask for punishment from the city lord. He turned, his voice icy cold. Grand Star Observatory, just how honored is my family's misstatus? Do you think an apology is enough to resolve this humiliation today? 4 roads to the divine realm. Lei Xiaoyu had quietly opened up 4 roads to the divine realm, and this was under the premise that the miss had suffered from a serious illness when she was young and had yet to recover. Stationed in the imperial city, Dan Hong, the public face of Rock City, felt that he had finally found the reason why the city lord valued Lei Xiaoyu so highly. His family's miss was a true cultivation genius. If Lei Xiaoyu could recover from her injuries, her future would be limitless. Quietly, Lei Xiaoyu's importance in Dan Hong's heart increased by 10 times. He certainly wanted to take this opportunity to fiercely express his loyalty in front of the miss, not even hesitating to offend Tianshu. Grand Star Observatory did indeed have a high status, but so what? He was a trusted aide of Rock City. In this massive imperial city, he was an anomaly. As long as the city lord was safe and Rock City was as stable as Mount Tai, no one would dare move against him. There was no need for him to feel any scruples. Gao Xian frowned. What do you want? Dan Hong was about to speak when he suddenly paused. After several breaths of time, his complexion became even colder. I suspect that the miss was plotted against by someone just now, and the one who did it was him. Kui Yongji sneered. What nonsense. In front of everyone, when did I do anything? Grand Star Observatory is here, so even if you are a subordinate of Rock City, you shouldn't be too insolent. Gao Xian remained expressionless. If there is no evidence, then even if Lei Qianjun were to personally appear, he wouldn't be able to save you. Dan Hong sneered. He turned and moved to the side. Mr. Qin, I ask that you step forward. Sure, many eyes gathered. Kui Yongji's heart shrank. Although he had absolute confidence in his own abilities, he still felt a trace of fear when facing Qin Yu. Qin Yu said, Grand Star Observatory, so what if you have evidence? Gao Xian said, you will be severely punished. Good. I ask Grand Star Observatory to verify whether or not my Rock City has falsely accused Mr. Kui. Qin Yu lifted a hand and patted Lei Xiaoyu. Several wisps of black energy instantly shook out from her body. This thing seemed to have a mind of its own as it screamed and fled towards Kui Yongji. At this point, there was no need for further words. Whoosh, in an uproar, countless cultivators widened their eyes, all of them filled with disbelief. If even Dub, the one who managed the examination, was so dark, then how could this examination be trusted at all? The entire audience fell deathly silent. Gao Xian's complexion paled. The cold light in his eyes wished he could freeze Kui Yongji. Take him down. Kui Yongji sighed inwardly, deliberately revealing a look of panic. This subordinate pleads guilty and is willing to accept punishment. Qin Yu glanced at him and lifted a hand. Grand Star Observatory, I was entrusted by City Lord Lei to bring Xiaoyu to the Imperial City. Now that she has been injured, I ask that you give me a chance so that I can personally take revenge. Sure, the atmosphere changed once more. Many people's eyes widened. They thought that these people from Rock City were actually so fierce. Not only did they overturn a Dub cultivator, but they also wanted to take revenge themselves. Although this was pleasing, they didn't place Dub in their eyes at all. Moreover, Gao Xian's Grand Star Observatory's attitude had always been firm and unyielding. He had even slapped down the face of the 4 great families of the Imperial City. As expected, Gao Xian revealed a displeased expression. He coldly said, I will deal with Dub and give Miss Lei an explanation. There is no need to speak of anything else. Qin Yu lightly said, Grand Star Observatory, I believe you are well aware that after today's events, it will inevitably deal a blow to Dub's reputation. If my Peng City doesn't let it go and make a big fuss about this matter, this blow will be multiplied. Facing Gao Xian's increasingly cold eyes, Qin Yu's speed didn't change. He continued to say, Today, I do not request that Mr. Kui be taken away. As long as he can withstand a single strike from me, no matter what the result is, I guarantee that Rock City will not pursue this matter any further. I can even cooperate with Dub to minimize the impact. I wonder what Grand Star Observatory thinks. Gao Xian stared at Qin Yu, nebulas swirling in the depths of his eyes. He didn't believe that Qin Yu proposed this on his own initiative because of Dub. This person must have some other plan. But Qin Yu's cultivation hadn't reached the divine realm. Even if he had some cards in his hand, could he really kill someone with a single strike? Kui Yongji shouted out loud, Grand Star Observatory, because of my personal grudge with Rock City, I attacked Miss Lei in a moment of confusion and ruined the reputation of my Dub. I am filled with incomparable regret and fear. I ask Grand Star Observatory to give me a chance to make up for my mistakes as much as possible. In the world of the Blood Moon, he had once fought Qin Yu in close combat. This boy was truly a monster. He hadn't even entered the divine realm, but he was already ridiculously strong. He didn't dare to fight him head-on, but if it was just a single strike, Kui Yongji naturally wouldn't fear it. Gao Xian let out a long breath. All right, I agree. He flicked his sleeves and starlight sprinkled down, freezing the void. Li Hongye was expressionless. She indifferently looked into the distance. What was happening left the 2 Dub cultivators embarrassed. Who is this person? Hearing her question break the silence, the 2 Dub cultivators relaxed. They hurriedly said, Miss Li, please wait a moment. After inquiring, one of them said, this person's name is Qin Yu. He comes from Rock City. Li Hongye's thoughts stirred. She suddenly thought back to several months ago when she was in Rock City. She had felt the residual shockwaves of a cultivator shaking the Heaven and Earth Dragon Gate. At that time, she had told her teacher that if this person appeared in the Imperial City, she would cut him down with her sword. Today, it was a cultivator from Rock City. With a cultivation that hadn't reached the divine realm, he actually dared to make such a request. Just how arrogant was he? For some unknown reason, Li Hongye's sword heart began to stir. She was filled with curiosity towards what would happen next. She was a bit surprised by this but soon composed herself. Since she was curious, she would continue watching. Once she learned the result, she would no longer be curious. Chapter 935. Almost at the same time that Sword Maniac asked this question, Mo Yuan also asked the Heaven Pivot cultivator the same question. Rock City, Qin Yu. She thought to herself. Deep in her eyes, there was a trace of surprise. She didn't know why, but after seeing this person, she felt a sense of familiarity. But no matter how she searched through her memories, she couldn't find any trace of him. This situation caused Mo Yuan to gradually frown. Her expression fell into the eyes of the heaven pivot cultivator beside her. He immediately smiled and said, "Miss Mo, there is no need to worry. With this person's cultivation, he won't be able to stir up any waves." Before entering the divinity realm, all were mortals. The difference in life levels was like the difference between the heavens and earth. Only someone as strong as Mo Yuan or Sword Maniac Li, who was in another building not far away, could fight someone of a higher cultivation level. But such an existence was like the dazzling stars in the skies of the Great Chu Empire. They were peerless geniuses that rarely appeared. How could Qin Yu compare to them? Hearing this, Mo Yuan's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. There was a trace of unhappiness in her heart. This inexplicable change in her mood left her stunned. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Let's continue watching. At this time, within Heaven Pivot, everyone's attention was gathered. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Mr. Kui, I will make my move." Kui Yongji coldly sneered. "Good." With a step, the ground rumbled as if a mountain were crashing down, causing the frozen void to tremble. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed out a finger. Gao Xian's eyes brightened. No wonder this person dared to make such a request. His strength was truly astonishing. Although he hadn't entered the divinity realm, the might of this strike wasn't weak even amongst those at the divinity realm. This strike might cause Kui Yongji's blood to tumble, but at most he would suffer some injuries. Was this the result that Qin Yu wanted? Gao Xian frowned. Although everything was in his eyes, his intuition told him that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Within Li Hongye's body, the cry of a sword echoed out. A look of surprise appeared in her eyes. It was him, it was actually him. The world was truly vast and there were actually so many coincidences. Although Qin Yu had just pointed his finger and hadn't released its full might, she was certain that he wasn't wrong. Indeed, as her teacher had said, the aura of this supernatural power was extremely mysterious. Even with her sword heart cultivation, she still couldn't grasp all traces. But even so, it was not difficult to estimate the approximate power. It might be able to injure ordinary immortal realms with this attack, but it was not enough to do more. Unfortunately, even though the divine ability was exquisite beyond compare, it was like casting pearls before swine. This person's strength was limited, unable to display the power he should have at all. If that was all, he would only be worthy of her looking at him a few more times. He was not worthy of her drawing her sword. Kui Yongji's tense heart suddenly relaxed. As he thought, even if Qin Yu had cards in his hand, they were still within a controllable range. Although his strength had not fully recovered, it was not difficult for him to block this attack. At most, he would spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. If so, he had to thank Qin Yu for giving him a chance to salvage the situation. Otherwise, if he wanted to extricate himself from this matter today, he would have had to expend even more energy. Exhaling, Kui Yongji raised his hand and pressed forward. A blazing light erupted. It was actually a kind of blazing starlight, like the light of the sun in the sky. Grand sun raging flame, I didn't expect Deacon Kui's cultivation to have reached this level. My heavenly pivot secret art condenses the light of the sun. My attacks are extremely domineering, and I've never lost to anyone in a head-on clash. With this attack, it is more than enough to protect himself. This Qin Yu will only be a joke. The surrounding heavenly pivot cultivators all let out sighs of relief. Although Kui Yongji was in the wrong, their positions had already been decided. Cut. With a loud shout, Kui Yongji thrust his hands forwards. The blazing light of the sun rumbled through the skies like a rainbow. Dan Hong's complexion was ugly. When he received Qin Yu's sound transmission, he had changed his stance and cooperated with him. Who knew things would turn out like this? If he ended up like this, Rock City would surely suffer a great loss of face. He feared that the city lord would blame him for his incompetence, and his hopes of flattering Lei Xiaoyu would fall through. Thinking of this, Dan Hong couldn't help but curse inwardly. If you don't have a diamond, why are you doing this? You are simply harming others and yourself. But at this time, there was a loud cracking sound in his ears. Although it wasn't loud, it set off great waves in his heart. It was like he had been struck by a bolt of thunder. Dan Hong fiercely looked up. Then, he subconsciously opened his mouth and his eyes widened, making one worry that his eyeballs would pop out of their sockets in the next moment. The dazzling light of the sun, which exuded a scorching aura and caused one's heart to palpitate, actually burst like a bubble before everyone's eyes. That's right, with that light sound just now, it had broken into countless pieces. Each piece tumbled in the air before rapidly dissipating. Kui Yongji's heart nearly stopped beating. The cold mockery in his eyes froze and then turned into endless fear. Without any hesitation, he howled out loud. All of his aura crazily erupted and he rapidly drew backwards. But all of this didn't seem to have much meaning. Kui Yongji's retreating body froze and his chest instantly caved in. Then, his crushed flesh, blood, and organs tore through his back, forming a hole that pierced through his chest. If this was it, then to a divine realm cultivator, this would only be considered a relatively serious mortal wound that could be healed after some time of rest. But the most terrifying aspect of this hole wasn't that it killed or injured Kui Yongji, but that it pierced through some sort of perfectly sealed force field around him, exposing his true aura that he had been trying his best to hide. The moment this aura appeared, it was like ink being poured into clear water. It spread outwards, forming a tumbling black fog around his body. At the same time, it released a yin chill that all cultivators could clearly feel. This scene caused everyone that had been shocked by Qin Yu's attack to instantly regain their composure. Their eyes widened and shock filled their faces. Great Dao Plunderer. He is a great Dao Plunderer. This was the first time Qin Yu had heard of this title. Although he didn't understand the meaning behind it, he could tell from everyone's reactions that his goal had been achieved. From the start, he knew that unless he used the formidable sword intent he comprehended in the world of the Blood Moon, it would be impossible for him to kill Kui Yongji in a single strike. But when it came to killing someone, there were always many ways to accomplish it. If he didn't have a chance to face it head-on, then he would just have to change his way of thinking. Kui Yongji did his best to hide his aura, and this aura caused Qin Yu to feel incomparably disgusted and ominous. If so, then there must be a problem, and now it seemed that his guess was correct. Qin Yu stepped forwards and drew back. He had done what he needed to do, so there was no need to do anything else. For things like enemies, it was fine as long as they smoothly died. Whether or not he killed them with his own hands, in his opinion, he could accept it. Gao Xian attacked. Without hesitation, he lifted a hand and grasped forwards. The frozen space instantly contracted, imprisoning Kui Yongji within. His expression was dignified and his eyes were filled with shock. He clearly didn't expect that there would be a great Dao Plunderer hidden within Heaven's Pivot. He absolutely could not allow Kui Yongji to live. Otherwise, there was a high chance that he would be used by others to attack Heaven's Pivot, causing the situation to expand without limit. Killing intent surged in Gao Xian's heart. He shouted out loud, "In my Great Chu territory, all great Dao plunderers are to be executed on the spot upon discovery." Die. Bang! The distorted space violently collapsed. Kui Yongji's shrill screams echoed out from within. He glared at Qin Yu, the hatred in his eyes nearly tangible. Even at this moment, he still couldn't believe that things had developed to this point, but it was clear that after his true identity was exposed, today was the day he would die. Let alone facing the Grand Observatory Star, he had no confidence he could escape. And even if he could, he would still be executed by his master. Qin Yu! Qin Yu! Kui Yongji roared towards the sky, and the rolling black gas around him erupted with a loud rumble. It turned into a raging black flame, and burned wantonly. Kacha, Kacha, the spatial shackles that were strangling him shattered inch by inch, turning into countless specks of starlight that dissipated. Since this was a hopeless situation, he didn't hesitate to pay any price to drag Qin Yu down with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing. Even if he died, he wouldn't be willing. Gao Xian's face was gloomy. He lifted his hand where Dub was, and the skies darkened. The images of the sun, moon, and stars appeared, sprinkling down millions upon millions of rays of light. The Grand Star Observatory was the highest title of Heaven's Pivot. In the entire Great Chu Empire, There were only 3 of them, and each one had a peak divine realm cultivation. By borrowing the power of the stars in the heavens, they could even erupt with strength that surpassed their own limits. At this moment, when Jiao Xian made his move, it was clear that he was truly angered. The entire imperial city could clearly sense the rage of a great observatory. They all turned to look. With Kui Yongji's cultivation base, even if he risked his life, he would still stand a chance against an enraged Grand Star Observatory. But what was surprising was that he was a Heaven's Pivot cultivator to begin with. What he cultivated was the Starlight Wondrous Art, and his attainments in it weren't low. Within the pitch-black flames, golden motes of light suddenly appeared. They were like burning stars in the dark skies. The endless images of the sun, moon, and stars in the skies locked onto Kui Yongji. For a moment, there was a hesitation and fluctuations. For the Grand Stargazer, it only needed a single thought to lock onto the target once more. But this required time. Even if it was only a brief moment, it was more than enough for a divine realm cultivator who was burning himself to the limit. All of the black flames were instantly drawn back into his body. Kui Yongji's body suddenly grew in size. Blue veins bulged out from his exposed flesh and blood. They wriggled and shivered as if they would break apart at any moment. Qin Yu. With a loud roar, like the howl of a demon from the 9 nether hells, the space around Kui Yongji instantly collapsed. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Qin Yu and pointed a finger without hesitation. This finger fell towards the point between Qin Yu's eyebrows. It contained all of his strength and the hatred in his heart. He wanted to destroy Qin Yu and himself, together. The so-called Great Plunderers were those who had sealed off their own path of cultivation. Because of this, they cruelly killed others and extracted their great Daos to fuse into themselves to forcefully increase their cultivation. However, this method was evil and sinister, not tolerated by the heavens and earth's great Daos. Once a cultivator stepped onto this path, they would suffer the wrath of the heavens and earth after they died. Their soul would disintegrate, unable to exist in the world, and their flesh and blood wouldn't be able to return to the earth. From the moment he took this step, Kui Yongji knew that this day would eventually come. But now, he still had unfulfilled wishes. He had patiently waited for so many years, and just as he was about to see hope, it had been destroyed. Kui Yongji's hatred towards Qin Yu reached deep into his marrow and soul. Then let's die together. Qin Yu's eyebrows shot up and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The reason he didn't want to personally kill someone was because he wanted to avoid being discovered by others. He was the one who broke open the world of the Blood Moon, and although he had already left, for some unknown reason, there was always a gloomy feeling in his heart. It was like when he cut apart the Blood Moon, he had already been marked, becoming the prey of some unknown existence in the dark. So, after Qin Yu's sword cut apart the Blood Moon, he tightly wrapped up that sword intent with the sun and moon force field, not letting it leak out into the world. He glanced at Jiao Xian from the corner of his eyes. He was sure that this grand observatory definitely had a way to stop Kui Yongji from attacking. But it was clear that he didn't want to do so. That was right. Whether Kui Yongji lived or died today, because of Qin Yu's existence, Dub's reputation had been thoroughly destroyed. As the Grand Observatory, one of the symbols of Dub's authority, how could he not hate Qin Yu? Perhaps this was how fate played tricks on people. In the world, there were always 80 to 90% things that didn't go according to one's wishes, and most of them went against the Tao. Qin Yu closed his eyes. He lifted a hand and 2 fingers formed a sword edge. Then, he cut down. Chapter 936. Kui Yongji stopped in front of Qin Yu, a strange expression on his face. It seemed as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. The finger that he pointed out was split in half from the tip. The incomparably neat cut seemed to be sealed by an invisible force, and not a single drop of blood flowed out. Then, this cut continued upwards, passing through the palm, wrist, arm, body, head. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Kui Yongji's entire body was cleanly split in half, as if it had been measured with precision. His corpse fell to the sides, but before it could touch the ground, it turned to ash and vanished without a trace. The entire courtyard was deathly silent. Jiao Xian's eyes trembled. He tightly locked onto Qin Yu. In that instant, he he felt an inconceivably sharp and terrifying aura. Even he felt this aura the moment he felt it, his heart chilled, as if he had entered a world of ice and snow. Before he could truly grasp the essence of this aura, it suddenly disappeared, not leaving a single trace behind. It was as if everything had been an illusion, as if it had never appeared. But Qui Yongji's disappearing ash was proof that some sort of terrifying strength had indeed descended upon this world. Jiao Xian's eyes deeply locked onto Qin Yu. From the first moment he saw him, he knew that Qin Yu wasn't as simple as he seemed on the surface. But it was only now that he truly realized that this person had hidden himself deeper than he had imagined. Just who was he? Li Hongye's eyes brightened. On her cold and indifferent face, there was a rare blush of excitement. Sword. It was the aura of a sword. Although it had only descended for a moment before vanishing, she was a natural swordsman. Her brilliant sword heart didn't have a single speck of dust, so she was able to capture its true meaning. Vast, mighty, endless. When she felt its aura, Li Hongye felt as if the entire world was flooded with sword intent. It was as if as long as it slightly shook, the heavens and earth would collapse and all things would be destroyed. Just like Qui Yongji who had been killed, his life force would be completely extinguished. But with Qin Yu's cultivation, it was impossible for him to comprehend or control such a sword intent. He must have some sort of supreme sword treasure on him. In Li Hongye's speculations, it was highly likely that a super powerhouse of the sword had condensed his sword intent into a sword orb after his death. This kind of treasure was extremely rare. Many years ago, when she followed her teacher to pay respects to the patriarch and completed the last step of becoming his disciple, she was fortunate enough to see a sword sphere. It was only the size of a thumb, and its entire body was round. Its surface was uneven and slightly rough, just like a real meatball. When it was cooked in clear water, its fragrance would assail the nostrils. But at that time, under the attack of the sword pellet, the heavens split open, as if the world had been opened. The crazed devil who had reached the peak of the 10,000 Swords Mountain immediately fled while weeping blood, and never appeared in the mortal world again. This also explained why Qin Yu had the ability to kill others, so why did he need to borrow strength from others? This was because the sword sphere was the remnant might of a sword proficiency cultivator. Every time it was used, a portion of its power would be consumed until it finally dissipated. Jiao Xian left to observe the stars, and the examination continued. However, at this moment, the gazes of the crowd were not on the examination stone. Instead, they were focused on the departing couple. Qin Yu's aura was still ordinary, but in the eyes of everyone, his back had become incomparably tall, as if he could pierce through the skies. Dan Hong respectfully followed behind, secretly rejoicing that he had only been thinking about it and hadn't had the chance to show any disrespect, otherwise he would have been in trouble. The city lord truly had a keen eye for talent. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would have believed that Qin Yu possessed such strength? To instantly cut down Qui Yongji, this cultivation was no weaker than that of a legendary proud son of heaven. As they left the heavens pivot, the outside world seemed to know what was happening inside. Countless eyes gathered on them, all of them revealing deep awe. Qin Yu pulled Lei Xiaoyu and walked towards the Rock City caravan. Wherever he went, everyone moved aside. At this time, the cry of a sword rang out from behind him. It flashed and appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Qin Yu frowned. "Please move aside." Li Hongye had a faint expression. "Qin Yu, fight me." Whoosh, countless eyes widened. After a brief moment of shock, they turned to excitement. The Li family's sword fanatic, who had suppressed the imperial city with her sword, actually wanted to challenge the heavens pivot and kill the divine realm Qin Yu in a single strike. This naturally caused everyone's blood to boil over. Qin Yu's frown deepened. "Why?" The Li family's sword fanatic paused, as if she had never encountered such a situation before. Surprise flashed in her eyes. "You want to refuse?" When the divine seal Saint Stone descended, those that passed the test had the qualifications to bathe in their perception and obtain the lucky chances bestowed upon them by the Saint Stone. But, the strength of the perception obtained was also different depending on the position. The closer one was to the Saint Stone, the stronger and clearer their perception would be. How would they arrange their positions? This was a cultivator. Strength was everything. Whoever was stronger would obtain a better position. Thus, when the divine seal Saint Stone descended in the past, if a cultivator was confident they could obtain a better position, they would issue a challenge on their own initiative in order to establish their status. As for those that were challenged, unless there was a great disparity in strength, they wouldn't refuse. Otherwise, their reputation would be swept to the ground. Li Hongye never imagined that Qin Yu, who had plotted to kill Kui Yongji and overturn Heaven's Pivot's reputation, would actually refuse her challenge. But this was the truth. Qin Yu nodded. I refuse. He pulled Lei Xiaoyu, wanting to circle around. Sure, Li Hongye continued to block the way. Qin Yu, I need a reason. Looking into her eyes, Qin Yu could feel the firm will hidden beneath the icy coldness. He rubbed his temples. Because it's meaningless. In my opinion, every breath of time in life is incomparably precious. Once it passes, it cannot be recovered. So, wasting time is a terrifying matter. Li Hongye's expression turned even colder. In your opinion, fighting me is a waste of time? Qin Yu glanced at her. That's right. There was another uproar. Countless cultivators widened their eyes. They never imagined that Qin Yu would be so merciless. It had to be known that the one in front of him was Li Hongye. She wielded her sword and swept through all the sword cultivators in the imperial city. She had never tasted defeat. In this world, she was an outstanding figure of the younger generation, an existence like the bright moon in the skies. Even if Qin Yu killed Kui Yongji and proved his strength, that he had the qualifications to be arrogant, in their opinion, this was still too excessive. But to his surprise, Li Hongye didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, Qin Yu, let's fight today. If you can win, I'll guarantee that you won't be disturbed in the imperial city. She paused and continued, this is my promise to you in the name of the great Chu's Li family. Everyone here can bear witness. Qin Yu thought for a moment. What if I fail? Li Hongye said, I will take something from you. As she spoke, she stared at Qin Yu's face. He seemed a little surprised, and then a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. His face flushed red. It had been a long time since the sword maniac had felt this kind of embarrassment. His sword heart hardened and he suppressed his emotions. He said in a low voice, if you don't dare to agree, then when the divine seal Saint Stone descends, you must stand at the edge. This is a rule that has been passed down over the years. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. He turned his head and whispered to Dan Hong as if asking something. After getting a reply, he nodded. All right, I agree to your challenge. But, I also have a rule. Anyone who wishes to fight with me must first defeat my family's driver. He didn't turn his head. Ban Bu, come out. Ban Bu didn't feel any dissatisfaction at being called a driver. Rather, he felt a bit proud of himself. This was because he was well aware of Senior Qin's true status. Not just anyone had the qualifications to approach him. Looking at the old man Ban Bu, there was a third uproar outside Heaven's Pivot. Many youths who had fallen in love with the beautiful sword maniac widened their eyes in anger and shame. In their eyes, Qin Yu's current actions were a naked humiliation. But soon, they discovered that things weren't as they had imagined. Li Hongye's eyes fell on Ban Bu, who was standing in front of Qin Yu after respectfully bowing. Her eyes were especially dignified. Unlike the appearance of a disheveled old man that others saw, the Ban Bu in her eyes was like an unsheathed treasure sword. He was silent, but at every moment, he gave off a sharp aura that made people shiver. Taking a step back, Li Hongye cupped her hands together. I ask for your guidance. Those that were familiar with her all knew that this sword maniac was incomparably proud. The only people she would treat with respect were opponents that she regarded highly. The crowd drew back. But, when they looked at him, there was still surprise in their eyes. This old man didn't seem like a powerhouse at all. Ban Bu only used a single step to completely change the minds of these people. As his foot fell, his aura erupted. A sharp and fierce sword intent swept out in all directions like a raging flood. He lifted a hand. Perhaps it was because he had been tempered by life and death experiences, but Ban Bu's sword intent was much more solid and tyrannical than before. He simply lifted his finger and slashed it down, giving off a horrifying feeling as if the sword edge was about to cut through flesh and bone. Countless people cried out. They subconsciously drew back to avoid this horrifying feeling. Their eyes widened in horror. Li Hongye's eyes brightened. The cry of a sword rang out, as if it could pierce through the thick clouds and pierce through the highest heavens, able to pierce through all. Ban Biyu revealed a look of awe. He thought that this Miss Li was truly worthy of being the most dazzling powerhouse of the Empire's younger generation. Even if she hadn't stepped into the divine realm, her strength was already startling. There was no need for her to make any further breakthroughs in her swordsmanship. As long as she reached the divine realm, she would be at the peak. Defeating him would only take a flip of her hand. But now, by relying on her superiority in cultivation, she might be able to put up a fight. With a deep breath, Ban Biyu's long hair stirred without wind. His robes puffed up and a threatening aura burst out from his body. But in the next moment, his eyes widened, revealing a bit of astonishment. With a ripping sound, his robes were torn apart like a punctured balloon. Ban Biyu's complexion paled and his aura instantly weakened. As if he were drunk, Ban Biyu drew back again and again. Every step he took caused the ground to crack, but there were no cracks that spread outwards. Rather, an invisible sword intent cut deep into the ground, the fissures sharp and clear. Break. As he retreated, Ban Biyu clenched his teeth and roared out loud. The air exploded like thunder. Li Hongye's figure fluttered backwards. She frowned, a trace of her hair fluttering in front of her eyes. Para Chin Yu lifted a hand to catch Ban Biyu's figure. The raging sword intent in his body seemed to suffer an invisible suppression. It suddenly stagnated and then dissipated. My lord, Ban Biyu is incompetent. I have lost face for you. Chin Yu shook his head. You have done your best. He let go and stepped forwards. Miss Li, according to our agreement, I accept your challenge. Chapter 937. Wait a moment. From the crowd, a one-armed old man with a sword on his back walked out. Li Hongye restrained her sword intent. Teacher. The crowd's eyes changed. In the past, the Li family had asked the royal family to step forward and suppress Myriad Swords Mountain to accept Li Hongye as a disciple. This matter had caused an uproar and many people knew of it. This old man was actually someone from Myriad Swords Mountain? If he could satisfy the Li family and become Li Hongye's teacher, how could he be an ordinary person? Tang Yi cupped his hands together. Honored one's sword cultivation is profound and my disciple is no match for you. I admit defeat on her behalf and the agreement is over. Li Hongye looked up. I want to try. Tang Yi shook his head. There is no need for you to say anything about this. He took 2 steps forwards and looked Chin Yu up and down. He slowly said, May I ask if Honored One has any relationship with my Myriad Swords Mountain lineage? Chin Yu's thoughts stirred. He shook his head. Teacher didn't mention it, so I don't know. Tang Yi had an urgent expression. May I ask if Honored One's teacher is? Chin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. Tang Yi bitterly smiled. My apologies, I was too presumptuous. I will visit Honored One another in the future. Us teacher and disciple bid our farewells. Then he pulled Li Hongye and left through the crowd. Outside of Heaven's Pivot, the atmosphere changed once more. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Before he even attacked, he could force a Myriad Swords Mountain powerhouse to admit defeat. This Chin Yu's strength was actually terrifying. Watching Tang Yi and Li Hongye leave, Chin Yu's eyes flashed. He turned and pulled on Lei Xiaoyu. Let's go. They boarded the carriage and the caravan turned around, leaving under countless awestruck gazes. At this time, the news that the Li family's sword maniac had challenged and his teacher had admitted defeat began to spread throughout the entire imperial city at an astonishing speed. Mo Yuan sat in the carriage, her eyebrows furrowed together. As she watched the Lei family's caravan leave, the surprise in her eyes became increasingly thick. This person's voice, that was impossible. He had fallen into the hands of the Dragon Overlord and had no chance of survival, so why would he appear here? But it really was very similar. It wasn't just his voice, but also his every movement and movement. Miss. The driver hesitated. Mo Yuan let out a breath. Let's go. At the same time, in the highest tower of Heaven's Pivot, Xiao Yunhai was watching with furrowed eyebrows. As the bureau head of the Heavenly Punishment Division, he naturally had to personally inspect the descent of the Divine Seal Holy Stone to ensure that there were no accidents. Today, he had come to Dub just to do some routine work, but he had an unexpected discovery. Qin Yu. Xiao Yunhai muttered. A sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Since this person was able to make him feel a trace of karma, even though he had yet to find out this person's identity, he was definitely related to Xiaolin's death. Pass down my order. Speed up the investigation and find out this person's identity as soon as possible. Behind him, the Heavenly Punishment Department cultivators respectfully acknowledged. As the carriage moved away from Heaven's Pivot, Qin Yu let out a breath and looked back. Earlier, the oppressive feeling that caused his heart to palpitate and made it difficult for him to breathe had vanished. Who could it be? Although the other party hadn't revealed himself, he could still sense the thick killing intent in his aura, making him feel as if there was a blade on his back. The enemy wasn't scary. What was scary was the hostility that came from nowhere. This kind of unknown and uncontrollable hostility often represented great terror. Lei Xiaoyu opened her eyes. Big brother Qin, what's wrong? Qin Yu shook his head. I'm fine. Too many people were looking at me just now, so I was a bit nervous. Lei Xiaoyu covered her mouth and laughed. Big brother Qin, he really loved to speak nonsense. She thought for a moment and hesitantly said, Big brother Qin, I just passed the test. Qin Yu rubbed her head. In order to treat your injuries, I left behind some small methods in your body, so I was able to help you. Lei Xiaoyu let out a breath of relief. That's good. I was worried that you would pay a great price for doing that. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. All right, don't think too much about it. Continue resting for a while. Lei Xiaoyu closed her eyes. Thank you, big brother Qin. The carriage drove into the imperial city's Thunder Mansion. After Lei Xiaoyu was settled in, Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, if teacher Li Hongye comes, invite him in. Dan Hong respectfully nodded. An hour later, a report came in from outside the mansion. Myriad Sword Mountain's elder Tang Yi had come to pay a visit. Dan Hong sighed with emotion. He thought that this great figure was truly a great figure, he could even predict this. As he ordered for Tang Yi to come in, he personally informed Qin Yu. Qin Yu's eyes revealed a bit of surprise. He never imagined that Tang Yi would be so eager. But since Tang Yi had come, there was no reason not to see him. He stood up and said, bring me to see him. In the reception hall, with Tang Yi's status, even if Lei Qianjun came, he still had the qualifications to speak to him on equal terms. After all, Myriad Sword Mountain was one of the strongest sects in Great Chu. They had 100,000 sword cultivators and countless powerhouses. The status of an elder was incomparably noble. Qin Yu stepped in. He cupped his hands together and said, since Elder Tang has come personally, I apologize for not going out to meet you. Tang Yi bowed in return. Mr. Qin is too serious. Both sides sat down. Seeing Tang Yi's anxious expression, Qin Yu dismissed the maids in the reception hall. Tang Yi took a deep breath. He cupped his hands together and said, Mr. Qin, I believe you have already guessed my purpose for coming here. I won't beat around the bush. His eyes revealed a bit of nervousness. May I ask, Mr. Qin, is that great master of yours surnamed Shu? Qin Yu maintained his composure. Elder Tang, if possible, you should first tell me why you care so much about my master. Tang Yi hesitated. But as he saw Qin Yu's indifferent expression, he clenched his teeth and said, this matter is a secret of my Myriad Sword Mountain. I ask that Mr. Qin not speak of it to others. Qin Yu nodded. Of course. Tang Yi said, my Myriad Sword Mountain has an inheritance of tens of thousands of years. 2 generations ago, there was a junior granduncle surnamed Shu. He was a dazzling talent and was favored by the Mountain Master at the time. The Mountain Master wanted to pass on the throne and have him rule over Myriad Sword Mountain. But for some unknown reason, junior granduncle's temperament changed overnight. He raised his sword and killed 3 elders of the sect. After his battle with the old Mountain Master, he disappeared. To tear apart a secret that Myriad Sword Mountain tried so hard to suppress in front of outsiders, his complexion wasn't too good. But in order to win Qin Yu's trust, he couldn't hide anything. He took a deep breath and continued to say, for such a great crime, he should have been expelled from the sect and chased down regardless of the price. But the old mountain master only said that Myriad Sword Mountain had let down junior granduncle, so he removed his name from the sect and this matter came to an end. 100 years later, the old mountain master died of depression. Before he died, he left behind a final order for the cultivators of my Myriad Sword Mountain to search for junior granduncle's whereabouts. If possible, tell him that all grievances have been settled and he can return to Myriad Sword Mountain at any time. Qin Yu frowned. His thoughts raced several times. Elder Tang, are you saying that you can feel the aura of that junior granduncle on me? Tang Yi nodded. That's right. My Myriad Sword Mountain focuses on the path of the sword. Between fellow disciples, there is even a connection between sword intents. When Mr. Qin attacked in Heaven's Pivot, my sword heart sensed it, so I took the liberty to ask. Tang Yi took a deep breath and stood up. Mr. Qin, this matter concerns the final wishes of the old mountain master. I ask that you tell me the truth. Qin Yu fell silent. As he hesitated, his thoughts raced. First of all, he was sure that what Tang Yi sensed was the sword intent he perceived in the world of the Blood Moon. But this was also something that Qin Yu couldn't figure out. Although he had only slashed out a single sword strike and borrowed the strength of those countless sword scars, Qin Yu didn't doubt its strength at all. If the sword scars in the world of the Blood Moon were really related to that senior granduncle of Myriad Sword Mountain, then with his strength, he feared that a single sword strike would be enough to raise the entire Myriad Sword Mountain to the ground. If so, why would they allow their inheritance to continue to this day? Qin Yu had a guess in his heart. The greatest possibility was that the senior granduncle of Myriad Sword Mountain was the same as him and had also perceived the silver moonsword intent. This was why Tang Yi had misunderstood him. Qin Yu let out a deep breath and made a decision. He shook his head and said, Elder Tang, I am very sorry. I do not know my teacher's name, and he has never mentioned anything about Myriad Sword Mountain to me. Tang Yi revealed an anxious expression. Mr. Qin, I wonder if you could introduce me. Qin Yu refused without hesitation. What nonsense. He didn't even know where his teacher was, so how could he ask someone to pay respects to him? Tang Yi bitterly smiled. Then, could I ask Mr. Qin to pass on a message? Qin Yu nodded. I can try, but I cannot guarantee anything. Tang Yi relaxed. At least he hadn't come up empty-handed. He hurriedly said, I ask Mr. Qin to pass on a message that the old mountain master has decided to return the sword he left in the mountain to junior granduncle. If he wishes, he can return to the mountain at any time to take it. As Tang Yi left, Qin Yu frowned. Sword. Could it be that the junior granduncle of Myriad Sword Mountain was able to perceive the silver moonsword intent because of that sword? If this was true, then he really should make a trip to Myriad Sword Mountain. Perhaps it would allow Qin Yu to control the faint sword intent as soon as possible. He took a deep breath and slowly suppressed these thoughts. Even if he really wanted to go, he would have to wait until the matters of the Imperial City were over. Now that he had passed the test, he only needed to wait for the divine seal Saint Stone to descend. But even today, Qin Yu had ordered the cultivators of Rock City to inquire about the Origin God's corpse. They hadn't obtained any information related to it. Where was the turning point to save Lei Xiaoyu? Or, perhaps there was a problem with Lei Chenjuan's information channels? It couldn't be. With Lei Chenjuan's temperament and how much he valued Lei Xiaoyu, he wouldn't have allowed her to come if he didn't have absolute confidence. Well, he would patiently wait. Since Lei Chenjun didn't remind him, he would receive the news once it appeared. That's right, Qin Yu had decided to save Lei Xiaoyu. From the moment she leapt out of the tree hole, awakened her control of Thunder Bloodline, and risked her life in a final strike, Qin Yu had made his decision. He couldn't force the little blue lamp to consume its source, but he could decide to take this risk himself. But before that, Qin Yu needed to increase his own strength as much as possible. In the end, the Eternal Prosperity Great Tao wasn't a strength that truly belonged to him. There was still a gap in opening the fourth road to the divine realm. The divine seal saint stone that was about to descend was Qin Yu's chance. If it really did possess the mystical ability of the legends, then Qin Yu could definitely smoothly open it and obtain even greater harvests. Suppressing these thoughts, Qin Yu returned to his room to cultivate. What he said to Li Hongye before wasn't just a perfunctory act. In the flow of the world, once a breath of time passed, it could never be recovered. How could he disappoint her? Xiong Shui walked out from the shadows, a look of dissatisfaction on her face. There are many eyes outside, and most of them have ill intentions. You still have the mood to cultivate. Qin Yu waved his hand. Don't worry, someone has agreed to protect me from being disturbed in the Imperial City. She will do it. An hour later, the Imperial City garrison was temporarily mobilized. 3,000 military officers blocked off the streets of the Thunder Mansion and no one was allowed to enter or leave. Looking at all the influential figures in the world, the only one that could accomplish this was the Li family that had taken root in the army and controlled half of Great Chu's military power for generations. The Li family's sword fanatic had made his move. 3,000 military officers wasn't many and they weren't strong enough. Any peak divine realm powerhouse could easily slaughter through several of them. But this was the imperial capital of Great Chu. To attack the Imperial City garrison was the same as provoking the dignity of the royal family. No one dared to withstand the consequences. Chapter 938. The Great Chu Imperial Palace gathered the momentum of the world, condensing the laws of heaven and earth to form a sun that never fell, bathing the palace in divine light. But where there was light, there would be darkness. It just hid in places that normal people couldn't reach. The Imperial Palace was located in the center of the palace. Even with Emperor Chu's status, he couldn't enter and exit as he pleased. This was where the founding ancestors of the Great Chu Empire lived. The palace doors were closed and the windows were closed. Within the Grand Palace, there was only darkness and the air was cold. I said before, you are not allowed to cause trouble in the imperial capital. An old voice sounded in the palace. It was calm but filled with an unquestionable majesty, as if everything in the world could be decided with a single word. Another voice sounded. It came from the darkness of the palace and couldn't be found. This was just an accident. I don't care if it was an accident or not. Just don't let something like this happen again. The old voice continued. After a moment of silence, the voice in the darkness smiled. Of course, everything will be as you say. Li Hongye finally waited for her teacher to return. Her expression was indifferent but her eyes were firm. You need to give me a reason. Tang Yi was helpless. He knew his disciple's personality and knew that if he didn't give her an explanation, she would try other opportunities. He let out a breath and slowly said, I can only tell you one thing. Your guess about Qin Yu was wrong. He didn't kill Kui Yongji with external force, but with his own strength. Li Hongye's eyes brightened. Sword light seemed to flash through the void. Impossible. That sword intent was vast and vast, able to cut the sun and moon. Even a god realm cultivator couldn't comprehend it. Moreover, Qin Yu hadn't even stepped into the god realm. How could he control such a terrifying sword intent? Tang Yi shook his head. The world is vast and there are trillions of mysteries. How can you and I know them all? He glanced at her. Just like you. In the eyes of the world, aren't you a miraculous existence? You can suppress the imperial city with a sword before entering the god realm. Qin Yu, he is just stronger than you. Li Hongye was expressionless. Tang Yi shouted, Hongye, remember what I said today. Don't try to challenge him again or you will die. Li Hongye turned around and left. I'll try again after I reach the immortal state. Seeing her leave, Tang Yi's mouth twitched, revealing a bitter smile. This disciple of his had an extremely prideful temperament. Of course, she did have the strength to be prideful. But in this world, there were indeed some people. They were existences that surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. They were not people that could be touched by humans. For example, in the past, the little granduncle master who only existed by word of mouth and was only qualified to be an elder or above. For instance, although Qin Yu seemed ordinary on the surface, he was actually hiding his strength deeply, like an unfathomable nebula. Tang Yi didn't doubt that when Li Hongye held the sword and entered the spirit realm, she would become the peak existence below the original god realm in this world. But at that time, just how strong would Qin Yu be? He couldn't imagine it, and he didn't dare to imagine it. After all, if the hidden rumors were true, then since Qin Yu had comprehended the sword intent, he had already stepped onto a path that ordinary people couldn't reach. The Silver Moon sword intent wasn't a name that Qin Yu had come up with. Rather, it had been branded into his mind the moment he perceived it. Perhaps it really did represent a great Tao that led straight to the heavens. Once he reached the peak, he would be able to see the vast and boundless scenery of the world. But Qin Yu was sure that this road wouldn't be easy to walk. It could even be said that it was filled with dangers and terror. On this point, after using the Silver Moon sword intent twice in Heaven's Pivot, he could confirm that he had been locked onto by some terrifying existence in the dark. Every time he used the Silver Moon sword intent, the lock would become a bit clearer until it finally formed a coordinate that could cross space and descend. Qin Yu didn't know what he would face at that time, but his intuition told him that he didn't want to face the result. Before he had a way to resolve this lock, Qin Yu decided not to use the Silver Moon sword intent again. He used the Sun and Moon force field to wrap around it, isolating its aura from the outside world. There was a knock on the door, awakening Qin Yu from his cultivation. He opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing in them. Dan Hong pushed open the door and respectfully bowed. "Mr. Qin, today is the day the Divine Seal Saint Stone will descend. You and the Miss should leave." Qin Yu looked up at the skies. The 10,000 miles of blue skies that had been washed away by the invisible momentum of the Imperial City now had a dark grey vortex in them. It was in his line of sight, but he couldn't sense it at all. As if it were nothing but an illusion. It's finally coming. In a sense, this vortex was indeed an illusion. Because no one could enter it, it was like a shadow. Soon, the Divine Seal Saint Stone would use this as a channel to descend into the world. The caravan left the Thunder Mansion. Along the wide and clean streets, it slowly drove towards Heaven's Pivot. Today, the streets were packed with people. Almost everyone was looking up at the skies with wide eyes. They didn't have the qualifications to approach the Divine Seal Saint Stone and obtain its gift, but they were still unwilling to leave. Perhaps if they looked at it from afar, they would be able to obtain some harvest. Over the countless years, this sort of thing had happened before. For those cultivators that didn't pass the test, it was a faint hope. When they were still some distance away from Heaven's Pivot, there were already Imperial capital military officers stationed there. They laid down a tight blockade and only those with permission could continue forwards. Qin Yu brought Lei Xiaoyu off the carriage. He swept his eyes over the sea of people behind them and then pulled her towards the empty streets. Along the way, they passed through 7 inspections. Qin Yu also sensed dozens of tyrannical divine senses interweaving together to form a blockade. Without permission, whether it was in the heavens or the earth, it was impossible for anyone to approach Heaven's Pivot. A few days ago, the entrance to Heaven's Pivot had been crowded with cultivators. Now, it had been cleared away and many cultivators had gathered here. As Qin Yu and Lei Xiaoyu arrived, they immediately attracted countless gazes. There was, or hidden within them, as well as a bit of indignation and eagerness. The powerhouses of the younger generation all had confidence in themselves. They thought that even if Qin Yu was stronger now, they would definitely be stronger in the future. Catching up to Qin Yu was only a matter of time. So, when they faced Qin Yu, there was no need for them to feel too much awe. Of course, although they thought this, the strength that Qin Yu revealed was enough to obtain their approval. In the first battle, he had killed Heaven's Pivot's Kui Yongji. In the second battle, he had the Li family's sword fanatic admit defeat on his behalf. Although Qin Yu's battle achievements weren't too great, just these 2 times were enough. So, as Qin Yu pulled Lei Xiaoyu along, many people frowned inwardly, but no one said a single word. A powerhouse should obtain everything that matched their own strength. This was something that had never changed since time immemorial. Halfway through, Qin Yu saw Li Hongye's figure up ahead. She was standing in front of everyone, her eyes closed. When Qin Yu looked at her, her eyes opened and she looked back without expression. After pausing for several breaths of time, she took a step to the side. This showed that she recognized Qin Yu's strength and that he had the qualifications to stand beside her and even continue forwards. But Qin Yu had no intention of continuing forwards. He pulled Lei Xiaoyu to a stop and said, "Let's stay here." Lei Xiaoyu bit her lips. "Big brother Qin, I can do it myself. You should go further ahead. You can sense things more clearly there." Qin Yu shook his head. "It's fine." He didn't explain too much because he had absolute confidence that after refining the jade egg, as long as he was here, he would be able to clearly sense everything. But he never imagined that a moment later, he would have no choice but to change his mind. More and more people gathered in front of Heaven's Pivot. An hour later, 3 figures appeared in the skies, all of them wearing robes of the sun, moon, and stars. Their expressions were solemn and respectful. Among them was Jiao Xian's grand stargazer that Qin Yu had seen before. It wasn't hard to guess the identities of these 3 people. The Saint Stone is about to descend. This is a good fortune for all of you on your road of cultivation. You must grasp this chance today and do your best to sense it. The grand stargazer in the middle slowly spoke. His dignified voice carried with it a boundless aura that rumbled into the hearts of everyone present. It was like they were being baptized by a cold spring, causing their spirits to rise and their thoughts to race faster. "Thank you, Grand Stargazer Peng Yang," Peng Yang lightly said, "Let's begin." Behind him, Jiao Xian and the other Grand Stargazer all lifted their hands. Radiant starlight gushed out from their bodies, gathering together and forming a vortex of starlight. Countless motes of light sparkled within, like a true nebula decorated with millions of stars. If one looked carefully, they would discover that this starlight vortex was completely the same as the shadow-like dark gray vortex above their heads. But after the starlight vortex appeared, the first change wasn't above their heads, but the earth beneath the 3 grand stargazers. Rumble rumble, there was a deep rumbling sound and the earth began to ripple like water. A pitch-black altar without the least bit of impurities rose up from deep beneath the earth. There wasn't a single crack in its body, as if it had been carved from an incomparably large piece of black jade. Because it was pure, the reflection was clear. Thus, on the wall of the altar that faced the heavens, another starlight vortex appeared. Although it was a reflection, the feeling it gave off was incomparably real. It was even more real than the starlight vortex formed by the 3 grand stargazers using their own power of stars. It was strange, but it was indeed so. It was like there really was a vortex within this altar that was revolving in sync with the starlight vortex in the skies. As if the strength of the 2 starlight vortexes had finally satisfied the conditions, the shadow-like dark gray vortex in the clear blue skies finally began to respond. It was like a heavy millstone, slowly turning a little at a time. As it turned, faint traces of aura were released. It was lively and cheerful, as if it were a completely different aura from the world, a mysterious flavor. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with brilliance. Because of his previous experiences, he could instantly determine that this aura came from another world. The dark gray vortex in the skies was actually a channel that connected to another world. No, it wasn't just that. The aura inside, a deep sorrow rose up in Qin Yu's heart without warning. He stared at the spinning vortex, his body gently shivering. It was impossible to describe this sorrow. It came from an instinct deep within his soul, and even Qin Yu himself couldn't control it in the least. In the legends, the divine seal Saint Stone that possessed infinite power and could help cultivators who hadn't reached the divinity realm open their great Tao had finally arrived. The first time Qin Yu saw it, he naturally knew its true identity, the so-called divine seal Saint Stone. It was essentially the same as the jade embryo egg he had refined into his body. Chapter 939. After personally refining the jade egg, Qin Yu could be said to be the person in the world who had the greatest understanding of its existence and the power it contained. In its most primitive state, the jade egg was formed from the undying will fragments of countless powerhouses that had fallen. It had torn apart the shackles of the rules and stood aloof from the heavens and earth. Its defensive abilities surpassed imagination. Moreover, once it encountered a threat, it could escape into the nothingness of the world. It was nearly impossible for it to be destroyed by external forces. Intuition told Qin Yu that this fragment in front of him was a jade egg that had been refined. If the person who fused with it was killed, then it would be destroyed. As soon as he thought of this, his entire body turned icy cold. Fear drilled out from the depths of his heart. It was like a giant invisible hand was gripping his throat, making it difficult for him to even breathe. Although Qin Yu had always been diligent in his cultivation, only he knew that after refining the jade egg, the confidence and wild ambitions buried deep in his heart had been truly awakened. After experiencing the might of the jade egg, he began to firmly believe that he would one day be able to climb to the peak of cultivation. But now, this confidence and wild ambitions seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water. Even if he had obtained a heaven-defying good fortune and was able to peek into the essence of the great Tao, even if he had nearly paved the road to the highest heavens, there was still a chance that he would be destroyed midway. This broken jade egg fragment in front of him was the best evidence of this. As Qin Yu's heart was in tumultuous waves, the divine seal saint stone that had just arrived seemed to sense the aura of its own kind coming from his body. A loud rumbling sound that only Qin Yu could hear came from within. Then, some images appeared in Qin Yu's mind. In the vast void, trillions of stars sat atop it. A giant that supported the heavens and earth reared back its head and roared. This was a true giant, so large that the stars in the void were nothing but toys in front of him. With a roar, a terrifying aura spread outwards. A star that approached the giant violently shook before directly collapsing. At this time, 5 great hands crossed through the void, falling onto the giant's head, hands, and feet. The giant wildly struggled and roared, but he couldn't break free. An even greater tide of energy rolled and spread through the void, causing all the stars within sight to be annihilated and a part of the vast star chart before them to be completely erased. After a long deadlock, the giant let out an unwilling roar. In the next moment, his huge body was directly torn to shreds by the 5 giant hands. Fresh blood sprayed out like an ocean, instantly soaking the dark starry sky, making it appear even darker, like an ice-cold, gaping mouth. Each of them grabbed a part of the giant's body. The 5 big hands roared and withdrew, disappearing into the vast sea of stars. Only the smell of blood continued to spread, as well as some of the splashed limbs when the giant's body was broken, tumbling and flying in all directions. The scene ended here. Qin Yu's eyes shot open, his face pale and his robes soaked in a cold sweat. He was sure that the scene that appeared in his mind happened in this world, in an ancient period of time in the past. One of them had fused with the jade embryo egg just like him. He had grown to the point where his roar could shatter stars. However, he had been killed on the spot by the 5 mysterious beings. His body had been divided into 5 parts. Even his soul had been torn apart, leaving him no chance of survival. Thus, today, Qin Yu was able to see this fragment of flesh and blood that had fallen off when his corpse split apart, condensing into a jade egg fragment. Fear crazily washed over Qin Yu's mind. At this time, there was only a single thought in his mind, and that was that the existence of the jade embryo egg must be the same as the little blue lamp. It would become a secret buried in his heart forever, one that he absolutely could not tell anyone about. Suddenly, a warm feeling came from his palm. Lei Xiaoyu gripped him, her face tense. Big brother Qin, what is it? Perhaps it was because of the warmth of her palm or the concern in her voice, but Qin Yu's mind suddenly calmed down and he broke free from his fear. He took a deep breath and shook his head. I'm fine. He paused for a moment and then continued to say, Xiaoyu, I need to go forward a bit. If you stay with me, I fear you will be targeted. Lei Xiaoyu hurriedly said, Big brother Qin, it's fine. This place is very safe. I'm fine by myself. Qin Yu nodded, no longer speaking. He took a deep breath and stepped forwards. Before the divine seal saint stone descended, the cultivators that had the qualifications to step into this place had already completed their assigned positions. At this time, Qin Yu's sudden movement caused everyone's excited and anxious mood to stagnate. What was he doing? Soon, countless pairs of eyes widened subconsciously, revealing a look of shock. They watched helplessly as Qin Yu moved forwards. He passed Miss Mo Yuan and passed by the Li family's sword maniac, but he still didn't stop. Humph! Standing side by side with Mo Yuan and Li Hongye, a youth standing in front suddenly revealed a gloomy expression. He had heard of Qin Yu's name, but he hadn't personally witnessed the two battles that had occurred inside and outside the dubbed Divine Seal. Taking a step back, even if Xiao Qi saw it with his own eyes, he didn't believe he was any weaker than Qin Yu. In the end, this was because he had enough confidence in himself. Whether it was the dubbed Divine Seal or the Li family's sword maniac, none of them were able to suppress him in his heart. Xiao Qi wasn't arrogant. Rather, it was because many years ago, he had been recognized as the strongest powerhouse of the younger generation in the imperial city and even in Great Chu. In these years, there had been nearly 100 divine realm cultivators that had been defeated by his hands, and none of them were weak. Many people guessed that Xiao Qi had at least opened 6 paths to the divine realm. That was why he could have such formidable strength even without entering the divine realm. The reason he was suppressing himself and delaying opening the Heaven and Earth Dragon Gate to enter the divine realm was because he had a grand plan. He wanted to wait for the Divine Seal Saint Stone to descend and open more paths to the divine realm in one fell swoop. This would increase his chances of breaking into the original God realm in the future. That's right, Xiao Qi's goal had been the original God realm for many years. To him, the divine realm was just a transition. And today was the most important moment for Xiao Qi. He didn't mind standing side by side with Li Hongye and Mo Yuan. This was because as long as he stood in the front, he would receive the most attention from the Saint Stone. But now, Qin Yu obviously wanted to surpass all of them and become the one in the front. Xiao Qi couldn't accept this. He couldn't accept it. He wouldn't allow the opportunity he had waited for hundreds of years to have any changes or imperfections. Li Hongye admitted defeat. Even though Elder Tang Yi of Myriad Swords Mountain had come forward on her behalf, it showed that she was willing to lower her head and not stop Qin Yu. Mo Yuan had an indifferent personality and rarely fought with others. In addition, with Li Hongye's tacit approval, it was reasonable that she didn't fight. But what about him? Xiao Qi glanced behind him. Ding Hao was expressionless. He was staring at the smooth stone floor under his feet as if he wanted to see flowers on it. As an opponent of many years, even though he was one step ahead, Xiao Qi knew better than most people that Ding Hao's unrestrained behavior and indulgence in love with women were just for the sake of cultivation. Ding Hao was definitely his strongest opponent. Whether it was now or in the future, such a Ding Hao was undoubtedly arrogant. He even tacitly approved that Qin Yu was ahead of him. This was what Xiao Qi was concerned about. Among the 4 great families of the imperial city, the Xiao family controlled the Heavenly Punishment Department. As the recognized future leader of the Xiao family, Xiao Qi had enough authority to read all the information he was interested in. Therefore, Xiao Qi knew clearly that Ding Hao and Qin Yu had met before. They even had some confrontations that the outside world didn't know about. The reason was simple. Lei Xiaoyu's eyes were looking at Qin Yu. No one was stupid. Of course, they knew it. Xiao Qi took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Then, he glanced around and said faintly, "You guys are willing to step back, but I want to fight for it. After all, the first in the sequence will receive the most attention from the Saint Stone." As he finished speaking, he took a step forward. The altar outside the heaven's pivot was where the Divine Seal's Saint Stone would descend. Being 1,000 feet away from the altar was the publicly recognized closest distance for the Divine Seal's Saint Stone to descend. Any closer and there would be suspicions of being too greedy or being disrespectful to the Saint Stone. But today, whether it was Qin Yu or Xiao Lin, who was only one step behind, they both quickly stepped within 1,000 feet. Moreover, their footsteps didn't stop. Countless cultivators widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with shock and awe. Although they had never personally approached the Divine Seal's Saint Stone, the records that had been passed down for countless years clearly stated that any cultivator that approached within 1,000 feet would have to bear the pressure of the Divine Seal's Saint Stone. This pressure was something that not even Divine Realm cultivators could easily withstand, and the further they went, the stronger the pressure became. Simply put, with every step they took, the pressure they had to withstand would at least double. But now, whether it was Qin Yu or Xiao Qi, their footsteps were steady and firm, without the slightest hesitation. Just how strong were these two people? Xiao Qi's strength was already known to all. Thus, everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Yu. In the past, no matter how strong he was, only his battle with the Heaven Pivot Divine Realm expert could be verified. As for Li Hongye's admission of defeat, although everyone subconsciously felt that Qin Yu was even more unfathomable, they didn't clearly measure it. But today, they finally knew Qin Yu's true strength. Even when facing Xiao Qi, the number one powerhouse of Great Chu's younger generation, he still wouldn't be at a disadvantage. No, he had already gained the upper hand. Although Xiao Qi's footsteps hadn't stopped, his speed had clearly decreased. His face was pale and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Currently, he was still 400 feet away from the altar. Being able to reach this point was already an unprecedented achievement in the records of the Divine Seal's Saint Stone. This was enough to prove his strength. But unfortunately, such a dazzling performance was like a star beside the bright moon. Although it was incomparably bright, it was destined to be completely overshadowed and not receive the slightest bit of attention. This was because Qin Yu was stronger than him. He continued forward. Just like before, he didn't seem to feel the pressure from the Divine Seal's Saint Stone at all. At this moment, countless people groaned inwardly. Just where did this monster come from? When he was 350 feet away from the altar, Xiao Qi forcefully suppressed the shivering of his legs. His eyes were filled with anger, but there was also a trace of bewilderment mixed in with unwillingness. He had reached his limit, but Qin Yu was still moving forwards. He was clearly only a few steps behind, but in Xiao Qi's mind, it was like an insurmountable chasm. Perhaps in this life, he would never be able to surpass Qin Yu. Chapter 940. Lei Xiaoyu subconsciously raised her head with a proud look on her face. Big brother Qin, whom she had taken a fancy to, was just that outstanding. What cultivation geniuses of the imperial city. When my big brother Qin keeps a low profile, all of you can still jump around. But once he gets serious, I'll make all of you understand what it means to eat dirt. At this time, the little girl's thoughts were running wild. Her eyes shined as she watched Qin Yu continue walking towards the altar. Then, she suddenly sighed. Originally, Big Brother Qin was already very eye-catching. Today, it was refreshed once again. The upper limit of the word eye-catching would probably attract even more love-struck women. Ding Hao looked at Qin Yu and then at the emotional Lei Xiaoyu. His heart ached. He had absolute confidence in himself. But now, in a situation where Qin Yu didn't target him in the slightest, his confidence had been shattered to pieces. Li Hongye let out a light breath. Her teacher was right. Qin Yu was far more powerful than she was. If she fought with him now, there was no chance of victory. However, her eyes were filled with determination. She did not feel fear or retreat because of the scene before her. It was even to the extent that the thoughts in her heart grew even firmer. Qin Yu, you're stronger now indeed, but once I break through into the godrank realm, I might be able to fight you. I will defeat you, I will. At this moment, Mo Yuan's expression was calmer than those around her. She only stared at Qin Yu, her gaze constantly overlapping with the figure in her memories. This familiar feeling became increasingly thick. She steeled her resolve. Once today's matters were over, she would go and find Qin Yu to confirm her suspicions. If it really is him. Mo Yuan pursed her lips and suppressed the sudden panic in her mind. Qin Yu was well aware that at this moment he had become the focus of everyone's attention. But, he didn't have the energy to care about the shock, envy, awe, and jealousy in these eyes. All of their attention was on the altar on the ground, or to be more precise, they were looking at the jade egg fragment that descended from the foreign realm. There was a point that needed to be made clear here. Qin Yu's strength was at most equal to Xiao Qi's. If he excluded his hidden cards, he might even be a bit weaker. The reason why he was able to continue forward was because of the pressure exerted on Xiao Qi's body. With every step he took, he felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. From start to finish, he didn't feel anything at all. That's right, it was like this. If he wanted to, he could simply take a step and fly up the altar. He was very anxious in his heart, but in the end, his rationality suppressed his impulse. If he really did that, it would definitely be a big problem. So, step by step, Qin Yu maintained his initial rhythm and did his best to appear as ordinary as possible. However, what he didn't know was that his performance had already shocked all of the cultivators in Heaven's Pivot. Among them, there were even 3 grand stargazers with incomparably powerful strength who were at the peak of divine Tao. Gao Xian's pupils shrank. He originally thought that after Kui Yongji's death, he would value Qin Yu enough. Only now did he realize that he was still far underestimating him. As the Dub Grand Observatory, he knew better than anyone else how powerful the divine seal Saint Stone was. Ordinary immortal state warriors weren't qualified to step within 100 feet of it. Even the best among them could only go another 400 feet. Those at the peak of the God realm might be able to reach 700 feet, but that was almost the limit. Even if they were injured, 800 feet was definitely the highest they could reach. But now, Qin Yu had already stepped in and he was still moving forwards. The distance between him and the altar would soon shrink to 100 feet. How could this be? Even with Grand Stargazer's strong willpower, his heart couldn't help but tremble. "This person is Qin Yu?" Peng Yang slowly asked. Another Grand Stargazer looked over. Gao Xian took a deep breath and nodded without expression. Peng Yang didn't speak again. Although the 3 Grand Stargazers didn't lose their composure on the surface, only they knew just how shaken they were in their hearts. Even for them, it was impossible for them to step within 100 feet of the altar. After today's grand meeting, invite Qin Yu to come in the name of Heaven's Pivot, and say that because of Kui Yongji, he must give Rock City an explanation. Peng Yang slowly said. Gao Xian and the other Grand Stargazer immediately understood. Because of Qin Yu's performance today, the matter of him flipping over Heaven's Pivot's face could be considered forgotten. Although this was realistic, it was certainly the best choice. A junior that hadn't even stepped into the God realm was actually able to step within 100 feet of the altar. Disregarding everything else, just this point alone was enough for Heaven's Pivot to avoid becoming enemies with him. But the problem was that Qin Yu's goal from the moment he took his first step wasn't to approach the altar. What he truly wanted to approach was the descending fetal egg fragment above the altar. 10 breaths of time later, when everyone was holding their breath and the world was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, Qin Yu took a single step and stood in front of the altar. If they hadn't witnessed this scene with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. But this was undoubtedly the truth. At this time, after a brief silence, Qin Yu looked up. Everyone's hearts shrank and their minds went blank. There was only a single thought left in their minds: what was he doing? Then, Qin Yu gave them an answer. He was going to climb up the steps. He was going to step onto the altar. Bang! It was like a bolt of thunder exploding in everyone's minds. Even Lei Xiaoyu, who was filled with confidence in Qin Yu and believed he was omnipotent, subconsciously dropped her jaw, much less the other cultivators. Everyone's vision turned blank. All that was left was Qin Yu's silently climbing back. Am I hallucinating, or has he gone crazy, or has the world become absurd and ridiculous? Qin Yu stepped onto the altar. He actually wanted to step onto the altar. Ever since the founding of the Great Chu Empire, there had been records of the descent of the divine seal Saint Stone. Besides today, this had only happened once. The first person to attempt to step onto the altar was the founding emperor of the Great Chu Empire, one of the strongest powerhouses in the world, Chu Liu Hai. In the ancient texts, it was recorded that the founding emperor wanted to step onto the altar and collect the divine stone that fell from the heavens. Halfway up, his face turned white and he vomited blood halfway. In the end, he gave up and never tried again. To put it simply, when the first emperor of the Chu Empire reached 3/4 of the way up the altar, he vomited blood and retreated. Afterwards, he didn't dare to try again. This matter was widely spread throughout the Great Chu Empire. Although not everyone knew about it, every cultivator that had the qualifications to come to Heaven's Pivot today was well aware of it. This could also explain why their hearts shook so much when Qin Yu stepped onto the altar. And in fact, when Qin Yu took his first step onto the altar, the attention gathered here was no longer limited to just Heaven's Pivot. The 3 Grand Stargazers could clearly feel the boundless divine senses that descended upon them. If this were any other day, then this would be regarded as a provocation and disrespect towards Heaven's Pivot. The 3 Grand Stargazers would definitely warn him. But now, They maintained their silence. This wasn't just because the most powerful divine sense came from the deepest depths of the underground palace, but also because the three grand stargazers were well aware that Qin Yu's performance today was no longer something that heaven's pivot could control. Everyone could feel the powerful divine wills in the sky. They were as vast as the sea, able to drown and destroy everything in the blink of an eye. As they looked at Qin Yu's figure, the envy in everyone's eyes faded by over half. To step onto the altar and rely on his own strength to shake the entire imperial city and cause the divine senses of countless great figures to descend upon him, this already surpassed their imaginations. Humans might be jealous, but those stronger than them absolutely wouldn't release these emotions towards the stars in the skies. It was just like how ants on the ground would never view a great eagle that soared through the highest heavens as their natural enemy. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Qin Yu's expression was calm, but a cold sweat dripped down his back. As he thought, even though he had been careful enough, he had still completely blown up the situation. The limelight today was far too great. If he wasn't careful, he would be sucked in and instantly torn to pieces. Even so, Qin Yu wouldn't stop, nor would he turn back. He had to take away this jade egg fragment, because its pride was that of a star in the heavens. Even if it was broken and destroyed, it shouldn't fall into the dust and become a cultivation tool for others. This was the first time that the jade egg had so intensely transmitted its will to Qin Yu, and this was what he was thinking. This was because the jade egg was him and he was the jade egg. From the day they fused together, the two of them were one. There was no distinction between you and me. With this thought in mind, the sun and moon force fields spread out, wrapping around Qin Yu. Thus, his connection to the world was instantly severed. The pressure from the outside world completely vanished. Qin Yu took a deep breath and his steps became even firmer. At this moment, all the boundless divine senses were shocked. They were sure that Qin Yu was still above the altar and they could clearly see him, but they couldn't lock onto his aura. It was as if what appeared in front of him was a shadow. A shadow. This was a bit like the aura of the vortex channel before the jade egg descended. Thinking about it, after Qin Yu stepped onto the altar, he had reached a certain position and obtained the altar's approval. Otherwise, it couldn't explain the sudden arrival of this force that separated him from the others. Boundless divine senses came from all over the imperial city. Even the founding emperor, who hadn't appeared in front of others for many years, couldn't help but reveal a look of envy in his heart. Even to this day, no one had truly investigated what the divine seal Saint Stone was. But no one doubted its strength and might. It was an existence that not even an original God Realm expert could approach. Their aura would suppress them to the point of making them weep blood. And now, Qin Yu had actually obtained its approval. Countless thoughts crossed the minds of the elders. They all had their own thoughts, but as to what they should do next, that all depended on Qin Yu's final harvest. If everything was his, then they would naturally laugh and use their own methods to win him over. They couldn't let him leave like this. Taking a step back, if everything wasn't his, then they would just laugh and use their own methods. But the results would be completely different. Para Qin Yu stood firm. There were no more stone steps in front of him. In other words, he had stepped onto the altar. In front of him was the jade egg fragment. As Qin Yu looked at it, he could feel the excitement it was emitting. I'll bring you home. Chapter 941. When Qin Yu's fingers touched the jade embryo egg fragment, there was a sigh of satisfaction and relief in his heart. It was like a lonely sailboat drifting in the sea. It had long been scarred and exhausted, and now it had finally found its home. Then, the embryo egg fragment began to release light. Without hesitation, it began to burn the last of its energy. In the next moment, the invisible shackles that blocked off the aura around Dub instantly collapsed. Trillions of beams of light shot out in all directions. These beams of light rubbed against the rules of the world, producing an incredible reaction that turned into 3,000 rainbow bridges that crossed the heavens. The great imperial city fell deathly silent. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. Then, this shock turned into endless ecstasy. All cultivators that hadn't entered the divinity realm saw this 3,000 rainbow bridge. Their minds rumbled and countless comprehensions appeared in their hearts. This is the reflection of the great Tao from the divine seal Saint Stone. When we look at this rainbow bridge, it is the same as looking directly at the great Tao. There is no longer any obstruction. Good fortune, great good fortune. 3,000 rainbow bridges, 3,000 great Taos, crossing the skies of the imperial city. This is the Saint Stone's gift to everyone. I only glanced at it and the bottleneck of the withered soul saber art has loosened. If I meditate on it for a little longer, I will definitely make a breakthrough. Before this person finished speaking, there was a sudden fluctuation of aura. A cultivator stood still, the aura around him tumbling like a tide. He had broken through. The cultivator that cultivated the withered soul saber art revealed a look of envy. He immediately sat down cross-legged and entered into a state of cultivation. And this was an extremely ordinary scene on the countless streets of the vast imperial city. This was because at this moment, after receiving enlightenment from the 3,000 rainbow bridges, at least several hundred cultivators had simultaneously opened their paths to the divinity realm. Even in the imperial city of the Great Chu, where there were countless powerhouses, such a breathtaking scene had never appeared before. For a time, the skies above the imperial city changed colors. Tumbling black clouds gushed out from nothingness, weaving together into a pitch-black curtain that darkened the skies. There were too many cultivators opening their paths to the divinity realm, causing the world to change. From the looks of it, it seemed that thunder tribulation was about to descend. At this time, from deep within the imperial palace, the phantom of a giant hand shot up into the skies. The 5 fingers grasped the air and tore apart the curtain that covered the skies. Strange fluctuations appeared in the world and then quickly dissipated. Great Chu's first emperor had taken action. The power of the original god realm was really intimidating. Even the will of heaven and earth could disperse it. Even though he had been in closed-door training for many years and did not pay attention to the affairs of the outside world, he was still the founding emperor of the Great Chu country. Every immortal realm expert in the country would make the Chu country stronger. Naturally, he would not allow the natural phenomenon to interfere with this. In the extreme monarch hall in the center of the Arch Palace, the founding emperor, who was hidden in the shadows, frowned slightly. He also didn't know what had happened, but without a doubt, the reason why the divine seal Saint Stone had changed was because of Qin Yu. Exactly what secrets is this junior hiding? Not only could he ascend the altar, but he could also summon 3,000 rainbow lights to illuminate the imperial city. With a deep gaze, the founding emperor glanced at Dub and then closed his eyes. He was also waiting for today's result. 40 meters away from the altar, Xiao Qi's eyes widened as he stared at the rainbow bridge in the sky. His face was flushed red with excitement. He didn't doubt in the slightest that he would surely be able to break through today, and it was even to the extent that he would be able to open up the 8th path to the Godrank realm. Once he completed it, he would have at least a 60% chance of breaking through to the original God realm. All of the haze in his heart was swept away. Xiao Qi sat down cross-legged, his entire mind immersed in cultivation. At the same time, Li Hongye, Mo Yuan, and the others all had their own harvests. At this moment, besides several peak existences, no one had any thoughts of paying attention to Qin Yu. There were 3,000 rainbow bridges in the imperial city, each one a great Tao. It was just that at this time, including the founding emperor of Great Chu, no one could imagine that the great Tao that had evolved into the imperial city's 3,000 great Taos was only caused by the energy that the embryo egg fragment had poured into Qin Yu's body. At most, it could only account for 10%. Just this 10% was enough to give the 10 million cultivators in the imperial city who had yet to enter the deity realm a heaven-shaking good fortune. Even if a deity realm cultivator looked at the 3,000 rainbow bridges, they would still have great harvests. Then what would happen if it was 90%? Unfortunately, Qin Yu didn't know. This was because right now, the energy that the embryo egg fragment had poured into his body was being absorbed by the jade embryo egg. He was only acting as a transit point. Luckily, Qin Yu was only acting as a transit point. Otherwise, with this tremendous strength, he would instantly explode. Now, Qin Yu felt incomparably sour. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. He couldn't even think about it. Bang a bang within the range of the imperial city, auras erupted one after another. This meant that another person had opened up their road to the deity realm. As long as they wanted to, they could knock open the heaven and earth dragon gate at any time and ascend to the next level of life. A rough calculation showed that since the appearance of the 3,000 rainbow bridges, there had been at least 10,000 cultivators that had accomplished this. Suddenly, Xiao Qi's eyes flashed open. Joy flashed in his eyes and the aura around him suddenly changed. It didn't continue to grow stronger. Instead, it became a little more restrained than before. But, the aura around him was already complete, as if he were a fish that had leapt through the dragon gate. At this time, he had smoothly opened up his seventh road to the deity realm. And it was publicly acknowledged that in order to attack the original divinity realm, one needed to reach the deity realm with the glory of 7 divine seals. Xiao Qi took a deep breath, suppressing his surging emotions. He looked up at Qin Yu's back atop the altar. He couldn't stop. He had to continue. If he could open up his 8th road to the deity realm, his future was destined to be bright and resplendent. So what if it was Qin Yu today? As for who would have the last laugh, that was still unknown. Bang! At this time, 3 auras erupted from behind him. Li Hongye's eyes were closed and motionless. Sword intent pulsed around her, and tiny cracks would occasionally appear in the space around her. It was like a pair of open and closed eyes. They were as dark as an abyss, causing one's heart to race. Mo Yuan was wrapped in light, giving off a feeling as if she would fuse into it. Every strand of her hair was shining, pure, transparent, and bright, able to dispel all shadows in the world. Ning Hao's expression was solemn. His originally white robes had quietly turned into a deep and pure darkness. Faintly, as one looked at the changing black robes, they felt their souls shiver, as if they would be pulled out from their bodies. Those who could be recognized as standing closest to the altar were all cultivation geniuses. Once again, they used facts to tell everyone that they were truly powerful. They made the same choice as Xiao Qi. After the 3 of them made their breakthroughs, they didn't delay at all. They continued to perceive the vault of heaven's rainbow bridge, trying to brand its existence into their minds. This was because it was clear that the divine seal Saint Stone was in an abnormal state today. It should have lasted for 24 hours, but now it had descended for a full day and night. No one was willing to waste even a single breath of time. Lei Xiaoyu was an exception. Although she could feel the true meaning of thunder within the 3,000 rainbow bridges and her bloodline was constantly strengthening, she didn't pour all of her attention into it. She looked at the altar, at the forgotten Qin Yu. Deep in her eyes, she revealed a look of worry. The momentum that Big Brother Qin had created today was far too great. She feared there would be future troubles. Even if she represented Rock City, it would be useless. Why was this happening? She understood that Qin Yu was wise, calm, and self-restrained. He did things with a goal in mind and shouldn't be so impulsive. He knew that as long as he stepped onto the altar, he would become the target of public criticism. Moreover, the divine seal Saint Stone had undergone such a change. Big Brother Qin, just what are you doing? 4 hours later, the 3,000 rainbow bridges that spanned across the horizon of the imperial city and illuminated the world vanished without warning. Qin Yu's body trembled and he was forced back by an invisible strength. His face paled as he fell to his knees and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked up, a complex look in his eyes. He watched as the divine seal Saint Stone shot into the skies and howled into the vortex in the skies, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, the vortex vanished and the channel closed. But Qin Yu knew that the records of the divine seal Saint Stone descending in this world would never appear again. This was because it had exhausted all of its strength. The only thing that kept it going was the last bit of its remaining strength. If everything went according to plan, once it returned to this different world, it would be annihilated into powder. Perhaps this was already happening. Qin Yu's heart shrank and sorrow filled his mind. He pursed his lips. He knew that the final trace left behind in this world by a senior supreme elder who had once traveled with him had completely vanished. And even now, he didn't know the name or true appearance of this senior. This was the cruel and merciless nature of the cultivation world. No matter how strong you were, as long as you died and turned to ash, everything would turn to nothing. At this time, Qin Yu was thinking that if there came a day in the future when he would also find it hard to escape death, then out of the trillions of lives in this world, just who would know his name? Shua Xiaoqi opened his eyes and clenched his fists. He couldn't suppress the excitement on his face. Although he hadn't been able to smoothly open the eighth road to the divine realm, he had grasped the key to success. All that was left was to slowly grind away. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to take this step in at most 10 years. The glory of 8 divine seals, this was currently the highest known boundary in the divine realm. The future original God realm was just around the corner. For countless years, Xiaoqi had been regarded as a cultivation genius. He had been arrogant and willful, but in the end, all of this had turned into a powerful pressure. He was already used to being an eagle that soared through the highest heavens. He looked down at the earth and at those gazes that looked up to him with awe. He would never allow himself to be beaten down to the ground in the future and suffer those pitiful and mocking gazes. This was because Xiaoqi had personally witnessed similar things happen more than once. The juniors of great families were born with a golden spoon in their mouths and obtained resources far more easily than the average person. But they also had to bear more responsibility and were callous. But after today, Xiaoqi no longer needed to be as nervous as he was in the past. He could bring out his proudest attitude and face anyone. This was because he was destined to be powerful. He looked up at Qin Yu's distressed appearance and felt his aura. After a brief pause, Xiaoqi revealed a carefree smile. A forsaken saint, he was actually a forsaken saint. The so-called forsaken saint was a strange existence that appeared after being bathed in the power of the divine seal Saint Stone for many years. They weren't approved by the Saint Stone, so they couldn't use its strength to sense traces of the great Tao. In fact, because they were rejected by the Saint Stone, they would suffer damage. Chapter 942. At this time, it wasn't just Xiaoqi who noticed Qin Yu's condition. Li Hongye furrowed her eyebrows before she composed herself. Deep in her eyes, a trace of disappointment flashed. That's right, disappointment. Today after today, there would no longer be any barriers to her divine realm great Tao. She would be able to reach her most ideal state. Her sword intent circulated, illuminating the world. A single sword strike could chill the highest heavens and shake the world. One beneath the 3,000 rainbow bridges, facing the great Tao, the sword fanatic's harvests were even greater than Xiaoqi's. Sheet this time, her aura was restrained and the sword intent within her seemed empty. But with a casual stroke of her hand, she could release a boundless might. If Li Hongye wanted to, she could break into the divine realm at any time. Before this, she only had one thought in her mind: to fight with Qin Yu. But now, there was no need for that. As a forsaken saint, missing out on the lucky chance of the 3,000 great Tao wasn't just a stroke of good fortune. It also represented sinking into depravity. Or perhaps the current Qin Yu was an existence that ordinary cultivators of his generation could only look up to. But in Li Hongye's eyes, he had already been cast far away. Today's disparity could never be made up for. Silence. A complex look appeared in Mo Yuan's eyes. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know where she stood. A forsaken saint, how could he be a forsaken saint? Was it because his previous performance was too dazzling? At this time, more and more people looked at Qin Yu through the eyes of Xiaoqi, Li Hongye, and Mo Yuan. Short after a brief shock, similar thoughts appeared in their minds. Then, they all silently mourned for Qin Yu. What was this? Was he sacrificing himself to help everyone? God, the change in the Saint Seal Stone was inevitably related to Qin Yu ascending the altar and touching it. But he hadn't obtained any benefits from it. This was the greatest tragedy in the world. Lei Xiaoyu took a deep breath. She suddenly walked forwards. As she did, the altar retracted into the ground and vanished from sight. Qin Yu looked at her. The corners of his lips moved, revealing a faint smile. He was exhausted to the extreme. Thus, when this smile fell into Lei Xiaoyu's eyes, it seemed forced. Her heart ached. She squeezed out a smile. Big brother Qin, let's go. He allowed Lei Xiaoyu to support him. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred and he guessed what she was thinking. Warmth rippled in her heart, dispelling the last trace of sadness. She nodded and said, "All right, let's go." As he walked out of the dub gate, Xiao Qi's carefree laughter suddenly rang out behind him. He was in high spirits and his posture was ostentatious. As he laughed, the powerful aura around him moved, causing the expressions of everyone present to change. Young Master Xiao has improved again today. Your future accomplishments are limitless. We congratulate you. Soon, young Master Xiao's name will spread throughout my great Chu. Congratulations to young Master Xiao. Xiao Qi laughed even louder. Good. Today, I'm hosting a banquet in outside Pavilion Restaurant. All the fellow Taoists present can come. Let's toast and celebrate our harvest. His laughter faded. Of course, in order to help you and me comprehend the great Tao, I didn't hesitate to injure myself. Fellow Daoist Qin Yu is so righteous, so come and drink a cup of wine so that I can express my thanks. Xiao Yu was so angry that his face turned red. You pulled her back and glanced at Xiao Qi. He said indifferently, I appreciate young Master Xiao's kind intentions. However, my injuries have yet to recover, so I won't disturb you any longer today. With that, he left. Whoosh, with the cry of a sword, Li Hongye vanished from sight. The divine senses that wove together in the skies revealed looks of praise. It turned out that the one with the greatest harvest today was this girl. The Li family now had a successor. They would be able to maintain their wealth for the next 10,000 years. This was truly enviable. Silence Yuan and Ding Hao also fell into their eyes. Perhaps they hadn't revealed strength as amazing as Xiao Qi and Li Hongye, but after being baptized by the 3,000 great Daos, their futures were bright. Short in 100 years, or at most 1,000 years, the Great Chu Empire would welcome the birth of a new batch of peak powerhouses. This was a fortunate event for the empire. As for Qin Yu, no matter how shocking his performance was before, it no longer mattered now. As existences that truly stood at the peak of this ancient empire, they had the qualifications to know even deeper secrets. A forsaken saint, it wasn't as simple as being rejected by the divine seal Saint Stone and not being able to obtain any harvests. The injuries they suffered contained the terrifying might of the Saint Stone and they would never be able to recover in their entire lives. Also, in other words, no matter how outstanding Qin Yu was in the past or how great his potential was, he was now a cripple. Such a junior no longer had the qualifications to attract their attention. Emperor in the Imperial Palace's extreme Imperial Palace, the founding emperor revealed a disappointed look in his eyes. A certain thought vanished with it. Qin Yu boarded the carriage and slowly drove away from Heaven's Pivot. He didn't know that he had already avoided a terrifying slaughter that would have left him with no chance of survival. Sweeping his eyes around, he could see the countless cultivators on the street. He closed his eyes, a calm expression on his face. It seemed that no one noticed anything wrong. To Qin Yu, this was naturally the best result. Otherwise, he didn't doubt that once the embryo egg fragment left, what awaited him would be the fate of being killed without hesitation. After all, when the embryo egg fragment's strength dissipated, it condensed into the 3,000 rainbow bridges that helped the millions of cultivators in the imperial city face the great Tao. Hema's single person occupied 90%. Who could imagine such a harvest? The journey was smooth. They returned to the Lei family's residence in the imperial city. News of what occurred at Heaven's Pivot had already spread. Only Hong's attitude was still respectful, but his expression became incomparably complex. He never imagined that things would turn out like this. Yesterday, Qin Yu had been regarded as inconceivably powerful, but in the blink of an eye he had fallen to this point. Qin Yu waved his hand to stop Lei Xiaoyu from following. He said, I want to be alone for some time. You've obtained a great harvest today, so go into seclusion and cultivate. Lei Xiaoyu bit her lips. Big brother Qin Yu smiled. Don't worry, I'm really fine. Listen to me. She didn't want to agree, but looking at his forced smile, she nodded. Watching her leave, Qin Yu turned and returned to his room. He sat down on a chair and let out a breath. Come out. Xiong Shui's figure emerged from the shadows. When she agreed to help divine Dr. Yi, she should have obtained some benefits. Recently, her aura had become increasingly obscure. If it weren't for Qin Yu's eyes having the ability to see through all illusions, It would have been nearly impossible to sense her existence. Xiong Shui had a serious expression. She looked him up and down and curled her lips. I knew that no matter who was unlucky, you wouldn't be. Is today's matter so simple? Qin, you didn't hide anything. He nodded. I did obtain some harvests, but it's true that I was injured. You already know the answer, so hurry up and leave. I need to rest. Xiong Shui coldly sneered. Your brain is the best. I'm afraid you've already made up your mind to use this chance to rid yourself of the attention of those in the imperial city. She turned and walked out. The sneer on her face faded and the corners of her lips curled up in a mocking smile. She really wanted to see the expressions of those people that believed Qin Yu was ruined. One day, when they saw his true harvests, just what sort of marvelous expressions would they have? Did Qin Yu say that he had obtained some harvests? Xiong Shui didn't believe a single word of it. If there weren't great benefits, then with Qin Yu's temperament, why would he go through so much trouble? Why would he cause such an earth-shattering commotion? I'm smart. You want to lie to me? No. Door. Watching Xiong Shui disappear into the shadows, Qin Yu shook his head and smiled. He also guessed that she wouldn't believe his words. But Qin Yu wouldn't tell anyone the truth. With a thought, the sun and moon force field spread out, wrapping around the room and isolating it from the outside world. Qin Yu lifted a hand and placed a finger between his eyebrows. He said in a soft voice, "Now, you should let me know just what the fragment brought me." A tremor erupted from the depths of his soul. It was like 1,000,000,000,000 sparks were ignited at the same time, creating a grand display of fireworks in Qin Yu's mind. Every fireball represented a great Tao. There were far too many of them, so they could only be tightly packed together. Otherwise, any one of them could turn into a rainbow bridge that pierced through the endless skies. And moreover, what was most shocking was that all of these fireworks were blooming for Qin Yu alone. After sitting down cross-legged for a long time, Qin Yu took back his finger from between his eyebrows and let out a satisfied sigh. Before his voice fell, the aura around him changed. At this moment, he had thoroughly comprehended the great Tao and the fourth road of the divine realm had been opened. But now, there wasn't much joy on his face. This was because he had witnessed the vastness of the heavens. So what if there were stars in the mortal world? How could they shake his mind? Vast to shake the heavens and earth, there were actually such mysteries. The 1,000,000,000,000 great Taos were like the stars in the heavens. How many could one comprehend in a lifetime? Luckily, Qin Yu had already leapt out from the mortal world. Although his strength was low, he had the qualifications to glimpse into the vast great Tao of the world. After a long time, Qin Yu stood up. He cupped his hands together and bowed deeply. "Senior, I do not know your name nor do I know who your enemies are. But I have inherited the shadow of your great Tao and will do my best to make it shine once more. I will not disappoint your efforts." A moment later, Dan Hong reported that Qin Yu had announced that he was going into seclusion and that no one was to disturb him. Lei Xiaoyu revealed a worried expression. She thought for a moment and nodded. "I understand." She glanced at him. "Big brother Qin has saved my life. No matter what changes occur, he will always be the most important person to me. Do you understand?" Dan Hong hurriedly said, "Miss, rest assured that no one in the mansion would dare to show any disrespect to Mr. Qin. You may leave." Dan Hong stood up and left, beads of sweat covering his forehead. When Lei Xiaoyu spoke just now, he had felt an indescribable suffocating pressure. And this feeling was something he had felt many years ago from the City Lord. Look. The divine seal Saint Stone has undergone a mutation. The Miss has also obtained a great harvest. Thinking of Lei Xiaoyu's warning, Dan Hong warned himself that no matter what, he could not neglect Qin Yu in the slightest. He had risen like a comet and fallen like a comet. Qin Yu's dazzling light had once illuminated the entire imperial city, leaving countless people in awe, not daring to look at him. But after the matter of Heaven's pivot, he had thoroughly vanished from everyone's sight. He was like a spray in a surging river. After a brief moment of brilliance, he disappeared and was forgotten by everyone. Xiao Qi, Li Hongye, Mo Yuan, and Ding Hao, These 4 people had become publicly recognized as the strongest youths of the Chu Empire, attracting the attention of everyone. An. Chapter 943. The hall was grand and majestic. The pillars were straight and were pure gold. They supported the roof of the hall. Dragons and phoenixes were carved on them, as well as the figures of many strange beasts. One look at them would make one feel awe. If someone else was here, they would be able to recognize that this hall was the imperial palace at the center of the palace. The two were exactly the same, like reflections in the water. There was no difference. But this was not the palace. Luxury. On the luxurious and majestic dragon throne, there was a figure sitting on it. One of his hands was lightly tapping on the back of the chair, and the other hand was supporting his chin. His eyes occasionally opened and closed, and countless rays of light flashed past. Each ray was as dazzling as the aurora. The Forsaken Saints. He muttered softly, his voice leaning towards a neutral tone, revealing a hint of gentleness. I don't really believe that things are so simple. His voice spread in the hall. Perhaps because it was too empty, even though there was plenty of light, it still felt cold. He stepped out. He took a step forward, and his shadow seemed to separate. One of him walked out of the hall, while the other was still sitting on the throne, gently stretching his waist. It's best if you bring him back. If you can't, bring his corpse back. Okay. A single word. The coldness lingered, as if it came from an ancient ice cave. Emperor. City Thunder Mansion. Close. In Guangzhou, Qin Yu opened his eyes and looked forward. His gaze was deep, as if it could penetrate the barriers of space. As expected, things would not end so easily. There would be people probing to see if the result was as they saw. Qin Yu had expected this. He raised his eyebrows and then calmed down. World. How could everything in the world go according to one's will? Since it could not be avoided, then let it come. As for the result, Qin Yu could not predict it. But there was one thing he was sure of. Even if the situation completely collapsed, he could still escape from the imperial city. No wrong. Even if there were divine source cultivators in the imperial city. But not long ago, in Peng City, Qin Yu was confident he could escape unscathed when he faced Lei Qianjun, who was at the peak of the divine state. Escape. Escape and escape were two completely different concepts. But they had one thing in common, and that was to survive. This was what he had obtained during his seclusion. Of course, it was more accurate to say that it was a gift from the trillions of great Taos contained within the embryo egg fragment. But at this time, Qin Yu's eyes flashed, revealing a look of surprise. His tense body slowly relaxed. At the back door of the Lei mansion, Li Hongye stood with a sword in her hand. She had a grim expression as she stared at the figure walking toward her. He wore a plain robe and was of medium height. His facial features could be seen clearly at a glance, but when he tried to recall, there was not the slightest trace left behind. Pupil Kong whining and Li Hongye raised their hands. The tip of their swords made fut-fut sounds in the air. The figure on the other side paused for a moment before raising his head to look at Li Hongye. With just a single glance, Li Hongye's resolute and penetrating sword heart trembled in fear. Resemblance the mountains and rivers were overturned. Cultivation isn't easy. Why seek death? Just leave. An ice-cold voice sounded in the air. Li Hongye gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. The slight panic in her heart vanished instantly. She raised her hand, and the tip of her sword stabbed forward without any hesitation. Sword Kai used her actions to give her answer. Once her sword was unsheathed, she would never take it back. Yes. The figure on the other side had a look of admiration in his eyes. He raised his hand and pointed forward. Speed. It wasn't fast, but in an instant, it collided with the tip of the sword. The straight sword instantly twisted, bending into a twisted twist. Li Hongye's face was pale, but her eyes were even brighter. Hey! The figure on the other side let out a surprised sound. He looked down at his chest. His clothes had been torn open and sword energy had touched his flesh. It hurt a little. Although it wasn't much, it was real. For him, just feeling pain was already an incomparably shocking matter. The Li family's sword Kai was extraordinary. But that was all. In the air, a terrifying aura erupted, like an awakened beast. Whoosh, sword. The sound of a sword cut through the frozen air. One-armed Tang Yi appeared next to Li Hongye, shielding her behind him. Shan Senior, Hongye is a disciple of my Myriad Swords Mountain. I ask that you show mercy. So what if you're from Myriad Swords Mountain? The two of us aren't worth mentioning to Senior. But since my Myriad Swords Mountain has been passed down to this day, there must be a reason. Are you threatening me? Tang Yi doesn't dare, but Senior should know that if I and my disciple die today, Myriad Swords Mountain won't let this matter rest. The invisible pressure in the air could crush a person's bones into powder. After a long time, the figure turned and left. Myriad Swords Mountain's face can only be used once. If you dare to interfere in the future, you will die. Tang Yi respectfully bowed. Thank you, Senior. He suddenly coughed. His face paled and blood flowed out from every orifice of his head. Li Hongye's expression changed. Teacher. Tang Yi lifted a hand. I'm fine. Although his expression was calm, his heart was shaking. He had Li Hongye here because he expected someone to secretly attack Qin Yu. First, he wanted to fulfill his promise. Second, he wanted to use this opportunity to improve his relationship with Qin Yu. Tang Yi already knew about the change in Guan Tianshu. But he also believed that things wouldn't be so simple. But Tang Yi never imagined that Qin Yu would draw in such a terrifying existence. This was just an avatar, but it was able to injure him. Its true cultivation must have broken through the limits of the divine realm. Source divinity, only a being like this would dare to kill the 10,000 Swords Mountain, despite knowing that it was the 10,000 Swords Mountain. That's right. Since Fang had already expressed his attitude that he would kill them the next time they met, he would really kill them. To thus, helping Qin Yu block one attack tonight was his limit. After wiping off the bloodstains, Tang Yi took a deep breath and glanced at the quiet Lei manor. Then, he turned around and dragged Li Hongye away. He had done everything he could. What happened in the future would depend on Qin Yu's own good fortune. In the dark sky, the vast clouds roiled like surging waves. The earth was barren. Countless rocks scattered in all directions. Everything was silent, without the least bit of life. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion from the clouds. Billions of bolts of lightning erupted, sweeping out in all directions. Then, in a brief moment, the vast lightning converged and condensed into a bolt of lightning that fell down. It straight and unbending, like a spear of lightning descending from the heavens. With unbelievable speed, it sank into the earth. Down. In the next moment, there was a loud rumbling sound from deep underground. The ground cracked, forming a giant crack. The crack continued to expand. 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, until it reached 10,000 miles. It was like a giant gaping wound in the earth, like the gaping maw of a terrifying beast. It roared at the skies, as if it wanted to swallow the heavens. A cold, icy, and deathly silent aura spread out from the crack. The temperature in the air rapidly fell. Snow fell from the sky, sprinkling down onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, it covered the ground. But even though it was snowing heavily, not a single piece fell into the crack in the ground, as if the aura within it terrified the falling snow. Thus, amidst the white snow, the crack in the ground became even more striking. Same for a time, within the great Chu's capital's imperial palace, the founding emperor's eyes flashed open. He revealed a trace of fear and hesitation, but in the end it was replaced by anticipation and excitement. Faint in the dark earth, a shadow rose up from the ground, rapidly stretching into the shape of a human. The surface of his body rippled like water. His voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Founding Emperor, do you feel it? Everything is as I said. The heaven-eradicating abyss has opened ahead of time. The Founding Emperor let out a deep breath, his eyes cold. You've used your own performance to gain my trust, but this is just the beginning. If at any point in the future I discover that you have ulterior motives, then even if I have to give up on my breakthrough, I will kill you. Shadow didn't care about the threat. He laughed out loud. Of course, my cooperation with the Founding Emperor has been established on the basis that we both benefit from each other. He paused for a moment and continued, If Your Majesty the founding emperor has no other objections, then our plan will officially begin. The founding emperor was silent for a long time. Begin. The shadow faded away. At this moment, no one in the imperial city knew that an undercurrent had already spread through the entire imperial city. No one would be spared. Ding Hao had an excited expression, his eyes filled with excitement. The heaven-eradicating abyss has opened. It has actually opened ahead of time. The heavens are truly helping me. At this time, a voice came from outside the door. Young Master Ding Hao, the old ancestor invites you. After a moment, Ding Hao respectfully bowed. Greetings, old ancestor. The old ancestor of the Ding family was the same as before, his aura weak and dispirited. I will teach you the secret techniques of the Ding family. Prepare to enter seclusion with me. Ah! But old ancestor. The old ancestor of the Ding family waved his hand. Then it settled. Go and prepare, Li. Redleaf frowned. Teacher, why is the mountain suddenly summoning me back? Tang Yi coughed lightly. The meaning of the mountain is that with your current cultivation, you are qualified to receive the true teachings. I know, but why are you in such a hurry? Tang Yi shook his head. I don't know. He turned and left. Go and prepare. We will soon return to the mountain. Mo Ming's expression was solemn as he said lightly, you will comprehend the true meaning of light this time. I will open a secret realm and send you inside to cultivate. You must grasp this opportunity well. Do not become arrogant and complacent. Mo Yuan frowned. Father, Mo Ming raised a hand. I know that you are interested in the heaven-eradicating abyss, but next time. Xiao, Qi excitedly stepped through the stone door with an expression of wild joy. With a loud rumble, the cave dwelling was isolated from the outside world. He had obtained the most fundamental secret technique of the Xiao family that he dreamed of. This was equivalent to announcing that he would become the future wielder of the Xiao family. After this period of seclusion, Xiao Qi would break into the divine realm and become one of the peak powerhouses of this world. Good. Perhaps his previous description wasn't too accurate. This was because there were always some people who could sense the yin chill outside of the world of ordinary people and avoid it ahead of time. And at this time, the gates of the imperial city's Lei residence opened. Qin Yu pulled Lei Xiaoyu onto a carriage and drove towards the city gates. This news caused several ripples in the massive imperial city before quickly vanishing from sight. In their eyes, the forsaken Saint Qin Yu had already been stepped into the abyss. How could he have the qualifications to compete with the proud children of heaven from all over when the heaven-eradicating abyss opened? Perhaps the reason he chose to leave at this time was because of the last bit of pride left in his heart. Dang, however, in the eyes of these people, this pride wasn't worth mentioning at all. Because. Chapter 944. On the second day after Qin Yu and Lei Xiaoyu left, a theft occurred in the outer tower of the imperial city. It led to a big fight, and even peak god realm experts were involved. Before the guards of the imperial city arrived, several people were killed on the spot. 1/3 of the luxurious and exquisite outer tower was destroyed. It had been many years since something like this had happened. The people of the imperial city, who liked to be lively, surrounded the outer tower. They were waiting to see those outsiders who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth pay the price for their reckless and impudent actions. The imperial city of the Great Chu was the place where the Son of Heaven lived. How could they be so impudent? Facts proved that the troublemakers that the guards had suppressed were all outsiders. Facing the strongest guards of the imperial city, they had chosen to resist. This made the people of the imperial city gawk. They cursed them in their hearts, calling them fools. At the same time, they sentenced them to death. Anyone who dared to fight against the guards of the imperial city, no matter how strong their background was or what their identity was, would die. This was one of the iron rules of the Great Chu Empire that couldn't be violated. It was because the guards of the imperial city represented the dignity of the Great Chu imperial family. They wouldn't allow any provocation. For a time, heads rolled. So what if they were peak god realm experts? The imperial city guards were the vassals of the emperor clans. They were known to have 1/10 of the hotshots in the world. The emperor clans had used cruel means to show their power one more time. This matter should have ended like this. It should have become a topic for the people of the imperial city to talk about and then be slowly forgotten. However, as the head rolled down, a piece of news spread out. An original God Realm corpse was found in the despairing heaven abyss. It still had the origin that hadn't scattered yet. Whoever could get it could reach the sky in just one step, entering the original God Realm directly. In the eyes of most people with a bit of brains, this news was very unreliable. However, the series of events that followed caused their eyes to gradually reveal a burning desire. The theft case in the outer tower and the subsequent killings were all because of the original god's origin. Someone had found the original god's corpse in the heavenly eradicating abyss. Although he was killed, he had left some clues. Soon, this matter was confirmed. At least 70% of the news about the original god's origin was credible. It was enough. It should be known that even someone as arrogant as Xiao Qi, who had opened 8 paths to the God Realm, wasn't sure he could break through to the original God Realm smoothly. However, if he could collect the original God origin on this basis, he would be 90% sure. In this world, there were more than tens of thousands of cultivators who wanted to reach the original God Realm. With the imperial city as the center, a wave of scorching heat spread out and gradually covered the entire Great Chu territory. There were as many cultivators in the world as there were carps in the river. Those who could break through to the God Realm were the best of the best. Among the God Realm, those who had the qualifications, confidence, and ambition to reach the peak of the world and step into the divine source realm were even rarer. They were unwilling to accept that their cultivation would stop at this level. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, they would not hesitate to grasp it tightly. So what if it was the sky-eradicating abyss? Li Hongye's eyes brightened. Her sword will surged. Original God origin. In silence, she took a step forward. The space in front of her suddenly cracked, and she stepped into the crack and disappeared. After a while, Tang Yi hurried over. There was no response to his call and he directly barged in. His gaze swept across the empty sword cultivation room, and his expression changed drastically. As expected, this girl already knew. Tang Yi took a deep breath, not daring to delay any longer. He quickly turned and left. He did not know what would happen in the sky-eradicating abyss, but it would definitely be extremely dangerous. Tang Yi would not allow anything to happen to Li Hongye. Her future was bright, not just the future of 10,000 Swords Mountain, but also the greatest pride of his life. He hurriedly sent a message to the mountain to negotiate with the imperial clans. Tang Yi left the imperial city and soared into the sky, disappearing after a sword chime. "My lord, we found Mrs. Letter. She has already gone to the sky-eradicating abyss." A light guard bowed. Mo Ming was silent for a moment, then stood up and walked outside. In this world, he only had one daughter left. He would not let her be in danger. For this, Mo Ming was willing to pay a price to exchange with the imperial palace. The old forefather of the Ding family was furious. Everyone trembled. Ding Hao had left the imperial city without saying goodbye. Even though his whereabouts were unknown, everyone could guess where he had gone. The Daoist said calmly, "It is the fortune of the Ding clan that one of their descendants possesses such will and courage." The old forefather of the Ding family shook his head. "In the past, I would indeed be gratified, but you should know that the sky-eradicating abyss has opened." He was silent for a few breaths, then suddenly stood up. The Daoist furrowed his eyebrows. "Old Ding." The old forefather of the Ding family waved his hand. "As you say, Ding Hao is the junior that I favor the most in the future. I cannot allow him to die like this. It has been many years since you have entered the imperial palace. Let me go in your place." The old forefather said, "This time, you do not have enough weight." No one knew what sort of game was being played between the peak influences of the Great Chu, including the imperial clans. News of the sky-eradicating abyss smoothly spread out, attracting the attention of countless people. But any cultivator with some knowledge could faintly sense that in the scorching atmosphere of the imperial city, there was a cold stiffness hidden within. Not long after, a small rumor spread out from the imperial palace. The day before yesterday, The founding emperor of the imperial palace had been enraged and executed 3,000 palace servants in a single day. Even the current Emperor Chu had personally knelt outside the palace. The true reason could no longer be investigated, but it was clear that some ripples had begun to spread among the peak influences of the empire. Qin Yu brought Lei Xiaoyu away from the imperial city before any of the disturbances had occurred. As a loser, this could be considered an additional benefit. Otherwise, with his previous reputation, once news of the sky eradicating abyss source spread, he would inevitably attract the attention of all sides. How could he be so carefree today? The carriage was ordinary, and the horses pulling it were also ordinary. Although one was old and the other was lame, they still pulled the carriage steadily. Qin Yu leaned back on a soft couch. In front of him was a chessboard, and Lei Xiaoyu was across from him. She placed down a piece. Qin Yu frowned for a long time and then threw down the piece in his hand. "I'm tired. I'm going to rest for a while." Lei Xiaoyu pouted. "Big brother Qin, you're doing this again. I'm about to win." Qin Yu comfortably leaned back. "Since I haven't lost, of course you haven't won." He picked up a teacup and took a sip. Immediately, his mouth was filled with the fragrance of tea. He closed his eyes, an intoxicated expression on his face. His gaze passed through the window and looked at the scenery on both sides. He didn't say a word, but he seemed somewhat calm. His soul reflected the trillions of great Taos, as if he were illuminated by stars. Qin Yu had unknowingly been deeply affected. Lei Xiaoyu looked at him and subconsciously bit her lips. Although Qin Yu was normal and his aura was even calmer than before, Lei Xiaoyu could clearly see the changes in him. In the past, Big Brother Qin had worked so hard and didn't waste a single moment to cultivate. But now, he had become so sloppy. Could it be that he had been affected by his reputation as a forsaken saint and had lost his confidence? And most importantly, in Lei Xiaoyu's heart, the root cause of Qin Yu's calamity was her. If it weren't for accompanying her, Qin Yu wouldn't have gone to the imperial city and he wouldn't have encountered all of this. "Big brother Qin," Qin Yu lazily responded. At first, he didn't notice the abnormality in Lei Xiaoyu's mood. After waiting for a moment and seeing no response from her, he opened his eyes and saw that her face was wet with tears. Qin Yu quickly stood up. "Everything was fine. What's wrong?" Lei Xiaoyu cried even more fiercely. "Big brother Qin, it's all my fault. If you feel uncomfortable in your heart, then let it out. Holding it in like this will only make you feel worse." Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He lifted a hand to wipe away her tears. "I say, just what is going on in that little head of yours? I've already told you that I'm in good condition, so why won't you believe me?" Seeing Lei Xiaoyu's expression of "don't try to comfort me. The more you do this, the more uncomfortable I feel," Qin Yu rubbed his temples. Fine. If you don't believe me, then take a look for yourself." His eyes swept around. The sun and moon force field quietly spread out, isolating the carriage from the outside world. Qin Yu lifted his hand and spread open his palm. Motes of starlight flew out, turning into a resplendent starry sky above his palm. It flickered and faded without end. Qin Yu smiled. This was a mark that he had personally left behind. It came from the embryo egg fragment and contained the trillions of great Taos. Of course, this was only a shallow image. Perhaps what he had truly comprehended might not even be a 10,000th of it. But this didn't affect the endless and mysterious aura that emanated from the starry sky above his palm. This was because to a certain degree, it could be called a reflection of the vast and mighty great Taos of the world. With Lei Xiaoyu's strength, she was able to sense this. She naturally understood that not only was there no problem with him, but he was even better than before. But soon, Qin Yu discovered that he was wrong. Across from him, Lei Xiaoyu's eyes widened and more tears flowed down her cheeks. She threw herself at Qin Yu and tightly hugged him. Her voice was filled with sorrow and guilt. "Big brother Qin, it's all my fault. You should have had an incomparably brilliant future, becoming an existence that could step into the world, but because of me, you've fallen to such a state. Big brother Qin, I am so sad." Qin Yu, he really didn't know how to explain himself. Could he have Ban Bu and Xiong Shui stop the carriage so that he could display his mountain-shattering chest? But even if he did this, he feared that Lei Xiaoyu would think of even more things. Indeed, the way a woman thought was difficult to grasp in certain matters. Xiaoyu, I'm really fine. Believe me, Lei Xiaoyu stood up. She smiled through her tears. I believe in your big brother Qin. Nothing will happen to you, nothing will happen to you. Qin Yu thought for a moment and decided not to say anything more to Lei Xiaoyu. In any case, she would understand soon enough. He looked outside the carriage and coldly snorted. Stop wasting time. Hurry up. Xiong Shui was trying to stifle her laughter. Her lips twitched as she heard this. She lifted her whip and tapped the shaft of the carriage. Hurry up, hurry up. Someone is going to get angry. The lame horse snorted twice and quickened its hooves. The old horse that had been trying to get closer to the lame horse snorted in dissatisfaction. It turned its head and glared at Xiong Shui. Xiong Shui curled her lips. What are you glaring at me for? It's not like I have a whip on me. If you want to flatter me, you might as well put in some effort. The old horse thought for a moment and felt that this was indeed the case. It turned its head and galloped away, determined to show off its energy in front of the lame horse. Perhaps it wanted to tell the old horse that although it looked a bit old and was in fact a bit old, its physical fitness was still excellent. Thus, it wildly galloped forwards. At sunrise they left the imperial capital, and at sunset the world was covered in a vast expanse of white snow. The crack embedded deep in the earth was already in sight. In a single day, they had crossed 1,000,000 miles. The heaven-extinguishing abyss was right in front of them. Chapter 945. The old horse was truly old, but the lame horse wasn't too obvious. Thus, it seemed to have no interest in the old horse that had just shown off its energy. It opened its mouth and bit at it, warning it not to approach. The lame horse slowly walked to the side and ate the fodder that Ban Bu had prepared. Xiong Shui covered her mouth and laughed. The old horse glared at her several times before she managed to suppress her laughter. My suggestion wasn't wrong. The problem is that no one likes you, so what can I do? The old horse lowered its head in sadness. But after a moment, it became restless again and tried to stick its mouth into the lame horse's bowl. Perhaps this was the key to why young men often lost to uncles in love. It was because the hardships of time had bestowed them with sufficiently solid and shockingly thick skin. Qin Yu smiled. He patted the old horse and turned around. When the entrance opens, will you two not go in? The current heaven-eradicating abyss had only descended into the world, the entrance hadn't truly been opened yet. Ban Bu said in a low voice, Senior, I hope to follow by your side. At the side, Xiong Shui frowned. Is it dangerous inside? Qin Yu said, I don't know. He turned around and looked at the endless land covered in snow. If he took several more steps forwards, he would enter. But my intuition tells me that if you go in, you might not be able to come out. Xiong Shui nodded. Good. I will wait for you outside. Ban Bu's eyes widened. He felt that Xiong Shui's attitude towards Qin Yu was a bit too casual. Could it be that her identity wasn't just a simple maid? If even she chose to stay behind, would he really die if he followed? Qin Yu glanced at him and then at the closed carriage door. If possible, I don't even want to go. You can stay behind. Lei Xiaoyu's condition suddenly became extremely bad. It was unknown what the Jiu insects within her had sensed, but as they approached heaven-eradicating abyss, they became increasingly excited. Qin Yu could only use some methods to have her enter a deep sleep state to reduce the pain she suffered. He pushed open the door and entered the carriage. Even in her sleep, Lei Xiaoyu's eyebrows were still furrowed and her face was as pale as paper. Qin Yu bent down and placed a finger between her eyebrows. After carefully sensing for a moment, a dignified look appeared in his eyes. Lei Xiaoyu's current condition was already very bad. Once she entered the sky-eradicating abyss, it would probably be even worse. In other words, this was her last chance. If she couldn't find the original god's corpse and extract the original god's blood, the heavenly eradicating abyss would become her graveyard. He took a deep breath and exhaled. He said in a soft voice, Don't worry. I will do my best to help you survive. This is my promise to you. Lei Xiaoyu seemed to have heard his voice in her sleep. Her furrowed brows relaxed a little. Qin Yu sat down and closed his eyes. With a thought, the projection of 1,000,000,000,000 stars appeared in his mind. Bathing in the starlight, he seemed to be soaring in the boundless ocean, trying his best to sense and fuse with this ocean with his weak aura. If there came a day in the future when Qin Yu fused with the entire sea of stars, then he would become the incarnation of the great Tao of the world. With a thought, the heavens would collapse, and with a thought, the earth would crack. Outside the snowy plain where heaven-extinguishing abyss was located, other cultivators gradually arrived. Among them were cultivators who had yet to enter the immortal realm and had weak auras. There were also powerful cultivators with sharp eyes. But without exception, as they looked at the snowy plain, their eyes were filled with awe and heat. When the third cultivator that tried to approach the carriage was forced back by a sword strike and fled, the comfortable carriage that could resist the cold finally calmed down. Although no one had seen the person inside the carriage, if a mere carriage driver had such a terrifying sword cultivation, then it was best not to provoke him. The icy cold was hard to endure, but since they didn't want to waste their strength, they retreated a little. In any case, the entrance to heaven-extinguishing abyss hadn't opened yet. Within the carriage, Qin Yu, who was meditating on the stars of the great Tao, suddenly opened his eyes. He turned around and looked behind him. He could feel a familiar sword intent. It was purer and more formidable than before, and it exuded an aura that could cut apart all. Li Hongye, she had also come. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. This was because he discovered that after this sword intent paused for a moment, it actually changed directions and shot straight towards him. Whoosh, the cry of a sword entered his ears and then faded away. The surroundings quieted down. Countless eyes gathered on him, all of them filled with shock and awe. Who is that woman? What a terrifying sword intent. Her cultivation clearly hasn't reached the divine realm yet, but I can actually feel my heart racing. If I fight with her, I will die within 3 sword strikes. I cannot provoke this woman. Ban Bu had to repel powerful enemies 3 times in order to ensure that the carriage wouldn't be harassed. Li Hongye had only landed on the ground, but she had already left everyone in awe. This was the disparity in strength. Thus, Ban Bu admitted defeat. He jumped off the carriage and cupped his hands across his chest as he drew back. The door of the carriage opened and Qin Yu stepped out. He cupped his hands together and said, "Miss Li, we meet again. I must thank you for your help in the Imperial City." It wasn't just because the Imperial City's guards were stationed there to ensure that Qin Yu wouldn't be disturbed. More importantly, it was because Li Hongye and Tang Yi had taken action and caused the cultivators that came to investigate to retreat. Otherwise, Qin Yu wouldn't have been able to easily escape from the Imperial City. Li Hongye had a faint expression. "I know what you are thinking, but heaven-extinguishing abyss isn't something you can meddle in. If you don't leave as soon as possible, you will surely die." After speaking, she didn't give Qin Yu a chance to reply. She turned and walked away. With the cry of a sword, she stepped into the snowy plains. The ice and snow that filled the skies and the terrifying chill that filled the world seemed to be meaningless to her. Imperial City's Li family's sword fanatic. It's her. She is indeed worthy of being called a peerless genius of the new generation alongside Xiao Qi. Her sword cultivation has reached a profound level. Cries of alarm rose up one after another. Every person that chased into the snowy plains revealed shock and awe. When these people looked back at Qin Yu, although there wasn't much awe in their eyes, there was still a bit more dread. If he was acquainted with Li Hongye and had her warn him, it was clear that the two of them had intersected before. It was likely that he came from some family clan in the Imperial City. No wonder he had such a fierce guard even though his cultivation was ordinary. But was heaven-extinguishing abyss a place that could be entered just by relying on guards? It was best if this person obediently retreated, otherwise he would undoubtedly die. Qin Yu didn't care about these gazes. He turned and returned to the carriage. He didn't fear the cold of the snowy plains, but Lei Xiaoyu couldn't. He could only stay here. But Qin Yu didn't want to be discovered by others again in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. With a thought, the sun-moon force field spread out, covering Ban Bu and the carriage. Like this, The people around them would still think they were here, but those that passed by wouldn't notice this corner. 3 days later, a fluctuation spread out from deep within the snowy plains. Qin Yu opened his eyes from his cultivation and the image of the starry skies slowly faded away. The entrance to heaven-extinguishing abyss had opened. Across from him, Xiong Shui opened her eyes. "You're leaving?" Qin Yu nodded. He carried Lei Xiaoyu on his back and stepped out of the carriage. "Hurry up and leave. Once I come out, I will find you." Ban Biyu bowed. Qin Yu no longer hesitated. He stepped towards the snowy plains. It was only at this time that the surrounding cultivators sensed the aura coming from deep within the snowy plains. "The entrance has opened. Hurry, let's go in. The origin spirit's source is within. The first to enter means that our chances are higher." With excited shouts, cultivators erupted with auras and howled outwards. Even at this time, everyone that passed by Qin Yu's side still subconsciously widened their eyes in shock. Rushing into heaven-extinguishing abyss was an extremely dangerous matter to begin with. Even if one was careful, there was still a slim chance of survival. In this situation, he actually wanted to bring along his unconscious daughter who was clearly heavily injured. This was simply seeking death. They didn't know the relationship between Qin Yu and Lei Xiaoyu and they didn't know what they had experienced. But no matter how they looked at it, this was an extremely stupid decision. But this had nothing to do with them. If one more person died, they would have one less opponent. Whoosh, whoosh, figures rushed past Qin Yu, rushing towards the deepest depths of the snowy plains, towards the pitch-black crack embedded in the ground. But his expression remained calm. He only occasionally swept his eyes over the road ahead, his steps calm and steady, neither too fast nor too slow. Qin Yu also wanted to be the first person to step into heaven-extinguishing abyss, but sometimes being fast wasn't useful. Heaven-extinguishing abyss was truly worthy of being a dangerous land in the legends that hid countless secrets. It was truly mysterious. Even if one stepped into the divine realm, unless their comprehension of the great Tao of the heavens and earth had reached an extremely profound degree, they still wouldn't be able to sense that this seemingly ordinary snowy plains actually contained endless changes. If one walked in a straight line, they might actually be walking at a different fork in the road with every step they took. It had a good tolerance for mistakes. Even if one walked into the wrong fork, they could still continue forwards, but their speed would be much slower. The more mistakes one made, the slower one would be. Once one reached a certain limit, even if one ran wildly through the snowy plains for 100 years, they would never reach heaven-extinguishing abyss. Standing high in the air, one could see that although Qin Yu's speed wasn't fast, the distance between him and heaven-extinguishing abyss was constantly shrinking. As for the people beside him, although they were as fast as horses, they seemed to be walking in place, slowly being left behind. And what was strange was that these cultivators had excited expressions, as if they hadn't noticed anything strange at all. Qin Yu stopped. It wasn't that he couldn't see the road ahead, but that behind him, the Gu insects in Lei Xiaoyu's body were beginning to stir restlessly. Before this, Qin Yu only had a guess. But now, he could confirm that these Gu insects were related to heaven-extinguishing abyss. Or, if he were to boldly guess, they came from here. If this was true, the Gu insects that came from heaven-extinguishing abyss had entered Lei Xiaoyu's body, causing her to live in pain until today. Now, she had no choice but to enter heaven-extinguishing abyss to seek a final hope of survival. It was like a samsara, as if there was an invisible hand pushing her forward. Qin Yu held on to Lei Xiaoyu, having her lean closer to him. He let out a breath of white air. If something like fate really exists in this world, I believe it won't be so cruel to you. You will surely be reborn here. Please hold on, do not give up. Para Qin Yu's feet landed. The ice and snow on the ground shattered, leaving behind his footprints. In the next moment, he vanished from sight. Chapter 946. The world in front of him instantly stretched to the limit, turning into countless points of light that were connected together. They were like dazzling auroras that reflected in his eyes. In the next moment, all of these dazzling lights violently shrank inward, turning from an infinitely expanding state of nothingness back into reality. Thus, Qin Yu discovered that he and Lei Xiaoyu had entered heaven-extinguishing abyss. Catcher, a light sound entered his ears. Qin Yu knew that this was because he had crushed some sort of crystal on the ground when he arrived. Without warning, fear surged out from the depths of his heart. It was like boundless waves that completely covered his soul. Without hesitation, Qin Yu shouted out loud and shot into the skies. He didn't know where he should go, but there was one thing he was incomparably sure of: if he stayed where he was, he would be in great trouble. A breath of time after Qin Yu left, the place where he crushed the crystal shattered without warning. That place was like a giant invisible hand that clenched into a fist and ruthlessly smashed into it, directly disintegrating. This disintegration opened up the source of destruction. It didn't gradually converge or dissipate, but instead continued to spread outwards at an increasingly fast speed. It was like the world was being destroyed. No, this was the true destruction of the world. A dark golden light surged in Qin Yu's eyes. He swept his eyes around and took a deep breath. His flesh and bones crackled and his speed increased. Whoosh, finally, he passed through the invisible barrier by a hair's breadth. The terrifying feeling of annihilation that enveloped his soul rapidly faded away. He turned around. In the distance, a point of light suddenly erupted with light, like a shining star in the night sky. Then, in the next moment, it was extinguished. Qin Yu's complexion was dignified. He knew that if he hadn't been a step ahead and escaped from that destroyed world, he would have been pulled into the abyss of destruction along with that point of light. Heaven-extinguishing abyss was actually terrifying, terrifying to the extreme. He took a deep breath and restrained his thoughts. Qin Yu looked around. Wherever he was, the world was maintaining its basic stability. In front of him were mountains, rivers, trees, and even some not-so-powerful life auras. Sure, his figure flickered and he vanished from sight. 5 days later, Qin Yu stood atop a mountain peak. He looked up at the great sun in the skies, a thoughtful look on his face. During this period of time, he had gained an approximate understanding of the existence of heaven-extinguishing abyss. It was like a broken mirror. Each fragment was an independent small world, some very big, some very small. The larger the world fragment, the more stable the space and the more formidable life forms it could accommodate. On the other hand, the smaller the world fragment, like the one Qin Yu first stepped into, was extremely unstable. If it were to be affected by any external force, there was a chance it would collapse and be destroyed. More importantly, perhaps because these countless large and small world fragments originated from a single entity, even the smallest world fragment would produce a law that could destroy everything once it collapsed. In other words, after the world collapsed, everything within its range, regardless of what it was, would be destroyed along with the world itself. Of course, in Qin Yu's opinion, there should be a relative limit. When one's strength exceeded a certain point, even if the world collapsed, it would not cause any harm to one's body. Qin Yu didn't know what sort of cultivation he needed to have in order to ignore the collapse of the world, but he knew he absolutely couldn't do it. Therefore, if he wanted to survive, he had to choose a large and stable fragment world. Qin Yu did have the ability to do this. Although he couldn't clearly see all the floating fragmented worlds in the heaven-eradicating abyss, it wasn't hard for him to find a relatively safe place to stay. But the other cultivators, as Qin Yu thought of the crowds of people outside the heaven-eradicating abyss, a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. If one only cared about their own benefits and ignored the dangers, they would only harm themselves in the end. Qin Yu placed Lei Xiaoyu down and carefully examined her. He subconsciously frowned at her current condition. As he thought, ever since he entered this place, the Jiyu insects had become increasingly difficult to suppress and their demands on Lei Xiaoyu had become increasingly terrifying. There was less time than he expected. He had to speed things up, but doing so would inevitably increase the number of unknown risks. Qin Yu might be able to resist them, but Lei Xiaoyu, sitting beside her, Qin Yu looked down at her for a long time. Then, he let out a long breath. He had to find a safe place to settle Lei Xiaoyu down. He couldn't continue to keep her by his side. But in the heaven-eradicating abyss, where was safe? As for whether or not he could find it, Qin Yu didn't have any confidence. Whatever, he wouldn't think too much about it. Carrying Lei Xiaoyu on his back, Qin Yu jumped down. After several leaps, he vanished from sight. 3 days later, When he stepped into the 11th fragment world, Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He could feel the incomparably stable aura of a world. Not too far away, there was a very large fragment world. With a flick of his sleeves, space twisted, imprisoning several ivy vines. Then, Qin Yu rapidly moved in the direction he sensed. As he left, the space distortion vanished and the ivy vines regained their freedom. They continued to chase after Qin Yu, but after several breaths of time, they had no choice but to stop. The reason he didn't destroy them was because he knew that there was no end to these things. The more he killed, the more they would appear. It was better to save some energy. 4 hours later, Qin Yu stopped. He had arrived at the edge of the world. Looking up, he could see dots of light flickering in the darkness like stars. Every dot of light represented a fragment world. If Qin Yu hadn't personally experienced this, he feared he would have found it hard to believe. The reason was simple: every dot of light was a fragment world. Although they varied in size, even the smallest of them, when they were pieced together, they formed an inconceivably large territory. Just what sort of terrifying strength was needed for such a large world to be destroyed to its current state? And now, Qin Yu wanted to find the aura of the stable fragment world he sensed before from these dots of light. To other cultivators, this would be no different from fishing for sand in the sea. But to Qin Yu, he only needed to spend a bit more time. But soon, Qin Yu discovered that things weren't as simple as he thought. He could sense the aura of this fragment world, but he couldn't accurately determine its location. The dark golden light in his eyes became increasingly thick. After a moment, Qin Yu closed his eyes, allowing a sour feeling to flow through them. Then, he smiled. Even if he tried with all his strength, it would be nearly impossible to find this fragment world. Moreover, the chances of other cultivators finding this fragment world were infinitesimally small. Moreover, it was large and stable enough. In other words, as long as he entered and hid Lei Xiaoyu, her safety wouldn't be a problem. With a single step, Qin Yu left the fragment world and entered a space channel. His field of vision twisted and he appeared in another fragment world. Qin Yu swept his eyes around and knew this wasn't the place. He turned without hesitation and entered another space channel. The reason he did this was because even in the end, Qin Yu wasn't able to lock onto the aura of this fragment world. He could only narrow it down to a certain range. After his 43rd attempt, the moment he entered the space channel, Qin Yu knew he had made the right choice. Different from before, the speed of the space channel transmission was much slower. It took several breaths of time before his field of vision brightened. A cry echoed out from above his head. Qin Yu looked up and his pupils shrank. At this time, the phantom of a flying dragon was reflected in his eyes. Its body was like a lizard and there was a pair of feathered wings on its back. When its wings spread out, they blocked out the skies and cast a massive shadow over the ground. What a formidable aura! Even with Qin Yu's current cultivation, he still instinctively felt a bit of dread in his heart. After a moment, Qin Yu determined that this fragment world was indeed the best place to hide Lei Xiaoyu. But the premise was that he had to find a sufficiently safe place. A day later, a heaven-shaking roar echoed through the air. In the distance, several mountains began to shatter and collapse. Qin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. His speed increased, leaving behind a series of after-images as he rushed into the jungle and vanished from sight. An incomparably massive head drilled out from the ground. It looked in the direction that Qin Yu left in with icy cold eyes. After a moment of hesitation, it gave up on chasing after him. Only its head was revealed, but it blocked out the great sun in the skies. Its aura was so terrifying that it caused space to distort at all times. Hiding atop an ancient tree, Qin Yu spread out the sun-moon force field, isolating himself from the outside world. After determining that the terrifying dragon beast hadn't chased after him, he let out a long breath and bitterly smiled. He didn't have any ill intentions. He just wanted to hide Lei Xiaoyu in the dragon beast's cave, but he never imagined that its senses would be so sharp. If it weren't for the fact that he had run fast, Qin Yu feared he would have suffered a fate where his bones would have broken and his life would have been forfeit. When he first faced the mount of the dragon overlord, the Batwing Dragon King, Qin Yu had already been shocked by its strength. But compared to this dragon beast today, perhaps in front of it, the Batwing dragon was nothing more than a dessert. The disparity in strength between the two sides was hard to describe with words. Qin Yu even suspected that the strength of this dragon beast had surpassed the limits of the divine realm to a certain degree. But for some unknown reason, its intelligence didn't seem high, as if it had been restricted in some way. Letting out a deep breath, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged and began to recover from the injuries caused by the roar. No matter what, Lei Xiaoyu was safe now. Even if someone found this fragment world, they could forget breaking into the dragon beast's cave. As for killing it, what a joke. Qin Yu could confirm that even if all the cultivators that entered Heaven Eradicating Abyss were pulled to this place, they would only stand in a row and offer up their heads. Borrowing the powerful restorative attributes of the ancient immortal body, Qin Yu opened his eyes half a day later. A sharp light flashed and his injuries were completely healed. Without further delay, Qin Yu hid his aura and soared into the skies. He wanted to find the original god's corpse as soon as possible. This time couldn't surpass a month. This was the limit of what he estimated Lei Xiaoyu could last. As for how to obtain it, to be honest, Qin Yu had no clue. He could only take things one step at a time and act accordingly. Qin Yu stepped into the space channel and vanished from sight. Chapter 947. The wiping out the heavens abyss was extremely famous in the world. It was not only because it was dangerous and strange, but also because it contained endless treasures. In the tens of millions of books and biographies, it was recorded that so-and-so came out of the wiping out the heavens abyss on a certain date and obtained a certain treasure. These were all facts that could be verified. That was why every time the wiping out the heavens abyss opened, even though they knew it was a cannibal cave, countless cultivators still entered. Ha ha ha. It's the Lotus of Rebirth. It's actually the Lotus of Rebirth. A strong cultivator held the lotus in his hand, his face filled with excitement. The air was filled with the smell of blood. There were two cultivators lying on the ground, and further away, there was the corpse of a black-armored monster. It was obvious that in order to obtain the Lotus of Rebirth, both sides had engaged in a life-and-death battle. Although the surviving cultivators were sad at the death of their companions, they couldn't suppress the joy in their eyes as they looked at the Lotus of Rebirth. When a cultivator cultivated, they had to experience all sorts of tribulations in order to become stronger step by step and finally become a powerhouse that was respected by others. However, during this process, there were too many uncontrollable dangers. If one wasn't careful, they would die and their cultivation would be for naught. The Lotus of Rebirth was one of these rare treasures. In a sense, it was a treasure that could give people a second chance. It could guarantee that after a cultivator died, their soul and true spirit wouldn't scatter and would directly enter the cycle of reincarnation. The moment they were born, their memories would be awakened. There was no doubt that a person who had the memories of a previous life was terrifying. As long as their luck wasn't too bad, they would be able to accomplish great things. And now, there was a Lotus of Rebirth in front of them. The good thing was that the treasure was in their hands. The bad thing was, there was only one. The strong cultivator's eyes flashed and he said in a low voice, "Everyone, according to our agreement, the treasure belongs to whoever obtains it in the end. Of course, I was able to obtain the Lotus of Rebirth because of everyone's help. I am willing to take out additional treasures as repayment." Wait a minute. Another cultivator sneered, "You and I did have this agreement before, but everyone knows how precious the Lotus of Rebirth is." Fellow cultivator Zhu and fellow cultivator Huang even lost their lives because of it. Fellow cultivator Jiyu, isn't it a bit too much to just take it? That's right. This Qian also believes that the agreement we made earlier was inappropriate. We should make another agreement regarding the ownership of this reincarnation lotus. Fellow Daoist Jiyu, the rebirth lotus is truly too precious. If you insist on keeping it, then I'm afraid it'll cause discord between us. Please reconsider. Of course, this was just a more elegant way of putting it. To put it bluntly, it meant that you'd better be tactful and take out the reincarnation lotus so that we can discuss how to distribute it. Otherwise, we'll join hands to deal with you. Cultivator Gu's complexion paled. He swept his eyes over everyone. Perhaps because he thought about it, he really didn't have the strength to fight 1 against 5. He clenched his teeth and nodded. Since fellow Taoists feel this isn't appropriate, then let's discuss it again. I have no objections. He raised his hand and pushed forward. The reincarnation lotus flew out from his fingers and floated in front of the crowd. Sure, all eyes instantly gathered on him, emitting a fiery aura. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Cultivator Gu's eyes widened and the surface of his blood vessels turned red. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. Qian Zhongshan, how dare you hurt me? He reached out his hand, wanting to grab the reincarnation lotus. Everyone was secretly surprised that Qian Zhongshan had such courage and dared to directly attack someone. But they didn't care that Gu Tai Tai was injured. But now, Gu Tai Tai wanted to take away the reincarnation lotus. Bang! The void shook once more. At least 3 strengths rumbled out at the same time. Gu Tai Tai spat out another mouthful of blood and fell far away. Ah! Suddenly, a cultivator cried out miserably. He leapt up, but his feet were already entangled by a pitch-black aura. You dare to sneak attack me? You are courting death. With a roar, he punched out at the person beside him. The cultivator's eyes widened. It wasn't me. His following words were interrupted. The situation immediately spiraled out of control. More and more people attacked. The reincarnation lotus was right in front of them, and this treasure was enough to tempt the hearts of others. Since that was the case, there was no need to say anything and everyone would rely on their own strength. A fierce battle ensued. The degree of brutality far surpassed that of the monster beasts protecting the reincarnation lotus. From time to time, someone would cry out in pain. Their body would be torn apart and their soul would be imprisoned before being burnt into nothingness. Since they wanted to kill someone, they had to do it cleanly and flawlessly. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles in the future. None of them were newcomers to the world of martial arts. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality and were risking their lives, they naturally wouldn't show any mercy. An hour later, the smell of blood in the air became even thicker. There were only 3 people left standing, all of them wounded and pale. One of them was Qian Zhongshan. He gloomily swept his eyes over the 2 people. Let's continue to fight. No one has the confidence to survive, so I suggest we stop here. He pointed at the corpses. The wealth on these people and the reincarnation lotus in front of us should be enough for us to divide amongst ourselves. The other 2 people hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. One of them said, "You and I will make a solemn vow that we will not tell anyone about today's events." Of course, after making the vow, the 3 people glanced at each other. They each chose a position and began to clean up the battlefield. Heaven eradicating abyss attracted countless cultivators. Their cultivations varied, but those that had the qualifications to enter, unless their luck was heaven-defying, had some methods and naturally had considerable wealth. Just as he was beaming with joy, a pitiful scream suddenly rang out. A cultivator that was searching for treasures was blasted into the air. Before he fell to the ground, his body was torn apart and his soul aura collapsed along with it. Qian Zhongshan and the other person's complexions changed. They looked at Gu Tai Tai who was sitting up, their faces filled with shock. The 2 people's first thought was that in that chaotic battle just now, no one had done anything. Should they kill off this severely wounded fellow first? But soon, they could feel the tyrannical aura that filled Gu Tai Tai's body. Qian Zhongshan and the other person's complexions became increasingly ugly. Fellow Daoist Gu Tai's methods, I admire you. Qian Zhongshan gloomily said. Gu Tai Tai smiled. I was forced to do so. If it weren't for fellow Taoists threatening me, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Qian Zhongshan coldly sneered. My skills are inferior, I am convinced. The reincarnation lotus belongs to fellow Daoist Gu Tai. I bid my farewells. He turned and left. But then, his complexion suddenly changed. With a loud roar, the space around him shook, scattering the incoming strength. Qian Zhongshan turned his head and roared, Fellow Daoist Gu Tai, are you planning on leaving me here as well? Gu Tai Tai lightly said, the trouble I stirred up today is far too great. If this were to spread out, my future days would be difficult. Although I obtained the reincarnation lotus, I don't want to use it. A cold light flashed in his eyes. So, I ask fellow Daoist Chen to help me. In this world, I believe that only the dead are trustworthy. Join forces and kill him. Chen Zhongshan roared. But unfortunately, he and the other person were both injured. As for Gutai Tai, he was still hiding a portion of his strength. Thus, after a moment, Chen Zhongshan and the other cultivator fell to the ground. Besides panting a little and his face pale, Gutai Tai didn't seem to have suffered much. He revealed a smug smile. Although cultivation was the most important thing in this world, the brain was also a good thing. With just a little trick, he had become the one who had the last laugh today. The reincarnation lotus was his. Gutai Tai's complexion changed. He looked up into the skies. Space twisted and a figure appeared. A hidden space channel. Damn, someone had actually arrived just in time. A fierce light surged deep in Gutai Tai's eyes. But after his thoughts raced several times, he didn't hurry to attack. If this person was weaker than him, then there was nothing to say. Otherwise, he would have to reconsider. Only an idiot would attack upon meeting someone. Sure, his field of vision brightened and he smelled blood in the air. He frowned and his eyes fell on Gutai Tai. Then, in the next moment, his gaze was drawn to the reincarnation lotus floating in front of him. Before preparing for the things beyond mountains scene, Qin Yu had crammed in his knowledge and immediately recognized this treasure. If things didn't go smoothly and Lei Xiaoyu couldn't escape death, then the reincarnation lotus could protect her life from another angle. Reincarnation lotus. The name isn't wrong, but if you want to use it to save someone, you should give up. The little blue lamp's thoughts fluctuated. Qin Yu asked, why? The little blue lamp lightly said, the GU insects within Lei Xiaoyu's body are not ordinary. You should understand what I mean when I say they are not ordinary. Even if the reincarnation lotus is effective, it is impossible to protect her true spirit from scattering. Moreover, the quality of this thing isn't high and the chances of triggering it are low. Qin Yu immediately lost interest. He trusted the little blue lamp's judgment. He glanced at Gutai Tai once more and then turned to leave. As for the scene of slaughter in front of him, he had already seen it many times. It couldn't move his mind in the least. Treasures were rare in this world and everyone wanted to obtain them. Since there were battles, it was inevitable that there would be casualties. If one skill was inferior, it was natural that they would lose their life. When Qin Yu arrived, his first glance, especially his pause on the reincarnation lotus, indicated that he had recognized this treasure. Gutai Tai's heart sank. He had already prepared himself to fight, but he never imagined that Qin Yu would turn and leave in the next moment. What was going on? This was the reincarnation lotus, who wouldn't be moved upon seeing it. You actually said you were going to leave. And if you want to leave, then leave. Why did you look at me before leaving? Do you want to remember my appearance so that after I leave heaven's severing abyss, you can report me to others for killing people and stealing their treasures? Fuck, you can't leave. Gutai Shan diabolically grinned. Brat, since you've come, you might as well stay here and accompany these people. At this moment, he was filled with confidence. This was because Qin Yu had recognized the reincarnation lotus and then turned to leave. This already explained everything. This person's strength was ordinary. But Gutai Tai had to admit that his strength wasn't ordinary. If he wanted to kill Qin Yu, wouldn't that be easy? So, sometimes, smart people wouldn't be able to live for long. If they thought too much, they would often fall into a trap. He turned, lifted a hand, and pressed down. After the earth rumbled, the world quieted down. Qin Yu looked at the reincarnation lotus floating in the air and opened his fingers. He casually glanced at it and then put it away. These people that had fallen to the ground had given up their lives for the reincarnation lotus. But in Qin Yu's eyes, it was nothing more than a dispensable object. It had to be said that this was the greatest irony of the world. What you risked your life to do might not even be worth mentioning in the eyes of others. Qin Yu turned to leave, but fluctuations came from the spatial channel above his head. Shua, several figures walked out. As they saw Qin Yu standing in a pool of blood and corpses, their complexions changed. Big brother. With a sharp cry, A female cultivator stared at the pit in the ground and at the bloody Gutai Tai. If it weren't for the fact that her emotions weren't fake, Chinyu really would have wondered how this girl could recognize him. I want you to be buried with Big Brother. The female cultivator lifted a hand and a radiant light erupted. Wait. Zhuohan stopped her. He looked to the side. Miss Li, do you know this fellow Daoist? Li Hongye stepped forwards, her expression faint. I said that heaven-eradicating abyss isn't a place you should have come to. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He never thought he would meet her here. Thank you for Miss Li's reminder, but since I appeared here, I naturally have my reasons. Zhuohan leaned to the side and listened to the cultivator beside him speak. After several breaths of time, his eyes flashed and he said, so it is fellow Daoist Qin Yu. I have heard of fellow Daoist's name before, but I wonder where Miss Lei Xiaoyu is right now? Qin Yu glanced at him. You don't need to worry about this matter. Indeed, the love of beauty was the root of all troubles. He didn't want to waste words with a man who had clearly been blinded by beauty and was filled with hostility. He cupped his hands together. Miss Li, if there is nothing else, then I will bid my farewells. Li Hongye frowned. Hold on, I also want to know where Lei Xiaoyu is. Qin Yu had a calm expression. She is where she should be. Zhuohan shook his head. The rumors say that Lei Xiaoyu trusts fellow Daoist Qin Yu. But now it seems that her judgment isn't good. Li Hongye waited for several breaths of time. Seeing that he had no intention of explaining, her eyes turned cold. Qin Yu, I am very disappointed in you. The female cultivator that was stopped took this chance to scream, Miss Li, he killed my big brother and the others for a rebirth lotus. Whoosh, everyone's complexions changed. They naturally knew how precious the rebirth lotus was. It was no wonder that this surname Qin didn't hesitate to slaughter them. Li Hongye slowly said, give face to teacher and leave behind the rebirth lotus. Today, I will allow you to leave, but in the future, do not appear in front of me again. Qin Yu's palm flashed. He took out the rebirth lotus and turned to leave. His straightforward actions surpassed everyone's expectations. After a brief moment of shock, Qin Yu had already vanished from their line of sight. Zhuohan shook his head. This Qin Yu is quite decisive. Another person said, I think he is afraid of Miss Li. He knows he isn't her match, so he simply lowers his head. Hihi, this sort of person was actually able to win the trust of the Lei family's father and daughter. I'm beginning to wonder whether or not Lei Qianjun is as the rumors say. Lei Xiaoyu died an unjust death. Li Hongye glanced at the rebirth lotus. Let's go. Qin Yu didn't even need to think to know what Li Hongye and the people around her were thinking, as well as how they would look down on him. But, so what? Was he supposed to tell them that he had placed Lei Xiaoyu somewhere safe? Forget it. No one was related to anyone else, so they could think whatever they wanted. Could they make him feel bad for even a second? Or was it that he couldn't eat? Moreover, he could borrow these people's mouths to convince them that Lei Xiaoyu had died. This was a good thing for Qin Yu. It would save him a great deal of trouble. Qin Yu didn't have time to waste on these people. He only had a single goal, and that was to find the original god's corpse and extract its blood essence. As for the rebirth lotus, that was something that he could do without. He could only consider it a complete repayment of Li Hongye's favor in the imperial city. Chapter 948. On the 15th day of entering heaven-eradicating abyss, Qin Yu had calculated that Lei Xiaoyu would reach her limit. He stood at the edge of a fragment world, looking at the endless nothingness in front of him. As he looked at the innumerable motes of light that dotted this nothingness, a dignified expression appeared on his face. Qin Yu began to suspect whether or not he had fallen into a strange land similar to the legends where every grain of sand was a world. In fact, the fragment world he had passed through before was only a tiny, almost insignificant part of the entire heaven-eradicating abyss. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the tumbling thoughts in his heart. The confusion in his eyes was swept away and replaced with determination once more. He believed that out of all the cultivators that had entered heaven-eradicating abyss, he was at the forefront. Since someone had found the corpse of an original god, then as long as he was careful enough, he would be able to do the same. As for the endless fragment world in front of him, There had to be a way to cross over. These fragment worlds all truly exist, and they themselves form the natural barrier of heaven-eradicating abyss. If one cannot break through, they will forever remain on the periphery, unable to touch upon the source of heaven-eradicating abyss. Zhuohan smiled, his eyes filled with confidence. Perhaps it is normal for everyone to doubt my words, but whether or not they are true or false will be known with a single test. He swept his eyes over everyone. In order to make everyone feel at ease, I will also participate. I wonder which fellow Daoist is willing to join me. A person smiled. Brother Zhuo and I have been friends for many years, so I naturally trust you. Count me in. I am also willing to join. Since Brother Zhuo is willing to share this information with us, how could we doubt you? I, Zhuohan, am willing to give it a try. Zhuohan clapped his hands. Good. With the four of us joining forces, although we cannot open the barrier, it is more than enough to test its authenticity. The three of you, please come to my side. I will tell you the method. A moment later, after confirming that the three of them had grasped the method, Zhuohan said, the method to open the barrier has extremely high requirements for cooperation. There cannot be any accidents. The three of you must prepare yourselves. Fellow Daoist Zhuo, rest assured. Sure, the four people stood apart, each taking a corner. They simultaneously lifted their hands and pressed forward. At the same time, the auras within their bodies began to shake, maintaining the same frequency and resonating with each other. This resonance was weak at first, but as time passed, it seemed to fuse into the surrounding world, causing space to ripple. Ripples that looked like tiny waves appeared in front of everyone's eyes and spread in all directions. This is. A cultivator's eyes widened in surprise. From these fluctuations, he could sense a distant aura. Although it was incomparably weak, it was still able to shake his mind. It was as if there were countless precious treasures hidden there, causing one to instinctively feel a burning desire and greed. Li Hongye's eyes lit up. She took a step forward and pressed her hand on the ripples in space. This scene caused many people's hearts to tremble. They swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't dare. The sword maniac of the imperial city's Li clan was like the sun at high noon. Who dared to offend him? Fortunately, Li Hongye's actions didn't seem to affect Zhuohan and the other three's probing. She closed her eyes slightly and sensed. After several breaths of time, the four of them let out sighs of relief and drew back their hands. They glanced at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. They were operating it personally, so their senses were clearer than anyone else's. They could already confirm that the fragment world barrier was true. Zhuohan cupped his hands together. Miss, what do you think? 10,000 years ago, the Zhuo family separated from the Li family. From a mere family servant, they leapt up to become one of the most illustrious families of the empire. This naturally included the support of the Li family. Thus, even though they had today's status, the Zhuo family still followed the Li family's lead. When the juniors faced the Li family's direct descendants, they were even more respectful. Li Hongye said, "What you say is correct. Prepare to open the channel." Zhuohan respectfully nodded. He swept his eyes over everyone. Everyone, if there are no objections, then let us begin. 4 hours later, 36 cultivators joined forces, each with 9 people occupying a corner of a square. They simultaneously lifted their hands and pressed forwards. 36 aura fluctuations maintained the same frequency, causing the world to resonate with them. They lifted their hands and pressed forwards. Rumble rumble with a roar, a channel slowly appeared in the 4 directions. A completely different aura was released from within. Zhuohan shouted out loud, "Now is the time. Everyone, follow me in." Whoosh -36 people flew into the channel. The resonance of the world vanished and the channel loudly collapsed. Heaven-eradicating abyss was formed from trillions of fragmented worlds. When they combined together, they formed a world-shaking barrier. Only by breaking open the barrier could one enter the true heaven-eradicating abyss. And, the legendary Essence Spirit Corpse was located there. The good news was that the method to break open the barrier of the fragmented worlds had already spread amongst the cultivators. After Qin Yu inadvertently obtained it, He used his observations and made a slight deduction to determine that this matter was true. But what he didn't understand was why this clearly confidential information would spread like wildfire, as if there were people who didn't know about it. It was as if there was an invisible hand behind the scenes that was pushing this matter forward. Qin Yu didn't know what the reason was, but he inwardly became a bit more cautious. Then, he spent another 2 days before he finally found a team and smoothly became a member. To open a channel with 4 people in 9 is too high a requirement for a cultivator's cultivation. We cannot accomplish this, so we can only make up for it with numbers. But, the more people there are, the more likely there are accidents. I hope that everyone can do their best so that nothing goes wrong. The temporary leader of the team was a woman. Her appearance was ordinary and there were crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Amongst female cultivators, she was an extremely slovenly woman. After all, it wasn't too difficult for a cultivator to make themselves more pleasing to the eye, much less when one's cultivation was at the divine realm. Her eyes swept over everyone, pausing on Qin Yu for a moment. She continued to say, "If everyone is ready, then let's begin." A number of 4 people in 9 was the most perfect method to break open the barrier. Today, they were going to use the number of 6 people, which meant that 54 people had to occupy a hexagon. The success rate of opening a channel with a hexagon wasn't too high. As expected, the first attempt failed. The second attempt was a repeat of the first. After resting for another half a day, the third attempt was made. Within the hexagon that was barely formed, a channel appeared with difficulty. The method to open the barrier had already been spread out. It was unknown how many people had entered the true heaven-eradicating abyss ahead of time. Now that the channel was right in front of them, who was willing to wait any longer? Moreover, this channel was on the verge of collapse. Perhaps only the first few people to enter would be able to smoothly pass through. As for the people behind, sorry, they could only think of another way. Later, let's join forces and rush in together. A cold woman's voice sounded out in Qin Yu's ears. He didn't look up, only slightly nodding in agreement. Stepping forwards, Qin Yu rushed towards the entrance. But just as he moved, there was a sneer beside him. "You want to go in with just yourself? Stay here for me." Qin Yu flicked his sleeves. With a loud cracking sound, the hand grasping towards him twisted at a strange angle. The cultivator's eyes widened. He never imagined that he would be injured, and then he cried out in pain. Whoosh! Qin Yu's speed was astonishing. In a flash he had arrived outside the entrance. There was the sound of breaking air. The team leader appeared behind him. Qin Yu glanced at her and the 2 of them rushed out without hesitation. "Damn it, stop them." Bang-a-bang, dozens of powerful auras rumbled outwards. "Join forces to block them, otherwise no one will be able to enter." The leader's voice was still cold, but it was a bit more dignified. Qin Yu didn't speak. He lifted a hand and punched backwards. In that instant, 5-colored divine light erupted. White, black, blue, red, and yellow revolved endlessly, turning into a grinding disk. 5-element samsara. The leader's eyes burst out with light. She followed closely behind Qin Yu and lifted a hand. Catcher, catcher, a layer of hard ice appeared on the surface of the 5-element grinding disk. It was slightly black, but it didn't affect the circulation of the power of the 5 elements at all. On the contrary, it seemed to complement the power of the 5 elements, causing the defensive capabilities of the 5-element samsara to rise by a great deal. Bang air bang, auras rumbled outwards, many of them powerhouses. Even though the 5-element samsara superimposed the power of ice, it still began to crack. Without surprise, it would soon collapse. But it had already completed its mission. Qin Yu and the leader turned without hesitation and rushed into the channel. In the next moment, the 5-element samsara collapsed. Without waiting for the follow-up strength to rush in, the shaking channel collapsed. "Ah, how hateful. Don't let me see you again." He could faintly hear the angry roars of the crowd, but Qin Yu didn't care about them. Perhaps because the entrance had collapsed, it had affected the stability of the channel. A terrifying tearing strength came from all around him. Even with his powerful mortal body, he found it hard to withstand. Hearing a stuffy cough, Qin Yu looked up. The leader standing in front of him had large cracks all over her body. Then, the surface of her body began to fall off piece by piece, soon revealing a brand new appearance. It wasn't strange or horrifying at all. Rather, it was beautiful beyond imagination. In this dark and distorted space channel, she actually gave Qin Yu a dazzling feeling. From this, it could be seen just how beautiful this woman who had shed her ruined body to reveal her true appearance was. But that was all. After looking at her several times, Qin Yu lowered his head and closed his eyes, resisting the tearing force of space with all his strength. He wasn't a young and inexperienced boy who would be blinded by beauty. Who knew what he would encounter next? Rather than looking at a beautiful woman, it was better to think about how to survive. A fragrant wind blew past him. Qin Yu opened his eyes in surprise. He saw the woman in front of him take several steps back and dive into his arms. "I'm borrowing you. Once we leave, you will naturally return the favor." Her voice was still cold and indifferent, with almost no fluctuations in her emotions. This feeling of being treated like an object by someone wasn't too pleasant. Qin Yu looked down and saw the woman's slightly red ears. He hesitated for a moment and then closed his eyes, choosing to ignore her. It really wasn't that he coveted her beauty. Fine, Qin Yu had to admit that being hugged by such a beautiful woman was indeed a good feeling. But the true reason was that Qin Yu felt a trace of familiarity from the woman in his arms. That's right, it was familiarity. Faintly, he had a feeling that he owed her something very important and that he had to protect her safety. It was as if it was his responsibility to keep her safe and sound. As he smelled the woman's scent, Qin Yu's mind didn't waver. Instead, that familiar feeling became increasingly strong. What was going on?